Simon says subscribe and click on the bell icon to receive notifications.
We've made the files the instructor uses in this tutorial available for free. Just click the link below in the video details to get these.
In order to work through this course fully and really get the most out of it, you're going to need to have a working copy of Access 2021 on your PC. So I just wanted to spend this lesson just running through how you can obtain or acquire Access 2021. So the first thing I'm going to do here is I've just opened up Google and I'm going to type in buy Access 2021. And I'm going to jump straight across to the official Microsoft link that says buy Microsoft Access standalone price and license. So let's click on this link to open it up because this is going to give us some important information. So we're basically now on the Microsoft product page for Access. And you can see what we have here are basically two options, two different ways that we can get hold of a copy of Access. Now it might be that you are a Microsoft 365 subscriber. If you are, then you can get Access along with your subscription. And just a side note here, I am in the UK, as you can probably tell by the accent. So all of the prices you're seeing on this site are in UK pounds. This obviously might be slightly different for you depending on your location in the world. Also, you might find that your product page looks slightly different to the one that I'm viewing. But in general, you're going to be able to jump onto the Microsoft website, find the product page for Access, and it's going to have similar information. Now, if you're not somebody who wants to have a monthly subscription to Microsoft 365, you could choose to just download a standalone copy of Access. And the latest version is Access 2021, which is what we're running through in this course. So you can see here some of the high-level differences between Access 2021 and the Microsoft 365 version. When you purchase Access 2021, it's for one PC only. Whereas if you sign up for a Microsoft 365 subscription that includes Access, up to 6 people in your household can use it. You're pretty much going to be able to do everything that you can do in Access 365 in Access 2021 because it is the latest version. However, there might be some of the more collaborative features that you can't use in the standalone version. Now, the advantage of the standalone version is that you just pay one price for it, and that is that. So there's no ongoing monthly cost in order to effectively rent Access from Microsoft. For example, for me, I could pay £149.99, download my copy of Access, and that is mine on my PC to keep forever. So all I would need to do here is click on the Buy Now button, and it's going to take me through to the checkout page, and I can then walk through the instructions to install Access on my PC. So in general, this will be some kind of installation file that will download to your PC. You can double click to run it, and then it's effectively installed. Once it's been installed on your PC, depending on the operating system that you're using, and I'm using Windows 11, we can simply click on the Windows icon, click on All Apps, and we should find that we have Access at the top there in the A section. And if you don't want to keep coming into this page in order to open up Access, you can simply right-click, go to More, and you can choose to pin it to your taskbar. Now, I already have mine pinned, which is why mine is saying unpin. But that's just going to pin it to this bar at the bottom where you can see I have all of my applications, which makes it really simple for me to open up Access. But that's pretty much it. There are other websites that you can purchase Access from. I would say try and make sure that you do download it from a reputable supplier to ensure that you are getting a genuine copy of Access 2021. In this lesson, we're going to take a look at what's new in Access 2021 and really take a look at the main differences between the previous version, Access 2019, and the latest version. And helpfully, Microsoft has a page on its support site that runs through all of those changes. So if we scroll down, we can see them. If you want to learn a bit more about any of these items, you can click on the Learn More link just underneath the paragraph of text. So the first thing we can do is we can add tables with fewer clicks. And what that basically means is when we go into relationships, we now have this Add Tables pane on the right-hand side, which makes it really simple to add additional tables, links, and queries to the Relationships window. We can also keep tabs on our database objects. So this really relates to the new tab structure that we have in Access. So notice every time we open a table or a query or a report, it appears in a tab at the top. We can drag them to rearrange them and click on the cross to close them down. The next new item is that we can refresh, relink, or remove linked tables. And we can do this using the Linked Table Manager. So if we've linked to other tables in other sources, we can manage them all in one place by using the Linked Table Manager. Now, I don't have any external tables linked to my tables in Access, but if you did, you could see them all in there. We also have a brand new data type called Date Time Extended. So when we're adding new fields into our tables, you're going to find that this data type is available for you to use. And it's a bit more comprehensive than the regular date time data type, as it allows you to add longer dates and times. We also have dark theme support now. So if you're somebody who prefers to use a darker theme as opposed to white or colourful, then you can change your office theme to dark grey or maybe black to increase that contrast. And I know a lot of people like this. I'm not one of them, so I'm going to put mine back to how it was. We just access these through File and Account. And I'm going to switch mine back to colourful. The next change is that we do have some improvements to SQL View, particularly when we're searching. So if we open up one of our queries and then switch into SQL View so that we can see the code that sits behind this query, if we do a Control F, we can now find and replace different items within our query code. The next improvement is that we have some changes to the query designer. So once again, we're going to go back into our query, but switch into Design View. If we click on any of the tables, notice in that right-click menu, we have three new options. We can open, we can switch to Design View, or we can size to fit. And finally, we're going to pick the perfect color. So if we're working with reports where maybe we have some formatting like we do here, we can jump into Design View and open up the property sheet. And if we want to change the color of any section of this report, what we can now do is we can click on the three dots and go into more colors. And we can now get very granular by using the hex code for the color that we're looking for. It's now time to do exercise 1. And this first exercise of the course isn't essentially an exercise, it's really just to check to make sure that we're setting ourselves up for success. So the first thing I'd like you to do is make sure that you've been through each of the lessons in this section thoroughly and that you have a good understanding of what Access is and why it's useful. The next thing I'd like you to check is that you've downloaded all of the course files and the exercise files and that you have them stored somewhere safe and easily accessible on your PC, because we're going to be diving in and out of these throughout the balance of this course. Now, the next thing should be pretty obvious. If you'd like to run through this course with me, then you need to make sure that you have a working copy of Access 2021 downloaded and installed on your PC. And hopefully by this stage, you already have that. And then finally, just to make it really easy for you to open and close Access, I'd like you to pin Access 2021 to the taskbar. So once you've done all of those things, we should be in good stead to dive into the course. As I said, there's no real answers to this particular exercise, so I'll leave that with you and I'll see you in the next one.
For the next section, you'll want to download the course exercise files. Click the link below in the video description to get these. You can also scroll through the details to find timestamps for each section in this course. If you're enjoying this training, please leave us a comment.
So let's start out by opening up Access 2021, taking a little bit of a first look at the Access interface and mainly focusing on the different database templates that we can use when we're working in Access. Now, currently, I don't have Access open, but it is installed on my PC. So hopefully at this point in the course, you have acquired Access, you've downloaded it onto your machine, and you're at the point where you're ready to really open it up and get going. Now, I'm using Windows 11, so this process that I'm going to walk through now might be slightly different for you, depending on the operating system that you're using. So for me, on Windows 11, when I want to open up a new application, I'm going to drag my mouse all the way down to the bottom of the screen, and then where we have the Windows logo, I'm going to click to open the Start menu. Now from here, I can simply type Access into the search bar, or if I have it pinned below, I can click on the icon just there. Alternatively, I can click on the All Apps button to display all of the apps that I have installed on my PC, and helpfully, because these are in alphabetical order, the top one there is Access. Now, if this is an application that you're going to be using all the time, it might be worth pinning this either to the taskbar or to the Start menu. So if we right click on the application and go to More, this is where we have the pinned taskbar option. So I'm going to pin this application. You can see it's popped up at the end of all of my application icons in the taskbar so that I can easily access this whenever I need to. So let's click to open up Access. Now you're going to be jumped straight to what we call the Start screen. And this is one of those screens that you only ever see the first time that you open Access. You won't see this screen if you have a database open and close it down. It's not going to take you back to this screen. You'll only get this screen if you've closed the entire application and then you relaunch it. And the Start screen is really just a hub from which you can do various different things. So I'm currently clicked on Home. And you can see here we have access to create new blank databases, and we also have some templates up here. And then underneath that, we have a recent and a pinned list. And this works exactly the same as other Microsoft applications you might have already used. In the recent list, we can see the files that we've opened and accessed recently. And the number of files that you can see in this list is very much determined by what you have set in your access options. I'm going to take more of a deeper dive into access options a bit later on. But just be aware you can change how many recent items you are displaying. Now, the pinned list is where we can go to access databases that we've pinned for quick reference. So once again, if I wanted to pin one of these databases, maybe I'm always in and out of the Pegasus help database, all I need to do here is click on the drawing pin icon to the right, and that's going to pin that database not only to the top of the recent list, but also it's going to put it into this pinned area so it's nice and quick for me to access. If you want to unpin databases, just simply click on that drawing pin again to remove them from the pinned list. So really nice and straightforward to find and access databases that you've recently been using. Now, what else do we have on this page? Well, if we go down to the new section, once again, this is where we can come to create a new blank database, or we can utilize templates. And you can see a full list of all of the templates underneath this search bar just here. Now, if you're not all that familiar with templates, all a template really is a starting point from which to build a database. So instead of just being faced with a blank database and having to build it from scratch, templates contain a lot of pre-built items. So pre-built tables, queries, forms, reports. And they even contain things like formatting. So they give you a really good basis from which to start. And of course, we can modify these templates. We don't have to keep the information that comes with the template. Now, all of the templates are divided down into different categories. For example, you can see here we have business, logs, industry, lists, personal, contacts, so on and so forth. So we could choose to select one of these categories. So if I click on business, it's going to load up all of the templates that are business related. Let's click the back arrow to go back, because if I want to find a very specific template, I can simply search for it. So I'm just going to type in here, let's go for contacts, and press the enter key. It's going to go away and find all of the databases related to storing contacts. Now, if I want to use one of these templates, I can simply click to open. And it's going to load up this little preview window that gives me the name of the template, who it's been provided by, a little bit of a description about this template, and then you can see the default file name underneath. Now, you'll find that when you're creating new databases in Access, they're always given a default file name of something like database 1, database 2, so on and so forth. And they're always going to have that .accdb file extension. That is the file extension for all standard Access files. And then underneath you can see where my file is going to be stored by default. And again, this path here where it's saving is something that we can determine in our Access options. So I've set mine to save into the course files folder for this particular course. If I wanted to change that, I can browse for another location. Now for the time being, I'm just going to leave this as the default file name. So let's click on Create. Now once again, what you'll see a lot of the time is a security warning pop up. And this is just really there to remind you to check the source of this particular file. We don't want to open up something that could contain a virus and be harmful to our PC. Now, I know that this template is from the Microsoft Corporation, so I'm pretty happy that it's not going to contain any nasties, so I'm going to select Enable Content just to get rid of that message. As soon as I do that, it pops up what we call the welcome screen for this database. And welcome screens are actually something that we can create ourselves when we're creating our own databases. So if I wanted to have a welcome screen for all of the users of my database, I could completely customize this with my own message, my own links. I could add my own videos and even use my own logo or branded colors. So welcome screens can be quite useful for giving initial information. Now, when you're actually building your database and you're sort of in and out of files like this, it can be quite annoying for this welcome screen to keep popping up. So we can actually disable it by deselecting this little checkbox in the bottom corner, show welcome when this database is opened. If you deselect that, it's not going to pop this welcome screen up every single time you open. Now, I'm not going to deselect it at the moment. I'm simply going to close the window down. So this is a good example of a database template. Notice that we have the main contact list open up in its own tab at the top here. And we're now in Access working in the main window. Now, in the next lesson, we're going to really start exploring this interface so we understand where things are. And we're going to talk through what we can see in this menu on the left-hand side. So we're going to come back to this. For the time being, let's just close this file down. Now, when it comes to closing databases, we can go up to File and Close, or alternatively, if you like your keyboard shortcuts, you can close a database by pressing Ctrl-W. So now, if we go back into File, notice what's at the top of this recent files list, Database 1. So that is the database that we basically just created with its default file name. So now we are pretty much ready to move on to the next lesson, where we're going to take a closer look at how we can open existing databases, save them, rename them, create new databases, so on and so forth. We'll also take a little bit more of a deeper dive into the Access interface. In the previous lesson, we saw how we could create a brand new database based off of the contacts template. And if you recall, we didn't rename that template, we just left it on the default, which was database1.accdb. And I'm back at the start screen now, and you can see that that database is pinned to the top of my recent list, making it super easy for me to access. So let's start out by reopening this contacts database. All I need to do here is simply double click to reopen. Now remember, with this template, it has a welcome screen that's going to pop up whenever we open this database. So let me just show you a couple of different tricks that you have for disabling this welcome screen pop-up. Now, I did briefly mention the first method previously. We could simply deselect the tick in this box in the bottom left-hand corner. But there is another way that we can do this. So for the time being, I'm just going to close down this welcome screen. And if you take a look in the pane on the left-hand side, right at the top where we have tables, we have a table for settings. Now, if we double click to click on this, notice that we have a column that says Show Welcome. And currently that has a tick in it. So this is basically what's controlling that welcome screen. And if we deselect the tick, actually on the welcome screen, it basically just disables the option in here. So what we could do to stop that welcome screen popping up is simply remove the tick from this box. Now also notice that when I double click to open settings, it opened in a new tab. So currently I have the contact list open and I have the settings tab open as well. And you'll notice this if we go through and start double clicking to open other things from this left-hand pane, each one is going to open in its own separate tab. So it keeps things quite nice and organized, and you can have multiple things open at the same time. If you want to close something down, we simply click on the cross on the tab to get rid of it. Now it's asking me, do I want to save the changes? Well, yes, I do. Let's click on yes, and that tab is now closed. So if we go back and now close down the contacts database again, and then jump back in and reopen it, we should find that we no longer get that welcome screen. So 2 methods there for disabling that welcome screen pop-up. Now we're back in our contacts list, let's take a moment just to review what we actually have in this left-hand pane. Because if you're new to Access, then all of this is probably going to look a little bit confusing. Now this pane on the left-hand side is basically where all of the objects that make up our database are stored. So that could be things like different tables to hold our database information, different queries we've created to search our data. Maybe we've created some user forms to make it easy for our users to interrogate the data. Maybe we have some reports that we need to run every week, and we have those set up. Or maybe we also have some macros in here as well. And because this is a template, you can see that it comes with its own tables, its own queries, its own forms, so on and so forth. If we create a blank database from scratch, then this pane is basically going to be empty, and we need to create our own tables, queries, forms, so on and so forth. So just bear that in mind. Obviously, we're going to go into this in a lot more detail in section 2, but just get yourself a little bit familiar with that left-hand pane and the types of information that's held in there. Now, something that I want to do here is I want to rename this file, because if you recall, currently it's simply called database01. So for this, we need to jump up to File and go down to the Save As area. Now I want to save the database, and then I can choose the type of file that I want to save this as. Now I'm just going to save this as the default database format, which is that .accdb file extension. So that's selected by default. Let's click on Save As, and you'll more than likely get this little pop-up message. All open objects must be closed prior to continuing this operation. So basically, all of the tables, all of those little tabs have to be closed before you can save. Now, if you forget to do that, like I do all the time, then you can simply select yes, and Access will close the objects for you. Now it's going to jump you to your default save folder. And when we get to the lesson related to Access options, I'm going to show you how to set that up. So mine's jumped me to the course files folder, and I'm just going to name this contacts01 and click on save. And let's click enable content, and there we go. Now, one thing you might notice is that even though I've called this Contact01, up in the title bar, it just says Contact Management Database. And that's because we can effectively give our database a name that is different to the actual saved file name. So if we go into File and down to our Access options and jump across to Current Database, this is where that title bar title is controlled. So application title is Contact Management Database. So we can have a different title as opposed to file name. If I wanted to keep things consistent, I could name this Contact01, click on OK. It tells me I need to close and reopen for this to take effect. I'll click OK again, and it actually does change it. I don't need to close and reopen. So that is a difference between Access and some of the other Microsoft applications that you might have used. Now let's take a moment to talk about closing our files. We've seen how we can close tabs. We can click on the cross to close a tab. If I want to close just the file or just the database that I have open, I can go to File and Close. And that's just going to close the file, but it's going to leave Access open. If I want to close down all of Access, I need to click on the tiny cross in the top right-hand corner. If I click that, it's going to close the actual application. And if I want to reopen, I need to go back down to my taskbar, click on the Access icon, and it's going to reopen that up. Remember, when you reopen, it's going to take you straight to the Start screen where we can see our recent list, and right at the top we have our file. Now if I want to open a file that I maybe haven't accessed recently, this is where I would go to the Open section just here. And you can see that I've got my OneDrive, I've got SharePoint connected, so I can browse either of these to open a file, or maybe I have an Access database saved onto my desktops or into my documents. I could click on Browse from here and navigate to it that way. Also notice on the right-hand side of this particular open area, we have something very similar. Here we can see all of our recently accessed files and our pin files, and we can also see the folders that we last used as well. So you have a multitude of different ways that you can find and open existing files. Now, the final thing we're going to do before we leave this lesson and move on to the next one is that we're going to create the new blank database that we're going to be working on throughout the balance of this course. So if you want to create a new blank database, we can do this from home or new. Let's go into new. The first option we have here is blank database, which is effectively still a template. It's just got nothing in it. Now, this time I am going to name my file because I don't want it called database2. I'm going to call this Global Tech Help Desk and click on Create. So you can see the difference here between the blank and the pre-populated template. If we take a look at the menu on the left-hand side, we don't really have anything in there other than Table 1. And Table 1 currently has nothing in it. Another thing that's different is take a look up in the title bar. We have this really, really long, ugly file name. And that's because it's including the entire file path in that title area. So the first thing I would do here is I would go in and make sure that I change this. So we saw how to do this. We go to File, we go down to Options and Current Database, and we can put whatever application title we like. So I'm going to call this Global Tech Help Desk, click on OK, and that now looks a lot neater. So we're really at the stage now where we need to start populating our database with information and tables and all of that good stuff. But let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. We're going to be doing that in section 2. Throughout the rest of this section, we're really just going to explore the actual interface. We're going to talk about the different commands. I'm going to show you some useful customizations, and we're really just going to get ourselves familiar with moving around and working in the Access interface. Let's dive a little bit deeper into the Access interface and really start to understand where different commands are located and all of the different parts that make up Access as a whole. Now, if you recall, in the last lesson, we finished up by saving our new blank database and we called it Global Tech Help Desk. Now we're going to come back to this because it is what we're going to be working on throughout the balance of this course. But for the time being, just to help us explore the interface in a little bit more detail, we're going to close down this file by going up to the File tab and choosing Close. And we're going to reopen, so let's go to File and Open, the contacts database that we were looking at before. Now from this screen, I can go straight over to the right-hand side where we have files, and because it is a file that I accessed earlier on today, I should find it listed underneath this Today group. So let's click to reopen. And there we go. Again, we didn't get that welcome screen, which is great. So let's start out right at the top here. We have our title bar running across the top. Remember, you can change that title by changing the application title in Access Options. We've seen how to do that a couple of times. Now, underneath the title bar, this is where we have what we refer to as our ribbons. If you're completely new to Microsoft products, then this will be terminology that you're probably not familiar with. And these ribbons are just these horizontal areas that run across the top that house all of our commands. And each ribbon has its own tab. You can see here we have Home, Create, External Data, Database Tools, so on and so forth. So each tab has its own ribbon and each ribbon has its own commands. And all of the commands that you see on these ribbons, and we'll just use the Home ribbon as an example, are kind of sorted and categorized into different groups. So we have the Views group, the Clipboard group, the Sort and Filter group, Records, Find, Text Formatting. And the idea of this is really just to make it a little bit easier for you to find exactly the command that you're looking for. Because you'll find in Microsoft applications, there are so many commands and it can be a little bit overwhelming if you are new to the application. Now notice that as I'm clicked on Home, a lot of these commands in these different groups are showing in a lighter grey colour, which means I can't actually click on them, they're not accessible. So you'll see commands grey out or become active depending on where you're clicked in your database. If it's greyed out, it means it's not a command that's available to you whilst you're clicked in the current area. Notice that if I come down to my contact list and just click in first name, you can see that some of these become active. So just be aware of that. Not all commands are available at all times. Now, something else that you'll find on these ribbons is that in some of these groups, you can see this small little diagonal arrow in the bottom right-hand corner. And this in general means that you can click on it and it's going to open up more options related to that particular group of commands. For example, if we take a look at this text formatting group on the end here, this is where we would come to change things like our font color, our font size, make things bold, alignment tools, that type of thing. If I click on the little diagonal arrow in the corner, it's going to open up this datasheet formatting dialog box where I can go in and I can start to make customizations to the way that my datasheet looks using some additional tools which aren't necessarily available when we're just looking at the ribbon. So these little diagonal arrows will normally have more options related to that specific group, in this case, formatting. Another thing that we have that you can't see at the moment is something called contextual ribbons. And these are ribbons, much like the ribbons you can see up here, but they only appear when they're needed. And you're going to see a lot of examples of this as we work through this course. So I'll speak more about that when we get to a contextual ribbon. Underneath the ribbons, we have the quick access toolbar. And that's this tiny little toolbar that you can see over on the right-hand side. Now, currently, my quick access toolbar doesn't contain too many things. Currently, it just has save, undo, and redo. And the quick access toolbar is really just a quick way to access commands that you use frequently. And we can completely customize this quick access toolbar, or QAT as it's more commonly known, so that it works for us. Now, I'm not going to go into this in too much more detail because we do have an entire lesson dedicated to customizing this, because it is a really great efficiency utility when you're working in Access. But just be aware that that is where the quick access toolbar is located. If you can't see it there underneath your ribbons, you might find it above your ribbons up in this title bar area. Now, what else do we have on this interface? Well, we have our left-hand menu where we can navigate between our different objects within our database. And I did speak briefly about this in the last lesson. This is where we come when we want to work on or open any tables that hold our database information. It's where we come to open any queries, take a look at forms, reports, and macros. So every time we create something in our database, we're going to see it in this left-hand menu. And helpfully, the different things that we create are divided down into categories. So it's really easy to see which ones are the tables, which ones are queries, which ones are forms. Currently, I have contact list open, and contact list is a form. If I double click on contacts, this is a table. It's going to open it in a new tab. Now, this is a template that we haven't added anything into, so the table is empty. It doesn't have any information, but we do have the column headings already set up, again, because we're using a template. Remember, when you're working from a blank, as we're going to be doing in the main example in this course, none of these column headings are going to be set up. We need to do them ourselves from scratch. Now, with this little left-hand menu, we can collapse up our groups by clicking on these arrows. And that's quite helpful once we start to have lots and lots of different objects listed down here, because it really enables us just to zero in on what we're interested in. We can also search for different things in our list. Now, currently, I only have a very short list. It's not too difficult to find what I'm looking for. But as I said, if you've got a much larger database, then this left-hand menu is going to be pretty long. We might have 50 different tables and maybe 20 queries and 35 reports. So we need to have a quick way of finding exactly what we're looking for. And that's basically what this little search bar does. If I was to type in something like settings at the top there, it's going to jump me straight to the settings table. To clear the search, I just need to click on the little filter button just here. Also with this little pane, if we click the drop-down arrow, we can choose how we want to sort the items in this list. So I'm currently showing all Access objects in the database, and I'm sorting them by object type, which is why they're categorized into these different groups. And in general, that's how I like to have them ordered. But if you would prefer to have them by created date, you could do something like that. Or maybe tables and related views, you could order them in that way. As I said, my preference is by object type. We can also click on this little left-facing arrow to close up or minimize this navigation pane. And that just gives us a little bit more real estate to work with when we're inputting data. If you want to expand it back out again, just click on the arrow again to bring that back. So really simple to use. Now, obviously, the main part of this interface is going to hold whatever we've opened from this navigation pane. So currently that is holding a blank contacts table. If we click on the cross and close it down, it's going to take me back to my contact list form. And then right at the bottom, we have the status bar. Now, currently my status bar doesn't contain a great deal of information, but if we right click, this is where we can make customizations. So I've got most of my options here with a tick next to them, which means I'm going to get a little indicator in the status bar when it's needed. For example, if I was to turn on the caps lock on my keyboard, you can see over on the right hand side, it's now giving me a little indication that I actually have caps lock on. If I press it again to turn it off, that disappears. So this helps us display different pieces of information that can be quite helpful down in that status bar. So you can go through and you can customize exactly what you want to see. The other thing that we have down in the bottom corner here is a quick way to switch between different views. Now, currently I have a form open, the contact list form. So I'm currently viewing this in form view, but I could switch to layout view, or I could switch to design view. And notice when I switch to design view, this allows me sort of behind the form, and this is where I can come to make any design changes. If I want to change the colors, if I want to change the fields that I'm using, we would do that from design view. And this is kind of setting you up to understand a really important concept when you're working in Access. And that is switching between the different views in order to do different things. So we've seen how we can switch between different views for our form. If I double click to reopen the contacts table, I can switch between different views for this as well. Now, another way that you can switch between views is to simply right click and I can toggle between design view or datasheet view. Datasheet view is what I'm currently in. You can see the grey box around the outside, but I could switch across to design view as well. Now, we're not going to do that right this second. As I said, we're going to be doing this a lot in the following lessons. Just be aware about this concept of switching between different views in order to do different things. It's also worth noting that you can switch views from the home ribbon. The first group is the views group. We can switch between datasheet view and design view. When we're working in a form as opposed to a table, we can switch between form view, layout view, and design view. Final couple of points to mention with regards to the interface. In the top right hand corner, we have all of the usual icons you would expect to see in a Microsoft application. We can minimize the window, we can maximize it, and we can close it from here. We can also jump into our account information from up here as well. And the very final thing to mention is the Backstage area. We access the Backstage by clicking on File. So File is a little bit different to these other tabs because these ones contain commands, whereas when we click on File, it opens up this menu. And the Backstage area is really where we come to do sort of the admin side of our database. It's where we come to create new files. We've seen this previously, where we come to open, save, save as, print, and close. We also have access to our account settings and also access options, which we're going to delve into in much more detail in a later lesson. So that's pretty much a whistle-stop tour of the Access interface. Hopefully now you feel a little bit more comfortable with what you're looking at and how you can find specific things. In the last lesson, we took a quick whiz around the Access interface, and during that lesson, we briefly mentioned the Quick Access toolbar. So in this lesson, we're going to explore that Quick Access toolbar in a little bit more detail, and we're going to show you how you can customize it to make yourself more efficient when you're working with your databases. So let's just recap as to exactly what the Quick Access toolbar is. You may sometimes hear it referred to as the QAT for short. And it's this little toolbar that we have underneath the ribbons. Currently mine is fairly bare. I just have 3 icons on it: save, undo, and redo. Now I mentioned that you might not be able to see this Quick Access toolbar in exactly the same location as mine is here. Now, if that is the case, it might be that you have it up here in the title bar, because you can choose if you want to have this Quick Access toolbar underneath your ribbons or above your ribbons. Notice next to it we have a little drop down arrow, and right at the bottom I could choose to show this above the ribbons. And you can see that kind of places it out of the way up in that title bar area. Now, it's entirely up to you where you choose to have this quick access toolbar placed. I actually prefer it under my ribbons because I tend to forget it's there if it's sort of tucked in the top hand corner. But again, this is very much personal preference. Now, what we can do with this is we can add whatever command we like in access to this quick access toolbar so that next time we need to use it, we're not there hunting through the different ribbons trying to find it. We can also add commands that we can't necessarily see currently on these ribbons. Because we have hidden contextual ribbons and we have other menus and commands available in Access which don't have their own little icon on these ribbons. So we can add anything to our QAT. Now, if we click the drop down again, notice that we have a few different customization options in this menu. Now, the ones that currently have a tick next to them are the ones that are currently showing on the quick access toolbar, but I do have some other commonly used commands that I can quickly add with the click of one button. So I could add new, I could click again, maybe add print preview, maybe I want to add spelling, so on and so forth. And you can see it adds them all here as a little icon. If I want to do a spell check, I can just click it. I don't have to jump across to any other ribbon searching for my spell check options. So it's a nice way of being more efficient. Now, what if I want to add commands to the quick access toolbar, which I can't see in this very short list? Well, we can pretty much add anything that we can see on any ribbon. For example, if I go to the Create ribbon, maybe I'm always creating tables. So what I can do here is hover my mouse over where we have Table, right-click, and choose Add to Quick Access Toolbar. And that's going to add that table option. And I could go through adding the commands that I use frequently to my quick access toolbar to make things really nice and simple. So if you can see the icon, you can right click and you can add it. And if I want to add something that I can't see on a ribbon, maybe it's contained on a contextual ribbon that I can't currently see, we can click the drop down and we can go into more commands. And this basically jumps us across to our access options and to the quick access toolbar page. On the right hand side, we can see a big long list of all of the commands that we currently have on the quick access toolbar. And on the left hand side, we have lists of other commands that we can add. And these are all categorized. So currently I'm displaying just the popular commands. If I click this drop down arrow, I could choose to show all commands available in Access. And these are arranged in alphabetical order to make things a little bit easier to find. So I could go through this list and I could start to pick out the commands that I want to add to that QAT. So maybe I want to add some alignment options. I'm going to go for align bottom. I'm going to click the add button in the middle to move that across. Let's go for align left and also align right. Let's add both of those. If you want to remove anything from the quick access toolbar, for example, print preview, just select it and do the opposite. Click remove. I'm also going to remove new from there as well. And you can rearrange the items, the order of the items on your quick access toolbar by using the up and down arrows just here. So maybe I want my alignment tools right at the bottom so I can select them and I can just simply use these buttons to move them into the correct position. So let's put all of those at the end. Now, something else I can do to give my quick access toolbar a little bit of structure is I could add separators to effectively group together commands of similar type. Now you'll find separators in every single list. So if I scroll to the top of all commands, there is a separator, but if I was in popular commands, I'll find it at the top of that list as well. So maybe I want to add in 3 separators. Make sure I have it selected. Click the add button 3 times. 1, 2, 3. And these are little lines that we can place on our quick access toolbar to group things together and give it a little bit more structure. So I'm going to grab this separator, I'm going to move it up to there. I'm going to grab this one and I'm going to put it there. I'm going to grab this one and I'm going to put it, let's put it just there, I think. So now when I click on OK, I should find that I have a completely reordered quick access toolbar. And all of those different groups have that very light grey separator in between them just to give it a little bit of structure. So that is the quick access toolbar and how you can customize it and make yourself more efficient by adding to it commands that you use frequently. Ensuring that you know where to go to access the different types of menus in your database is really important and a fundamental skill when you're learning Access. So I just wanted to take a brief moment just to run through the different types of menu that exist within the application and in what type of situations you're going to see these menus. Now let's focus on the commands that we have on the ribbons for the time being. And if any of you are as old as I am, then you'll remember what the Microsoft applications looked like in the pre-ribbon days. Everything was very menu driven. Instead of having commands horizontally on ribbons, we would click on a toolbar and it would show us a drop-down menu. Now we no longer have that style of menu system within the Microsoft applications, but we do still have menus that contain commands that we can execute. For example, if we take a look on the home ribbon, if you ever see any command that has a little arrow next to it, then that means there is some kind of menu or more options lurking underneath. For example, in the first group here we have View and it has a little arrow. If I click it, it shows me a menu which allows me to switch between different views. If I click the lower half of the Paste button, I have different paste options in this menu. If I click the Selection button, that one also has a drop down and it opens up a menu with a couple of additional options. Now, some of these buttons we refer to as a split button, and the Paste button is a really good example. Notice as I hover over the top half, that highlights in grey. If I move my mouse down, it highlights the lower half. So if I click on the lower half of the button, I'm going to get a menu. If I click on the upper half of this button, I'm not going to do it because I don't want to paste anything. It's basically just going to perform the default functionality for this button. So in this case, it's going to do a default paste, which is just like doing a Control V. The lower half will show me different ways that I can paste. So just be aware of that with these split buttons. We have the same situation here with views. If I click the top half, it's going to show me the default view, which in this case is layout view. If I want anything else, I need to switch to it by clicking on the lower half. Now we've already mentioned the little hidden dialog boxes that you can find underneath the diagonal arrows. And in Access, we don't have too many of them. We actually only have two, one in the clipboard group and one in the text formatting group. If we click them, it opens up a dialog box with more options. So these aren't really menus, but again, it is worth being aware of them. Now, what other menus do we have? Well, we have something called contextual menus. Now, contextual menus can be accessed by right-clicking with your mouse. And the menu that you see is very much contextual or dependent on wherever you've clicked. So if I go to this contact list and maybe I want to start typing in a name, if I right-click my mouse, I get this contextual menu. So this is contextual to what I'm trying to do at the moment. So I'm only seeing the options which are relevant to what I might want to do in this column. I can paste, I can sort A to Z, I can apply a text filter, so on and so forth. If I was to click elsewhere in this form, so maybe if I hover my mouse over the open link and right click, I get a much smaller menu. So all I can do here is really copy this link. If I was to right click on Add from Outlook, I get a completely different contextual menu with different options. So this very much changes depending on where you're currently clicked. And the final thing worth pointing out, because I have mentioned it a couple of times, is that we also have contextual ribbons. And these are ribbons that don't display until they're needed. So, for example, let's open up the contacts table by double-clicking to open that in a new tab. As soon as I open that up, I get two new contextual ribbons, Table Fields and Table. And that's because Access has recognized that I've opened a brand new table and it presents me with all of the options that I have related to tables. So I have a Table Fields ribbon and I also have a Table ribbon just here. If I click back on the Contact List tab, which is a form, those table field contextual menus disappear because I'm now working in a form and those tabs aren't relevant. So contextual ribbons contain more options that are contextual to whatever you have open. So just remember that as well. Let's click to close down the contacts table. So those are really all of the Access menu systems that you need to be aware of when you're working with your database. When we're working in Access, we want to make sure that we're working as efficiently as possible. And for a lot of people, efficiency means keyboard shortcuts. Keyboard shortcuts allow us to execute a couple of letters on the keyboard in order to perform an action. And a lot of the time, it's a lot quicker than using your mouse to click through the ribbons to find the command that you're looking for. Now, there are so many different shortcut keys that we can use. And I will say that if you're used to using specific keyboard shortcuts in other Microsoft applications, for example, something like Excel, then a lot of them are the same in Access. So I mean things like Control-C to copy, Control-V to paste, Control-S to save. All of those types of things are the same in Access. Now, there are some differences. We have different shortcut keys assigned to commands that are specific to Access only. And if we want to find the keyboard shortcut for a specific command, there are a couple of ways that we can do this. Now, first of all, if I hover over, let's hover over the Save button in the Records group just here. So this is where I can come to save a specific record once I've made changes to it. And notice as I hover over, I get what we call a key tip. It's telling me the name of the command, save, but it's also showing me in brackets what the keyboard shortcut is to execute that command. So for this specific one, instead of clicking on the save icon, I can simply press Shift-Enter to save the record. What about if I hover my mouse over spelling? Again, you can see that command name and you can see the shortcut key for spelling is F7. So if I press the F7 key on my keyboard, it's telling me my spell check is complete. And that's really because I don't have any information in this database, but it has executed that spell check in order to give me this message. What about if I hover over paste? Again, we have the keyboard shortcut in brackets. And also notice that with some of these commands, we get a description as well, which can be really useful if you're not sure what a particular command does. So it's telling me that if I click this button, it's going to add content on the clipboard to the document, effectively doing a paste. Now you can control what you're seeing in these little screen tips that pop up. And again, we can find this underneath File and Options. On the General tab, you can see here in the User Interface Options group, it says Screen Tip Style. So currently I'm showing the feature descriptions in the screen tips, which is why I can see a little bit of information about what that command does. If I click the drop down, I could choose to not show them, or I could choose to not show screen tips at all. So this is entirely up to you and how you want to customize this. I also get a choice as to if I want to show those shortcut keys in the screen tips. Now in general, I show both descriptions and shortcut keys because I find them to be really useful. So don't forget, hovering over is going to show you the keyboard shortcut if there is one assigned. Now what about if we just want to see a big long list of all of the keyboard shortcuts available in Access? Well, this is where we can jump into the help files and see all of the keyboard shortcuts. So what I'm going to do is right at the top here, we have this little bar that says, tell me what you want to do. Now I'm going to click in here and I'm simply going to type keyboard shortcuts. Now notice underneath it says get help on keyboard shortcuts, 7 results. If I click this little arrow, it's going to pop out some options on the right hand side. So the first one is to show all keyboard shortcuts in Office. That could be pretty useful. I want to see the keyboard shortcuts that are specific to Access. So I can select this second option and it's going to open up the help pane on the right hand side and jump me to the correct area. So if we scroll down, it's always worth reading through some of this information, but you can see that the keyboard shortcuts are divided down into different categories depending on what you're trying to do. So if we just explore the first category, frequently used shortcuts, and click on this link, this is going to show us a table that contains all of the specific keyboard shortcuts. For example, to go to the Home tab, Alt-H. To show or hide the navigation pane, F11. To switch to Form View from the form in Design View, F5. So these are very specific to the Access application. And we can scroll back up and have a little look through all of these different topics, all of these different categories. And in general, when it comes to keyboard shortcuts, I would say there's probably going to be 10 to 15 that you use all the time. And it's definitely good to memorize those because it's going to make you a lot more efficient when you're working with your Access databases. Now we can just simply close down this help pane because the final thing I want to talk to you about are Alt key shortcuts. Now you access your Alt key shortcuts by pressing the Alt key on your keyboard. And notice what happens as soon as I do that. I get letters and numbers appear on various different commands on my ribbon. So if I want to jump to the Create tab, I can press C on my keyboard. Once I'm on that Create tab, I then get a whole new list of Alt key shortcuts. So if I want to create a new table, I can press TN. Let's try it out, TN. And there we go. I haven't had to use my mouse at all. So when you press the Alt key, you're going to get those little shortcut keys. If I press the Alt again, it gets rid of them. And this is what you'll see in a lot of videos, particularly if you watch a lot of videos on an application like TikTok, where the videos are very fast. A lot of people who train Excel and other applications on there will use these Alt key shortcuts to move quickly through the commands. So again, these can be super useful. When you're working with an Access database, it's important to know where you can go to get help if you need it at any point in time. And in Access, we do have a couple of different ways that we can get some help on whatever it is that we're trying to do. Now, we've already seen a couple of them, but not in the context of actual help files. So let's explore this in a bit more detail. Now, the first most obvious way that you can get help in Access is to go to the Help menu. And on this dedicated Help ribbon, you can see we have 4 different options. Now, the first option just here, we can also access by pressing the F1 key on our keyboard. That's a fairly standard thing across all of the Microsoft applications. F1 will take you to the help files. So if we press F1 or click on this icon, it's going to open up this pane on the right hand side where we can access all of the help files by topic. Now, by default, you're going to get this pane that's kind of docked onto the right hand side of the screen. If you want to give yourself a little bit more room, you can click in this header area until you see the double-headed arrow, drag this out, and it will allow you to expand this so it's a little bit bigger. Now, if we click on the Get Started section, this is going to take you through some of the most basic tasks in Access. So, for example, how to create a database. You can see here we have a video. If we scroll down, we then have step-by-step instructions which will walk you through this process. So this can be really useful, particularly if you're a beginner using Access. So we can go through some of the most basic tasks. Let's click the arrow to go back. If I want to find out more information about tables, I can expand the tables group. Maybe I'm not sure how to even create a table. Well, we have a link for that just here. We can click on it. And once again, it's going to take us into some step-by-step instructions. So these help files are a really useful reference point. Now, it's worth noting that we can also access these help files by using the Tell Me What You Want to Do bar at the top. And this is what we used in the previous lesson when we were searching for help files on keyboard shortcuts. Now, speaking of keyboard shortcuts, if you're clicked down here in one of your forms or maybe in a table and you want to quickly jump up to this Tell Me box at the top, there is a keyboard shortcut for that of Alt-Q. It's going to pull the focus of your cursor up to that specific area. And here we can type something in that we want to find out more about. So I could go to Create a Table. Now, if I type in create a table, it's going to give me some actions and also access to the help files. So this really depends on what your goal is here. If you just want to read up a little bit more about tables, it's probably better to go to the help files and browse through the different sections. Whereas if you're actually wanting to create a table, this is where we would go to actions. If I click this, it's going to basically execute the action of creating a new blank table. And you can see it's done that just below. Now I'm going to click to close out of this. So just be aware of that. Whatever you type in up here, you might see some actions and you also might have access to the help files from there. And we've already seen how you can quickly find out what a command does simply by hovering the mouse over it. And if you have descriptions turned on, if there is a description for this command, you're going to see that in the screen tip. Now, it is worth noting here that in Access, a lot of the commands don't actually have a description. If I hover my mouse over, let's say totals, for example, I just get the title in the screen tip. I don't see the keyboard shortcut and I don't see a description. So just be aware of that. I found that in Access, we have less descriptions than maybe we have in other Microsoft applications. But for the ones that we do, it can be really useful to give you a quick idea as to what this command is going to do before you click on it. Now, if we jump back to the help ribbon for 1 second, aside from help, we have 3 other options. We have a contact support option. So this allows you to get help from an office support agent. Now, this will open up a little window where we can type in a question and click on the Get Help button. So that's a way of contacting support. Now, I've never used that option, so I don't know how long it takes or what actually happens, and I'm going to assume that this is probably more useful if you are located in the US. We also have a feedback button, which allows us to just let Microsoft know if we particularly like something or don't like something, or even if we have a suggestion. Feedback can be really useful to Microsoft when it comes to developing new commands and facilities in the applications. And then finally, we have the Show Training button. And this is a series of different training videos, much like the one that you're watching now, that talk you through different parts of Access. So for example, create an Access database. I could click on this. It's going to give me some information. And in this case, quite a lot of information. And normally in these files, you get some kind of video. So if we go to add tables, let's try that one. Yes, there we go. We have a video and then we have some instructions. So all of these resources together give you numerous different ways that you can get help if you're stuck. And of course, if worst comes to worst, we can always jump onto Google and see if anyone out on the internet can help us with our query. But those are the options that you have available within Access. Make sure you're familiar with where they are and how to use them. In the final lesson of this introductory section, we're going to just dive into Access options and take a look at some of the settings. Because it is really important to make sure that you are set up for success before you even begin. Now, we've been into Access options a couple of times already when we've been adjusting little settings. But now let's take a more thorough look through each section in options. So I'm going to jump up to the File tab and we're going to click on Options right at the bottom. Now, Access options is divided down into different sections. You can see the different pages on the left-hand side. Let's start with General. I'm not going to go through every single option that we have in here, otherwise this would be an extremely long video. So I'll just highlight the ones which are worth reviewing and changing if necessary. Now, we spoke a little bit about these user interface options. This is where we can come to change the screen tip style and specify if we want to see descriptions and shortcut keys in those screen tips. Now, another little option that I mentioned right at the beginning of this section is the default database folder. So you can see here, this is where we can define where we want all of our Access database files that we create to be stored. And this is really useful to have this in here because it just means that every time you save a database, you don't have to navigate to the folder in File Explorer. It will jump to that folder automatically. So I'm pretty much saving everything into the Access 2021 for Beginners course files folder. So click on Browse and you can choose exactly where you want your course files to be saved, and it will save there by default. Let's now jump across to the current database page. Once again, we have been in here. This is where we come if we need to change the application title. Remember, if you have a really long, messy looking title, which includes the path name, when you save an Access database, just come in here and give it a much shorter application title to make it look a lot neater. Now, most of these options in general, I'll keep on the default settings. And if we come a bit further down to the navigation area, this is where we can choose if we want to display the navigation pane or not. Now, the navigation pane is where you come to access all of your tables, queries, forms, reports, and macros. So in general, I would always keep this turned on, but you do have some other navigation options in here where you can come in and you can do things like change the order of the different categories. So that might be something that you want to do. If we jump across to Datasheet, this is where we can come if we want to customize things like the grid lines that we see in our databases. We can choose if we want both horizontal and vertical grid lines. We can choose a cell effect if we want. I like to keep mine on flat, but you could have raised or sunken. And we can also choose a default column width for our columns. And I'm just going to leave this on this because in general, I will manually adjust the columns if there isn't enough room. And then we've got the default font size, which for me is 11, and the weight is normal as opposed to bold. If we jump across to the Object Designers page, this is where we can change the default settings for the design of database objects. Now in the top here, when we're working in table design view, and we haven't really talked about different views all that much at this stage, so things like data types probably aren't going to mean a lot to you. But this is where we can come to change things like the default field type when we start adding in fields into our tables. So mine is set to short text, and you will see that in action when we create a new table in the next section. and start adding columns, we need to give those columns a data type, and mine by default is set to short text. We also have some other defaults for our field properties, and again, this will make a little bit more sense once we've been through the section on creating tables. If we jump across to proofing, this is where we can set up any autocorrect options that we might want to have. And again, if you've used an application like Excel or Word or PowerPoint, these are pretty much exactly the same. And we do already have some autocorrect options in here by default. For example, if I was to type bracket C bracket, it's going to convert it or autocorrect it to a copyright symbol. Things like that. And you can add your own into here if you so desire. Let's jump across to language. Always want to make sure that the language you're using is your preferred language. It should pick up your language from your PC settings, but if you're like me and you have to switch to a different language, like I tend to work in English United States as opposed to English United Kingdom, where I'm actually from, because most of my clients are in the US. So I want to make sure that my spelling and my date format is in US format. So just come in here and make sure you check those settings. If we go to client settings, this is where we can really adjust the behavior when we're entering and editing in our tables and forms. So for example, when I press the enter key, it's going to move on to the next field by default. If I press the arrow key, it's going to go to the next field, so on and so forth. And as I said, I will probably leave most of these on the default settings, but if you're finding any problems with that or you don't like the way it's behaving, just remember that you can come in here and start to customize these. Now, if we go a bit further down to the display group, this shows me something again, which we were talking about a bit earlier. When we were taking a look at our recent list, in the Backstage area, I showed you that you can customize the amount of recent databases that you're seeing in that list. So mine is set to 50. I could take this down and I'm going to move that down to 20 recent documents. I can also show 50 unpinned recent folders. So I'm going to take that down to 20 as well. Now the customize ribbon area, this is where we can come to effectively customize what commands we're seeing on our ribbons. Now, it might be that if you work at an organization, this area is completely locked down. A lot of the time, IT departments at companies don't like you really messing around with the standard company ribbons and adding your own commands to them. So you might find that you don't have access to do this, but for anybody else, you could come in here and really switch up the commands that you're seeing on each of the ribbons. For example, the home ribbon, the create ribbon, so on and so forth. You can even create your own custom ribbons from here as well. Now that is pretty much outside the scope of this beginner's course, but just be aware that it is a possibility. The next page we've already seen, it's where we come to customize our quick access toolbar. We then have an add-ins page. Currently, I don't have any add-ins in my access, and we're not going to need any for this course. And then finally, we have the Trust Center area where we can review our Trust Center settings. And this is really related to the security surrounding the files that you open in Access. For example, you might want to review your macro settings so that if somebody sends you a database that contains a macro, you can't just simply open it without some kind of warning popping up that it does contain a macro. Because remember, many times viruses can get onto your machine via malicious code within macros. So I generally tend to have mine set to disable all macros with notification, and then I can pick and choose which ones I want to enable. And the message bar, we've seen that in action as well. When I open this file, we get that yellow security warning running across the top. So this is going to pop up whenever Access recognizes that the database you've just opened contains certain things. So that might be macros, it might be ActiveX controls, so on and so forth, any blocked content. So I always find that really useful, just so I know what I'm dealing with. Now, most of these settings are fine out of the box, but just be aware that you can jump in there and review them at any point in time. So those are pretty much all of the options that we have within Access Options. Make sure you review and make the necessary modifications. It's now time for us to do exercise 2. And in this exercise, we're going to practice some of the skills that we've learned in this section of the course. So the first thing I'd like you to do is, using a template, I'd like you to create an inventory database. And I'd like you to save that database as inventory_database.actdb. I'd then like you just to practice opening and closing the database, and I don't really mind what methods you use for this. You might use keyboard shortcuts, or you might open from the recent files list. The choice is entirely yours. Just make sure you're comfortable with opening and closing. I'd then like you to add the following commands to the quick access toolbar: relationships, form wizard, and table design. And of course, if there are any other commands that you feel like adding to that toolbar, then please feel free to do that. So that's it for exercise 2. It's pretty straightforward. If you'd like to see my answer, then please keep watching. So the first thing I asked you to do was to open the inventory template. So we're going to jump straight across to new. There are a few different ways that you can do this, but we're going to click on new. And then in the search for online templates bar, we're simply going to search for inventory. And I don't mind which one of these templates you use, so I'm just going to select this one just here. And we're going to give it a file name of inventory _ database. And remember, underneath, that's where your file is going to be stored. So if you want to store it somewhere else, you could click on the folder icon, and that's going to allow you to browse to a specific folder to save it into. So I'm going to click cancel. Let's click on create to create our database based off of this template. So now we have our inventory template open. Again, if you take a look in the title bar, it says inventory _ database, which is what we named it. But remember, we have the full path name in here. Now, I didn't actually ask you to do this in the exercise, but if you wanted to, you could have gone into File and down into Options. And then if you flick across to Current Database, this is where you can add in your application title. So just to make this a bit neater, I'm actually going to type in inventory _ database and click on OK. The next thing I asked you to do was just to simply practice opening and closing this database. So we could use our keyboard shortcuts, or we could jump up to the File menu and click on Close, which is going to close the database only. Remember, that option doesn't close down all of Access. If we want to reopen, we can press the keyboard shortcut Control-O, which is going to jump us across to that open screen, and then we can select it underneath our recent files. And then the final thing I asked you to do was simply to customize the quick access toolbar. So mine's up here at the top, so I'm going to click the drop down, and I'm actually going to show it below the ribbon. And I asked you to add to it the relationships command. So let's right click, add to quick access toolbar. I asked you to add the table design commands. Let's right click and add. And I also asked you to add the form wizard. So once again, right click and add to quick access toolbar. That's it. That's all I need you to do. I will see you in the next exercise. Tables are undeniably the backbone of Access. Information is stored in one or numerous tables and organized into columns, known in Access as fields, and rows, which are referred to as records. So in Access, we need to create the tables that we need to hold the data. And these tables really form the foundation of everything that comes afterwards. And with these different tables, we can link them together to create relationships. And then we can interrogate that data using queries and reports. So let's look at a basic table. Now we're just going to reopen the file that we're going to be working on throughout the balance of this course. So let's jump to File, and I can see it in my recent list. It's this one just here, Global Tech Help Desk. Let's click to reopen. I'm getting a security warning. That's fine. I can click on Enable Content just to get rid of that. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a database for an IT help desk. So effectively a call logging and tracking system. And we're going to be using a few different tables in order to do that. So we need to really start out by thinking about the types of information that we might want to hold in those tables. For example, I might need a table that holds the actual call information. I might need a table that holds the customer details. I might need a table that holds the employee detail information, the people who actually take and deal with the calls. So let's start out by building a table that holds the call or the ticket information. Now in the course files folder, you're going to find a notepad file called ticket_example_ben_lee.txt. And this contains the details of the first record that's going to go into our table when we create it. So you can see here, let's just review the fields. We have the ticket number, we have the title. So this is really just a brief description of the problem. His printer is broken. We have the customer name, the location, the region, who that call's been assigned to in the team, who it's been opened by, so effectively who logged the call, the opened date, who it's been resolved by, the resolved date, the priority, the category, and then finally at the bottom, we have a description. So this is going to be our first record in our ticket table. So let's minimize this down and create our first table. Now, if we jump up to the Create tab at the top here, we have a group for tables. And we have two options here, Table and Table Design. And these differ very, very slightly. One of them automatically gives us an ID field and the other one doesn't. And we're going to be using both of these as we go through the course, so you can really see how they work and how they differ from the other. Now, in this first table, we're just going to use the table option, and this is a new blank table. Now, notice that this is the one that contains this ID field, and this is a unique identifier for each record that we add. Now, we don't have to populate this with any information. It will automatically update with a unique number as we start to add records in. Now, what we essentially want to do here is we want to set up the column headings first of all. So those would be things like the customer name, the ticket number, the title of the call. So to do this, we need to right-click on the tab and we need to switch views. Remember, we were speaking about views in an earlier lesson. Currently, we're in Datasheet view. We need to jump into Design view. Now, as soon as we try to do that, it's going to ask us to give our table a name because currently it's just called the very generic table 1. Now, when I'm naming my tables, when I'm working in Access, I like to have a standard naming convention. So I always put on the front of my tables TBL to distinguish them from other things like queries and reports. So I'm going to call this Table Ticket and click on OK. So you can see my table over in the navigation pane. And I'm now in Design View. And Design View basically has 3 columns: field name, data type, and description. Now, currently we have one field. This is automatically populated for us. This is the ID field, which will be assigned a unique number when we save the record. And currently it doesn't have a description. So let's add a quick description for this particular field. And remember, when I'm referring to fields, I basically mean columns. So my description is that this is the unique identifier for the ticket table. Now, another thing to note is that this ID field has a little key icon over on the left-hand side. And that means that this field is the primary key field. Now, I'm not going to get into this in too much detail because we do have another lesson dedicated to primary keys coming up very soon. But just be aware that that's what that key symbol is for the time being. So let's quickly refer back to our first ticket example. What is the first column heading or the first field? Well, it is ticket number. So in the field name underneath, I'm going to type in ticket underscore number. Now, every field that we add into our tables, we need to assign a data type. So you need to really look and think, okay, what type of data is going to go into this field or this column? Well, this is going to be a number. So if we click the drop down and notice here, the default is short text. That was something which we could see when we were in our access options. Now, this is going to be a number, so I'm going to change this data type to number. And then we're going to add a description, ticket number for this call. Now, every time we add a new field into our table, we can see the field properties in the lower part of the screen. So let's run through some of the most important field properties that you might want to review and change. So for this particular ticket number field, it says field size long integer. Now, this basically means that this is a very, very, very long number. Now, this isn't. In general, my ticket numbers are about 6 characters long, so I'm going to change this to integer. Now, these different field sizes here, you can look these up in the help files if you want a full description of what each one is, but a byte is a very small number, an integer is kind of the one that I use most often, and then we have long integer, so on and so forth. So I'm going to change this to integer. And then right towards the bottom where we have required, it's currently set to no. So what we're basically saying here is the ticket number required in order to save this record? Well, yes, it is. Every call has a ticket number. So I'm going to double click to change this to yes. We then need to decide if this field is indexed or not. And again, I'm not going to go into indexing too much in this particular lesson because we're going to do that in the next couple of lessons. But indexing is basically related to how we search for records in our database. Some fields you will index, some others you won't. But the way that I look at this is, would I ever want to search for a particular call by the ticket number? Well, yes, I would. So I'm going to double click to say indexed yes, duplicates okay. So now we have two columns or two records in our table. If we switch back to Datasheet view, so let's right click and change to Datasheet view, it's going to ask us to save the table. Let's click on yes, and we can see how that looks. So we now have effectively two columns in our table, one that's going to hold the ID number and then one that's going to hold the ticket number. Now we have a lot more fields to add, and we're going to start that in the next lesson, and we're also going to talk a little bit more about indexing and primary keys. So in the last lesson, we created our first table and we named it Table Ticket. And this table is going to hold all of the ticket details for our callers. And currently we have two fields or two columns in this table, ID and ticket number. Now, if we just switch back into design view again, remember I mentioned in the last lesson that the first field here, the ID field, has a little key symbol, which means it's the primary key field. And if you take a look at the table design ribbon, you can see primary key is selected in the tools group. Now the primary key field is the field we use to uniquely identify a record. For every record that we add, a new unique number will be assigned to the record, which makes it easy for Access to identify each record. And you'll see that when we start adding some ticket information, the ID field will automatically generate a unique number. And every table that we create must have a primary key field that contains unique values. And we'll talk more about that as we create more tables. So let's add another column. If we refer back to our ticket, the next column is for the title. So this is just a brief explanation of exactly what the problem is. So let's click in the next field. We'll type in title and press the tab key. Once again, it defaults to short text, which in this case is fine because this is a brief description. So let's add a description, brief description of the issue. Once again, I'm going to select this and take a look at the field properties because these field properties change depending on the data type that you've selected. Now this is a short text field and currently it's telling me the field size is 255 characters. So this means that the description that we type into this field cannot be longer than 255 characters. Now, I think that's a little bit too long. I'm going to decrease this down to, let's say, 70 characters. They shouldn't be typing in any more than that in this particular field. Let's go down and take a look at required. Is the title required for this ticket? Yes, it is. Let's double click to change that to yes. Are we going to allow zero length? So can the agent log in this ticket, basically type nothing into this field? Well, no. So we're going to change that to no. Is this field going to be indexed? So will we ever want to search on the title of a ticket? Well, yes, we could do. So let's double click to change that to yes, duplicates, okay. And there is our third record. Now, so far, all of the fields that we've added through design view. But it is worth noting that you can also add fields through Datasheet view. So let's right click and switch back to Datasheet view. Yes, I want to save my changes. Notice now I have 3 column headings, and if I want to add another one from this particular view, I have a click to add at the side here. So if we click the drop down, this is where we can choose our data type. So the next field that we want to add is the customer name. So this is going to be another short text field. So let's click the drop down and choose short text. We can now name this field like so. Now it's also worth noting whilst we're working in this view, we can also do some resizing of these columns while we're here. For example, I can just drag the boundary out to make the column a little bit wider. Let's make this title a little bit wider as well. Actually, ticket number probably can be a bit smaller. And I'm going to drag customer ID out as well. If I want to get very specific about the size of my columns, I can right click on any of the column headings and go to field width. And this is where I can choose a specific width. So maybe if I put 20 and click on OK, it's going to change it for that column only. I could also do the same for the actual row heights as well. So if I right click and go to row height, I could change this to 20 as well. Let's click on OK, and we get a slightly larger row. Now notice with the rows, it changes all of the row height as opposed to just one. Now I don't actually want this row height, so I'm going to change them all back. Let's right click, go into row height, and if we choose standard height, that will set them back to the default height. Now let's switch back to design view and add a couple more columns. In fact, I need to add a description for this customer field. So very straightforward, name of customer. Once again, I'm going to select this field and check out the field properties. So field size, well, I don't think anyone's going to have a name that's 255 characters long, so let's just change this to 50. Is the customer name required? Yes, it is. Are we going to allow 0 length? No, we're not. Is this going to be indexed? Yes, it is, because we might want to search on the customer name. Now let me just take a moment just to explain indexing in a little bit more detail. Now currently the database that we're building is very, very small, but over time this will grow, and it might be that you have a very large database that you're dealing with. And once we have a large database, they can become quite sluggish or slow when we're running searches. So to really help with this and optimize the database, we can use indexing. So if a field is indexed, for example, the customer field, if someone searches for a customer name, Access can go directly to the record it needs, as opposed to having to churn through hundreds and even thousands of records. And we don't need to apply indexing to all fields. For example, something like a description field where we have just a lot of text in a field, we generally wouldn't search on that, so we probably wouldn't index a long description field. However, for things like ticket number, title, customer, those are all things that we could search on, and we want to optimize that search as much as possible, and so we want to make sure those fields are indexed. Now the next field we need to add is the location of this customer, and I can see that currently he's located in London. Now we have customers all over the world throughout our global offices. So customers could call in from any of our global offices. So when I'm adding this location field, what I actually want to do is help the agents out a little bit and provide them with a drop-down list from which they can choose the location. And we can do this using something called the Lookup wizard. And that's exactly what we're going to do in the next lesson. So we have a few different fields added into our table currently. And the next field we need to add is the location field for this particular customer. And as I mentioned, I want our agents to be able to pick from a drop-down list when choosing their location, so they don't have to type it in each time. Drop-down lists also help protect the data because we're really controlling the data that's going into the field. So it means that we're not going to get agents making spelling mistakes, which is going to throw up incorrect search results when we're searching our database. So let's add in our next field and let's use the Lookup wizard. And there are really two different ways that you can create your drop-down lists, and we're going to look at both of those. So let's go to our next field and type in location. Press the tab key to move across to the data type field, and this time we want to go all the way down to the bottom and choose Lookup wizard. Now, if you've ever used wizards in other Microsoft applications, then you'll know that they're really useful because they really just walk you through the entire process. So let's read through what it says at the top. This wizard creates a lookup field which displays a list of values you can choose from. Sounds pretty good so far. How do you want your lookup field to get its values? So obviously we need values to go into our drop-down list. So where are we going to get those from? And we have two options. And this is the two different methods that I was just talking about. So the first option is I want the lookup field to get the values from another table or query. So we could have another table which holds all of the locations for our customers and just link to that table. And we're going to do that in the next example. The alternative is that we can simply type in the values that we want to show in that list. And this is what we're going to choose for this particular example. So let's click on Next to move to the next step. So now we can simply type in our values. So I'm going to click in the first field and let's type in London. And I'm going to press the down arrow to go to the field underneath, and I'm just going to type in a list of all of the different places where we have an office. And there we go. Let's click on Next. We're now being asked what label we'd like for our lookup field. And the default here is location based off of the field name. And I'm completely happy with that, so I'm going to leave it as it is. Do we want to limit the entries to just these choices? So I'm going to say limit to list because that means that people can't just start adding new entries themselves. And do you want to store multiple values for this lookup? So are we allowing our agents to select multiple locations from this drop-down list? Well, no, we're not. So I'm not going to check this box. Let's click on Finish. Let's give this field a description, location of customer, and let's check out the field settings for this field. So once again, the field size is set to 255 characters. Now, am I going to have a city name that's over that? No, probably not. Let's reduce that to 30. Is it required? Yes, it is. Are we going to allow 0 length? No, we're not. Is this going to be indexed? Yes, it is. Now notice that if you do set up a field with a data type of lookup, you get an additional lookup tab down in the field properties. So here we can see that the display control is a combo box, basically a drop-down list. The row source type is a value list as opposed to a table, and then we have the row source information. So these are the cities that I typed in. And you can probably see how easy it is to modify the values that you have in that lookup list. If I wanted to add another city, I could simply click at the end or click wherever I like, add a semicolon, and then just type in the new city in quote marks. What you can also see a bit further down are some of the options that we set when we were walking through that lookup wizard. For example, limit to list is set to yes, allow multiple values is set to no, allow value list edits is set to yes. So let's take a look at this drop-down list to make sure that it's working. I'm going to right click and switch back to Datasheet view. I'm going to save my table. And now we have this location just here. And take a look at that. We have a little drop down and there are those different locations. Now, one thing I'm going to do before we move on to the next lesson is I'm going to start adding in a couple of records. So if we refer back to our ticket example, this is the first lot of information that I'm going to add in for the current fields that we have. Now, one thing I can see that's going to cause a problem is the ticket number just here. If I remember correctly, when we were setting up this field, we set the data type to number and the field size to integer. Now this is a ticket number as opposed to an actual number value, but this is a number that Access would consider a reasonably long number. So if I try and add this number into the ticket number field, it's probably not going to let me. So what I'm going to do is I'm quickly going to switch back to Design View and select this field. And I'm going to change the field property from integer to long integer. And again, I just double clicked my mouse to do that. Remember, with these fields, you can double click to cycle through the options, or you can go all the way over to the right hand side and choose from the drop down just here. So let's go back to Datasheet view. Let's save the table, and I'm going to pull these up side by side, and let's start adding in this information. So the first ticket number is 45874. Let's add that in and press the tab key. Perfect. It's accepting that number. Title. Printer broken. The customer is Ben Lee and his location is London. Now you're also going to find another sample ticket in the course files folder for record number 2. And this is the ticket here. It's called ticket_example_deb_Ashby. So let's start typing in these details into the second record. So the ticket number is 65396. The title. Mouse stopped working. Let's press the tab key. The customer is Deb Ashby. And the location is Paris. So we can select from our drop-down list. Now notice as I'm adding these tickets, the ID field is being automatically populated with a number. And these are those numbers that are unique to the record. And it's these numbers that we use to identify records in Access. So you're never going to get an ID number that is the same as another. Even if we start deleting records and moving things around, it's never going to assign a number that it's already used. Even if the record has been deleted, whatever ID number was assigned to that record is effectively discarded. It won't use that number again for the next record. So sometimes in this ID field, you won't have them running perfectly in sequence, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, so on and so forth. If you've deleted records and things like that, you might have all different kinds of ID numbers in here. Just remember that they are all unique. Since the last lesson, I've gone in and added a couple more fields and set them to use the Lookup wizard. And I've added these fields in exactly the same way that we added location. So you can see the two new fields that I've added, assigned to and opened by. So the assigned to field is the name of the IT team member that the ticket is assigned to, and the opened by is the name of the help desk agent who logged the call. And if we right click and jump across to Datasheet view, if we take a look at assigned to, we've got some names in there, and then opened by, we have names in there as well. Now you will find a couple of files that contain these names if you want to use those in the course files folder. Alternatively, you can use your own test names for both of these fields. And here is an example of one of those files that you'll find in the course files folder. So this one is the help desk staff. You can see here we have them listed out in column A, and there's also another Excel spreadsheet in the course files folder called IT team staff. And you'll find another list similar to this in there that you can use to populate these drop-down menus. As I said, if you want to use your own, then that's absolutely fine. So let's just populate both of these fields. So for the ticket for Ben Lee, this is assigned to Julie Lewis. So we need to select Julie Lewis from the drop-down, and it was opened by Olivia Hudson. So let's select her from the drop-down as well. And for the other ticket, I can see that it's assigned to Max Harper, and this was also opened by Olivia. So let's update those details. Assigned to Max Harper, opened by Olivia Hudson. Now I'm going to switch back to Design View. Now so far the majority of fields that we've added into our table have been either short text field, and we have one number field in here. So let's take a look at some more options that we have when it comes to adding numeric fields. So the next field that we're going to add is opened date. Press the tab key. Now if we click the drop down here for the data type, we want to choose the date and time data type. Let's add a quick description. The date the ticket was opened by the agent. And if we take a look down at the field properties, because this is a different data type, we have different field properties. So the first one here is the format of the date that we want to use. So if we click the drop down, we can see the different formats that we can choose from. So I'm going to choose the medium date format. Required? Yes, it is. Indexed? Yes. Let's add another field. This time, resolved by, and our tickets are going to be resolved by members of the IT team. So once again, I'm going to add a lookup wizard. I'm going to type the values that I want. Let's click on next. And then I can type those in based off the information in the spreadsheet that's in the course files folder. So here is that spreadsheet, and I just want to put these names into column 1. There we go. Let's click on next. I'm happy with the label. Let's limit to list and click on finish. Final thing to do here is add a description. And the final field that we're going to add here in this lesson is the resolved date. Once again, we're going to choose date and time. Let's make sure that the format is medium date. Required, yes. Indexed, yes. And let's add a quick description. Now, what we're going to do here is we're going to add in some data validation. Because in Access, you can add in data validation rules to prevent certain information being input into the table. For example, maybe I want to make sure that the resolved date is not before the opened date. So in order to prevent an agent from entering in the incorrect date, I could add in some data validation. And I want this to apply across my whole database, not just the field. So I'm going to go up to Table Design and open up the Property sheet. There is a keyboard shortcut to open this of Alt-Enter. Now notice over here on the right hand side, this is the Property sheet. And this is where we can set up validation rules for our database. So where we have validation rule, I'm going to click in the field and then click these 3 dots. And this allows me to build my own data validation expression. And we can do this using fields that we already have in our table. Now, the fields that I need to use in this expression are the open date field and the resolve date field. But notice just below, when we have tool tickets selected, the fields aren't listed there. And that's because I haven't saved the last changes I made. So let's give our table a quick save. I'm going to right click on the table tab and just click the save button. If you get any messages pop up about data integrity rules, don't worry about these. Just click on cancel. And now when we go back in and jump into our expression builder, you should find that those fields update. So the data validation rule that we want to apply just here is that the resolved date, and we can just double click to select that field, must be greater than or equal to the opened date. Click on OK. So now if you take a look, we have that little formula in the validation rule field. What we can then do is add some validation text. So I'm going to say the resolve date must be after the opened date. And this is what the agent is going to see if they accidentally enter in a resolve date that is actually before the opened date. So let's close down the property sheet and let's test out this rule. So I'm going to switch back to Datasheet view. Let's save the table. Again, I'm going to say no. And now we can start entering in the information. So if we take a look at this ticket for Ben Lee, the open date is 3/5/2022. So we can use the calendar picker for this, or we can simply type it in. So I'm going to say 3/5/2022. Now I can see here that the call was resolved by Julie Lewis and the resolve date was 3/7/2022. So a couple of days after the ticket was opened, which should be absolutely fine. So let's make those changes. Resolved by Julie Lewis and the resolve date was 3/7/2022. And there we go. Perfect. Now let's do the next one, but let's put the opened date after the resolved date. So let's say that this was opened on the 5th of the 3rd, 2022. And let's say it was resolved by Max Harper. But this time I'm going to put a resolve date of the 4th of March, 2022 to put it before the open date. And check out what happens. That data validation rule is kicking in. And you can see here it comes up with the resolve date must be after the open date. So the agent immediately knows that they've made a mistake and they need to go back and review that field. So it looks like our data validation is working perfectly. So I'm going to change this to a few days after, and now everything is working. In this lesson, we're just going to finish up adding the final 3 fields to our table. And you can see here that the fields that we still need to add are the priority, the category, and the description. Now the priority is either going to be 1, 2, 3, or 4, and there might be some kind of SLA attached to those priorities where a priority 1 has to be fixed within 2 days, a priority 2 might be up to 4 days, so on and so forth. And for the categories, we're going to have 4 of those: hardware, software, new joiner, and service request. So let's add those into our table. So the first one here is priority. Now this is going to be either a number from 1 to 4. So we're going to choose number and the description. And we're going to change the field size to, let's change it to integer. Is it required? Yes, we need to assign a priority to every ticket. Is it going to be indexed? Well, yes, we might want to search on priority. Maybe we want to search for all the priority ones. So we're going to index the field. The next field is going to be the category. And for this one, we are going to do a lookup. So let's jump into the lookup wizard. I'm going to type the values. Let's click on next. And the values we want in here for the category are hardware. We want software, service request, and new joiner. Let's click on next. Let's limit to list and click on finish. Let's add a quick description and then we can review our field properties. So the field size, I don't want 255 characters. Let's keep that at 30. Is it required? Yes. Are we allowing 0 length? No, we're not. Is it going to be indexed? Yes, we might want to search by the category. And the final field to add in here is description. So this is where the agent can type in a longer description of the problem. So for this, we're going to use the long text data type. Let's type in a description for the description, and then finally, let's review the field properties. Now for this, is a description required? Yes, it is. Are we going to allow 0 length? No, we're not. Is this going to be indexed? Now this is one of those situations where we might not want to index this field. When it comes to long text fields where you could have multiple paragraphs of a description, in general, you're not really going to search on the description field. You're much more likely to use one of the other fields if you're searching for a ticket, so maybe the ticket number or the customer name or who it's been assigned to. So we're going to leave indexed on no for the description. So we are pretty much done. But one thing I am actually going to do here is I can see I've got a bit of an inconsistency. So separating ticket and number, I have an underscore, whereas everything else, I haven't got a space. So I'm just going to delete that out. Let's right click and switch to Datasheet view. Yes, I want to save the table. Remember, we can just ignore this. So let's say no. And now I'm going to go through and just complete the new fields for these two tickets. So for Ben Lee's call, the priority is 2, the category is hardware, and the printer stopped working 2 days ago after a paper jam is the description. So I'm actually just going to copy this to make it a bit easier. So priority is 2, the category is hardware, and the description, I'm going to click in the field, Control V to paste that in. What about for the second ticket? Let's take a look. Well, the priority here is priority 3. It's hardware again, and this is the description. So I'm just going to copy this. Let's go back. Priority 3, category is hardware. Click in the description, Control V to paste. So I pretty much have all of the fields in my table that I want to add at this stage. We are going to create some other tables in a couple of lessons' time, but really the first thing I want to do is populate more records into this table, because currently we only have 2, and that's not really enough to work with throughout the balance of this course. So in the next lesson, I'm going to show you a quick way to import multiple records from an Excel spreadsheet so that we have some data to work with. It's time now to complete exercise 3. And in this exercise, we're going to practice some of the skills that we've learned in this section of the course. So the first thing I'd like you to do is just to create a new blank database. And I'd like you to name that database Customer Orders. Now, when we create that database, it's automatically going to create us a brand new table. So I'd like you to add the following fields into that table: order ID, order date, customer name, product, quantity, price per unit, and total. I'd like you to use the data type and the description listed in this table just here, and make sure you set the properties as required. Once you've created that table, I'd like you to set the ID field as the primary key. Make sure you save the table and name the table Table Orders. Now, once we have that table, we need to populate it with some information. So I'd like you to download the file orders.xlsx, which you'll find in the exercise files folder, and just add the details manually for the first 3 customers in that spreadsheet. Once you have those 3 customers in the table, I'd then like you to go in and add another field and create a lookup. So the field name is going to be called Payment Method, and the data type is going to be Lookup Wizard. I'd like you to type your own list of values and use the following items as those values: credit, debit, and voucher. And don't forget to limit to list. Add a description for the field, type of method used for payment, and make sure that you set the field properties as specified in point 9. Then we're going to add the final field to the table, the shipping charge. The data type for this one is going to be currency. We need to add our description and also our properties. And then what I'd like you to do is to create a data validation rule on the quantity field that ensures agents cannot enter a quantity greater than 10. And I'd like you to make sure that there is also a validation message: quantity must not exceed 10 items per customer. So quite a bit to do there. See how you get on. If you'd like to see my answer, then please keep watching. So the first thing I asked you to do here was simply to create a new blank database. Select a location to save the database and then give your database a name. So we're going to call as customer orders and click on OK. Let's click on create. And as I mentioned, when you first create a new database, it's going to automatically create a new table for you. So we're going to switch across to design view. Let's make sure we give our table a name. This is going to hold our order information. So we're going to call it Toolbar orders and click on OK. So now we need to add our fields. Now the ID field has been automatically populated. So let's just give it a description. And now we can add in those other fields. So now that we have all of those fields added in and we've set the field properties, the final thing to check here is to make sure that the ID field is set as the primary key, which I can see that it is. Let's right click and save our table. So now we have our table, but currently we don't have any information in the table. So the next part of this exercise was to download the Excel file orders.xlsx from the exercise files folder and add in the details for the first 3 customers in that spreadsheet. So now I have those first 3 records in the table. Let's give it a save. And the next thing I asked you to do was to add another field for the payment method. And for this, we're going to use a lookup. So let's type in payment method. And our data type is going to be lookup wizard. Now I asked you to type in your own values. So let's select the second option and click on next. And the payment method is going to be either credit, debit, or voucher. Let's click on next. We're going to limit to list and click on finish. Let's add a description for this field. Once again, we're going to check our field properties. So let's set this to, let's say 50. Required, yes. 0 length, no. Indexed, yes. And then we have one more field to add, and that is the shipping charge. This one is a currency field, and let's add a description. Let's just take a look at our field properties. So required, yes. Indexed, yes. So let's give our table a save, because the next thing I asked you to do was to add a data validation rule to the quantity field. And the data validation that we want to set up here is that the quantity has to be less than 10. So in the validation rule area here, we're going to say less than 10. And we're going to add some validation text. So if an agent enters in a quantity that is greater than 10, they're going to get this message pop up. Let's give our table a save one more time. So if we now go back to the datasheet view, let's quickly test our rule. So I'm just going to change the quantity of this first one to 11. And I'm getting my little data validation text pop up so I can see that this is working fine. And that's it. That is all I needed you to do for this particular exercise. I hope you got on okay with that, and I will see you in the next section. In this lesson, we're going to see how easy it is to import multiple records in bulk from an Excel spreadsheet. Because currently in our Access table, we only have 2 records for 2 customers, and we need quite a bit more data to work with throughout the balance of this course. So instead of going through and adding all of these records manually, which is going to take a lot of time, I'm just going to import them all in one go. And this might be something that you find yourself needing to do from time to time. So let's take a look at how it works. Now, the most important thing that you need to remember is that the column headings in your Excel spreadsheet must exactly match the field headings that you have in your Access table. If they don't exactly match, then Access isn't going to know how to map the data across. So it's always worth checking that these column headings in Excel do exactly match your Access fields. Once you're happy with that, let's give the spreadsheet a save, close it down, and jump back to our Access table. Now, in order to import, we need to do this from the External Data tab. And check out the first group here, Import and Link. This is where we can come to import data from multiple different sources, not just Excel. And we're going to see in the next lesson how we can do pretty much exactly the same thing using a text file instead. So if we go to From File, this is where we're going to find the option to import from Excel, but we can also import from an HTML document, an XML file, or a text file. We can import from other database applications. So maybe I have information stored in another Access database. I can import from there, or maybe from an SQL server. I can even import from online services, so things like SharePoint list information I can import, and then we have other sources. We can create connections, we can create ODBC connections, and even import information from an Outlook folder. Now for us, we have our information stored in an Excel file, so we're going to choose From File and Excel. So this opens up the import wizard. Now the first thing we need to do is specify where our file is stored. So this is fairly straightforward. Let's click on Browse. So I'm in the Course Files folder, and there is the file ticketinfo.import.xlsx. Once again, you will find this file in the Course Files folder. So wherever you download it to is going to be the location that you select it from. So let's click on Open. Now we need to specify how and where we want to import this data. And we have 3 different options. So the first one, import the source data into a new table in the current database. So if I wanted to import all of those records into a brand new table in Access, so not into Tubble Ticket, then I would choose that first option. If I want to append these records onto the bottom of an existing table, I would choose the second option, and that is the one that we're going to use. The final option allows us to link to the data source by creating a linked table. And we're going to talk more about linked tables a little bit later on. So we're going to choose the second option. We want to append these records to, we only have one table, Tubble Ticket. Let's click on OK. Now, you're probably going to get this message. The table you're trying to append to is currently open and must be closed before proceeding. Do you want to save the changes and close the table? Well, yes, I do. So now we can see in the Import Spreadsheet wizard a preview of our data. So I can scroll through and take a look at this just to make sure that everything is in order. We can use the horizontal scroll arrow to scroll across and check to make sure everything is looking fine, which it is. So let's click on Next. We're importing to Tubble Ticket. Let's click on Finish. And then at the final stage, we get the option to save these import steps. So if you find that you're always importing data from Excel, you could choose to save all of the steps that we've just been through, so that the next time you do this, it's going to jump you straight to this part of the wizard, saving you a few minutes of your time. Now, we're not going to save the import steps, and we're not even going to import our data from this Excel file. Because what I want to do is actually import the data in the next lesson, where we do pretty much exactly the same thing, but using a text file instead. Just know that if you were to click Close, all of those records are going to import into Tubble Ticket. And you're going to see the outcome of this in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to see how we can do exactly the same thing, but this time using a text file. So I basically have all of the same information contained in the Excel spreadsheet that we used in the previous lesson in a text file instead. And the thing with text files is that they kind of look very jumbled. But the important thing to note here is that each of the fields is separated with a delimiter. And that delimiter in this case is a tab. So if you take a look at the heading row, you can see ticket number, then we have a tab, title, then a smaller tab, customer tab, so on and so forth. Remember, tabs in Notepad files aren't always even, so we don't have the same amount of gap in between each field. It really depends on the length of the item in that particular column, let's say. And this is why it has this kind of jumbled look, because nothing is lined up. And this is important information that we need to know if we're trying to import records from a text file. Now this time we are going to finish off the process and import these files in. So let's close this file down and let's run through the process. Now importing a text file is fairly similar to importing an Excel file. We go up to the External Data tab, into New Data Source, from File, but this time we're going to choose Text File. Now we get the same wizard pop up. So we just need to browse to where our file is located. There it is just there, ticketinfo import.txt, and click on Open. Once again, we're going to append the records to Table Ticket, which is our only table at the moment, and click on OK. We're going to save the changes and close our table. And now you can see a preview of all of the data from that text file. So this is where it differs from the Excel import, because what we need to do here is we need to tell Access where our columns are separated. And we can do that using the delimiter, which is that tab separator. So right at the top, I have delimited selected by default. And you can see here it says characters such as a comma or a tab separate each field, which is perfect. So let's click on Next. So now we get to choose the delimiter that separates our fields, and the default is tab, and that is the one that we're actually using in our text file. However, if our fields were separated with a semicolon or a space or something else entirely, we could also specify that up here as well. One important thing, make sure that you define that the first row contains your field names. Let's click on Next. We're importing to Table Ticket, and let's click on Finish. Once again, we get the option to save our import step. So if we plan to do this multiple times, this is a good option to choose because it's going to jump us straight to this end stage and save all of our previous settings that we just applied. I'm not going to do this because we're only importing this once in this course. So let's click on Close. And it pretty much looks like nothing has happened. So let's reopen Table Ticket and see if our records are there. Double click to reopen and check it out. How lovely does that look? So now we have a lot more data to work with. And what I might want to do is just go in here and maybe do some rearranging. So maybe I want to make these columns a little bit wider so I can see the full title. Maybe I want to make the priority slightly smaller, so on and so forth. I could go through, but in general, I like to organize my columns so that I can pretty much see all of my data on one page without having to scroll horizontally. Now that won't always be possible, but if you can, it's definitely worthwhile. So now that we have some records to play around with, it's time to move on to the next lesson where we're going to speak a little bit more about Datasheet View. It's time now for us to complete exercise 4. And in this exercise, we're going to practice some of the skills that we've learned in this section of the course. So I'd like you to import all of the records from the Excel file orders.xlsx. And once again, you'll find this in the exercise files folder. And I'd like you to import them into Table Orders in Access. When you import, ensure that you append the records to the correct table and you don't need to save the import steps. Once you've completed the import, just double click by opening the table to make sure that all of those records have imported successfully. So that is it. Give it a go. If you'd like to see my answer, then please keep watching. So let's import our order records from an Excel file. I've closed down all of my tables. Let's jump up to External Data, New Data Source, From File, and Excel. Let's browse to where we have our Excel file saved. There it is just there. It's called Orders. Let's click on Open, and we want to make sure we append a copy to Table Orders. Let's click on OK. So now we get a preview of what our data is going to look like. That looks pretty good. Let's work through the wizard. We're going to import to Table Orders. Remember, when you import, it looks like it's done nothing. So let's double click to open Table Orders, and there are our imported records. In this lesson of the course, I just want to speak a little bit more about making design changes when you're working in Datasheet View. So I'm currently in Datasheet View. Remember, this is what Datasheet View looks like. If we right click and switch to Design View, that is where we have our fields. Now, Design View is really where we design how our table is going to look and the field headings that we have. But we can also make design changes when we're working in Datasheet View. Now, we don't have as many changes that we can make from here, but there's definitely a few things that we can do. Now, the first thing to notice is that when we're working in Datasheet View, we get two new contextual ribbons, Table Fields and Table. And these contain options that will allow us to make minor design changes to our table. Now, the Table tab, pretty much everything on here apart from relationships is outside the scope of this beginner's course. So we're going to shift our focus to the Table Fields tab. So let's work our way along and see the types of things that we can do from here. Now, if we start with the first group, we have the Views group. This is pretty self-explanatory. We can switch between Datasheet View and Design View from here. The next group, Add and Delete, allows us to quickly add new fields into our table. Now, we briefly saw previously how we can add new fields into our table from Datasheet View. If you cast your eyes all the way over to the right hand side, you can see here, click to add. We did this previously. We can click the drop down and then we can choose a data type for this particular field. Now, the disadvantage of this is that we can only add fields onto the end if we use this method. We can't add them sort of somewhere in the middle. For example, maybe I wanted a new column in between location and assigned to. Using this method, that isn't possible. But this is where the Add and Delete group comes in on the Table Fields ribbon. So if I wanted to add a new field in the middle of my table, I just need to select the column, and then maybe I want to add a new short text field. I can click short text and it's going to add it to the right of the column that I have selected. I can then simply go in and just overtype field 2, which is the generic standard default name, with whatever I want this column to be called. So I'm just going to call this test for the time being. Now, I don't want this column or the one that we've added on the end, so this brings me on to my next point, and that is deleting fields. We can do that from Datasheet View as well. I just need to select the column, and then in the Add and Delete group, we have a big old delete button. I'm going to say yes to permanently delete it, and then I can scroll to the end where we have this field 1, and I'm also going to delete that. Now, the next group is the Properties group. And you'll notice that some of these, about half of them in this case, are grayed out. Now, this is where we can come to set some basic field properties. So if you remember, every time we added a field in Design View, we would modify those field properties in the lower half of the screen. So things like the field size, if the field is indexed, if it's required, all of those types of things. And we have minimal access to do that from Datasheet View as well. So if I click in one of these fields, let's click in the title field. This is a short text field. And I can see that in the formatting group, it's telling me short text. If I was to click in, let's say, the open date field, it's telling me that the data type is date time. Now let's go back to the short text field, the title. You can see here the options that are available to me for modification. For example, I could click on Name and Caption, and that's going to allow me to change the title of this field, add a caption, and also change the description. I could click on Default Value, and this will allow me to build an expression. I could change the field size, so maybe I decide that I want to increase this to 100 characters. I can change that from there. But notice that Modify Lookups and these other settings are grayed out. If I click in the Open Date field, I get a different set of options. So this time I can't modify the field size, but I can modify the name and caption and the default value. I can even change the format that we chose. If you remember, we chose that medium date format. And in the field validation group at the end, this is showing me if this field is required and if it's indexed. Now let's click in a field where we have a lookup. So if we click in assigned to, this is where we have a drop-down list to choose from. Now I get more options activated in the properties group. So I can now jump in and modify the lookups. So if I wanted to add more names to the bottom of this list, or maybe remove somebody if they move out of the department, for example, I can do that from here as well. What about if I click in a field which has a data validation rule? So let's click in the Resolved Date field. Now in the field validation group, I have a validation dropdown, and I can see here that I have a validation rule and a validation message applied because those icons have a grey background. If I want to see the validation rule, I can open it up, and there is my formula. The resolved date must be greater than or equal to the open date. So I could change that expression from Datasheet View as well. If I want to modify the validation message, I can click on that and I can make my changes in here. So those are the design modifications that you can make when you're working in Datasheet View. Not quite as comprehensive as Design View, but just be aware that you do have certain options. If you're familiar with sorting and filtering in an application like Excel, then you're going to find sorting and filtering in Access really straightforward because the functionality is very similar to Excel. So let's start out by talking about filtering. Now, if you're not sure what I mean by filtering, filtering allows us to really zone in on the information that's of most interest to us at any given time. For example, maybe I only want to see records that are of a certain priority, priority 1. I could use a filter to filter out all of the other records and just see the priority 1 records. And there are a couple of ways that we can filter records in a table. So if I'm going to filter on the priority column, I'm going to make sure I select it. And then on the Home tab in the Sort and Filter group, I have a filter option just here. So let's click on Filter. It's going to pop open this little floating window and it's going to show me all of the values that I have in this column. So if I only want to see priority 1 tickets, I can deselect everything and just choose priority 1, click on OK, and it's going to filter that list. So now I can really zone in on those tickets of the highest priority. Now, one other thing to know is that when you have a filter applied, like I do here, if you cast your eyes down to the bottom of the screen, you can see that we have this little filtered notification just here. And this is basically a toggle, so I can click it to unfilter the list and put it back, click it again, and it's going to apply that same filter. And we also have this toggle in the Sort and Filter group. You can see here, toggle filter. Click once, it's going to put everything back. Click it again, it's going to rerun that filter. Now, the other method that we can use to filter our data is we can hover our mouse over this little filter icon in the column. So if I click this, I'm going to get the same thing. And this time, maybe I'm interested in priority 4 calls. Click on OK, and it's going to filter that list. If I want to clear the filter as opposed to toggle it, I can click the drop down again, and we have clear filter from priority. And we can also combine and use multiple filters at the same time. So maybe I'm only interested in seeing customers located in, let's say, London, who have logged a call in the category service request. Click on OK, and there we go, we have 1 record. If I want to put this back to how it was, I'm going to click on Toggle Filter, and everything's back to how it was originally. Now, something else we can do with filters is that we can use text and number filters. If I click the drop down underneath Customer and choose Text Filters, I then get some additional options. So maybe I want to filter for all customers that have WA in their name. So I'm going to go for contains, and I'm going to say asterisk WA asterisk and click on OK. And check it out. It's returned Blanca Watts, John Walton, and Carlos Wagner. So don't forget about those little text filters that you have in there as well. Let's clear the filter from the customer. We have a similar thing when we have numbers or dates in our columns. So if I click on the drop down next to Open Date, I have some date filters in here. So I can choose to filter for tickets that were opened yesterday, tickets that were opened last week or last month or last quarter or last year. So I'm going to go for last quarter, and there you go, there is the list of tickets. Click again to clear that date filter. If I go to a field that contains numbers, let's click. This time we get number filters. So there's the 3 different ones there: text filters, date filters, and number filters. So maybe I want to filter for all calls that have a priority between 1 and 3. Click on OK, and there we go. I pretty much get all of the calls except the priority 4 calls. Click again to clear the filter. So now that we understand filtering, let's talk about sorting. Once again, there are a couple of different ways that we can sort our records. So if we take a look on the Home tab in the Sort and Filter group, we can choose to sort in ascending or descending order, depending on the column that we're currently clicked on. So maybe I want to sort all of my calls by the date they were opened in ascending order. I can click in that column, click on ascending, and I think they already were in ascending, to be fair. Let's change it to descending to switch that around. So very simple, ascending or descending. Maybe I want to sort them alphabetically by the customer name. So if I click ascending there, it's going to sort those records. If I want to remove the sort, I have a button just here to remove sort, and it's going to put everything back to how it was originally. We also have these same sort options. If we click the drop-down arrow, we have sort A to Z and sort Z to A. Now, one point about sorting that is worth noting, if you do have a column that contains both numerical values and text. And an example that springs to mind would be maybe if you have a database that houses movie names. Maybe you have a movies database. And one of your movies is 10 Things I Hate About You. Because it starts with 10, Access considers it to be a numerical value. And anything that has both numbers and text, if you apply a sort, the numbers are going to be at the top of the list. So just be aware of that if that situation arises on your data. In the final lesson of this section, we're just going to focus in a little bit more on how we can enter and modify data when we're working in Datasheet view. Now, I already mentioned in previous lessons how we can change the layout of the information that we're seeing when we're working in Datasheet view. For example, if we want to resize these columns, we can drag the boundaries. Alternatively, we can right-click on the column heading and we can change the field width this way. So we can be very specific, or if we just want to revert to the default, we can choose standard width, click on OK, and it's going to change it to the default width for this column. Now that's a bit too skinny for me. I'm going to drag it out to resize that. We also saw how we can do the same for rows, so we can drag these up and down. But remember, for rows, when we change the row height, it's going to change for all of the rows. If we want to get back to how they were before, we can right-click and go to row height and choose standard height, click on OK to put things back. So really nice and simple. Now, what about if we want to move columns around? So maybe I decide that I want the priority column to be in between the customer name and the location. Well, this is simply a case of dragging and dropping. So I can pick up the column, I can drag it to where I want it, and you can see where that black line is where it's going to be placed when I let go of my mouse. Now, the good thing about this is that even if we rearrange the columns in Datasheet view, if we switch back to design view, the column order isn't going to change. So the underlying data, the underlying structure doesn't change. We're really just changing the way that we're viewing our columns. Now, I don't actually want this column just there, so I'm going to move that back to where it was. And I think it was just there. Now, something else you might want to do is you might want to hide columns. And hiding columns can be quite useful if you're not interested in certain columns of information, particularly if you have a lot of columns and you find yourself having to scroll backwards and forwards. You can hide the columns that you're not interested in and just see a smaller view of the columns that you want. So maybe I'm not interested in the ticket number. What I could do here is right-click, and you can see I have an option to hide fields. So if I click this, it's going to hide it. If I want to bring that back, I can simply right-click on any of the column headings and choose Unhide Fields. It's then going to ask me which columns do you want to unhide. Now, because I've only hidden one, it's the only one that isn't selected. So I can click, close, and that column is back again. Now, what about when we want to make changes to records when we're working in Datasheet view? Now, there's a couple of important points to be aware of here. If I'm clicked in ticket number and I press the tab key to move across to the title, notice that by default, the entire title is highlighted in black. And that means if I start to type now, it's basically going to overtype everything that I have in there. So it's going to delete mouse stopped working. Now, if you don't want to do that, maybe you just want to change a word, or maybe you want to append onto the end, you need to make sure that you click in the cell and you can see your cursor. You don't want that text to be highlighted in black because you're going to over type. So maybe I want to change this to, let's say, mouse replacement. Like so. And we can just carry on tabbing through our fields. If you want to move down to the next record, we can use our arrow keys just to do that. And we can use our arrow keys to move up and down and across. Now, when we are editing a field, so let's just double click in Restore File Request. If I start to type something, notice that I get a little pencil icon over on the left-hand side. And that really just tells me that I'm currently editing that field. Now, what about if we want to add some more records to this list? Well, there's a couple of ways that we can do this. Right at the bottom, we have a new area, and we can simply start typing in our record information. But we can also add new records in a different part of the screen as well. If you cast your eyes all the way down to the bottom, we have this little area that's referred to as the record selector. And there's numerous different things that we can do in here. So if I click at the top in record number 1, I can scroll through my records that way. So notice it's currently telling me I'm clicked in record 1 of 23. If I click somewhere else, I'm now clicked in record 8 of 23. And if I want to move through my records, I can use this next record button and it's going to move me through. I can go back, I can jump to the last record, or I can jump to the first record in the list. And if I want to add a brand new record, I have a new blank record button just here. It's going to add a new one onto the bottom, and I can simply start typing to add that information in. It's now time to do exercise 5, where we're going to practice some of the skills that we've learned in this section of the course. So the first thing I'd like you to do is just simply open up Table Orders and just practice switching between views. And remember, there are a few different methods that we can use to switch between those different views. I'd then like you to switch into Datasheet view and just make sure you're familiar with the Table Fields ribbon. Remember, we can use that ribbon in Datasheet view to adjust those field properties. I'd then like you to sort the records in Table Orders A to Z by the customer name. I'd then like you to practice applying filters. So filter the records in Table Orders to show all orders made by a customer with the last name Nash. I'd then like you to remove the filter. So that's it for this exercise. Give it a go. If you'd like to see my answer, then please keep watching. So the first thing I asked you to do in this exercise is open up Table Orders and practice switching between different views. Now remember, we can switch between different views simply by right-clicking on the tab, and we can switch into Design View or Datasheet View. Now remember that the options that you see in here, or the different views, will vary depending on if you have a table open, a form, a report, so on and so forth. Another way we can switch views is on the Home tab in the Views group just here. So once again, we can switch between Design View and Datasheet View. And finally, right down in the bottom right-hand corner, we have two small icons, and these also allow us to switch between Datasheet View and Design View. Now, if we switch back to Datasheet View for 1 second, the next thing I asked you to do was really just to familiarize yourself with the options that we have on the Table Fields ribbon. Remember, this is where we can come to adjust our field properties. We don't necessarily have to be in Design View. So from this ribbon, we can adjust our views. We can add new columns and select the relevant data type. We can modify the properties for each of our fields. We can apply formatting and also data validation. So just make sure you're aware of all of these different options on this ribbon. The next thing I asked you to do was to sort this table by customer name A to Z. So I'm going to click in the customer name column. Let's go to Home, and in the Sort and Filter group we have A to Z or Z to A. So let's choose A to Z, and it's going to sort all of my records for me. I then asked you to practice applying filters to your data. And once again, in the Sort and Filter group, we have a filter option just here, and I asked you to look for all of the customers with the last name of Nash. So for this, we're going to go down to Text Filters, and because this is a last name, I could choose Contains, that would work, or I could do Ends With. So let's type in Ends With Nash, click on OK, and now you can see it's producing a result of 3 records. Remember, this filter is a toggle, so we can click Toggle Filter to put everything back, Toggle Filter to run that same filter again. If we want to clear the filter, we can click the drop down on the filtered column and choose Clear Filter from Customer Name. In this section of the course, we're going to shift our focus and start talking about relationships. Because relationships are one of the fundamental concepts that you need to get your head around when you're working with tables in Access. Now, relationships are really about linking different tables together. So currently at the moment, we only have one table in our database, but that's going to change in a moment. We're going to add some more tables. I'm going to show you how to link them together and why you might want to do that. So let's take a look at that latter point first of all, and talk a little bit about exactly what a relationship is. Now, for example, I've got two separate tables just here. Let's say that the one on the left is the ticket table and the one on the right is the address table. Now, these two tables are individual tables that are not linked together in any way, shape or form at the moment. Now, let's say that the table on the left is the main table in our database. And in the real world, this would have a lot more columns than just 3. Now, I have the customer information in that table on the left. And maybe once I've built my database, I want to be able to interrogate and maybe run queries and reports that utilize the customer's address. But currently, I don't have that addressing information within that main table. I do, however, have the address information in a completely separate table that we can see on the right-hand side. But because these two tables aren't linked, they don't interact with each other. So currently, if I was to search for the customer and I wanted to see the address information, it's not going to be able to find that because the database doesn't really know that these two tables are linked together. So the way that we would link these two tables is by using the common field. And you can see the common field here is highlighted. It is the customer field. So I can link the table on the left to the table on the right using the customer field in both because it's common between the two tables. Once we've done that, we then have that link and it means that we can access the address information in the other table. Now, what if we have a slightly different situation? Maybe we have two tables, but they don't have a common field. So once again, I have my table on the left, which has ID, ticket number, and customer. We have address information in the table on the right, but there's no field that they both share to link these together. So how would we get around that? Well, this is where we would create ourselves a link table. And a link table is a table that kind of sits in between and contains a field from one table and a field from another. And we can then use that link table to bring those tables together. So you can see that example here. The link table in the middle has two fields. It has customer and it has address. And we have the customer field in the ticket table and the address field in the address table. So using that link table in the middle, we can link both of these tables together. And that's basically how relationships work in Access. And we're going to be exploring the different options we have, not only for linking tables together, but also creating link tables to link together two tables that don't share a common field. So I hope that makes things a little clearer. I will see you in the next lesson. So now we understand how relationships work, it's time to put that knowledge into action. Now, currently, we've been working basically in one table, that is Tubble Ticket. And we have quite a few columns in this table, but maybe I want to create another table that houses some additional information. So something that I don't really have in this table currently is a status field that indicates if this call is active, if it's on hold, or if it's closed. So what we're going to do is we're going to create another table that holds all of these different statuses. So let's go up to the Create tab. We're going to go to Tables and we're going to choose Table Design. Now remember, when you choose Table Design, you don't get an ID field. That's okay in this case. We're just going to have one field and it's going to be called Status. The data type is going to be short text, and if we take a look at the field properties, I'm going to take this down to 50. is it required? Let's say yes. Are we going to allow zero length? No. Is this indexed? Well, yes, I could very well search on all calls that are closed, for example. Now, the final thing we need to do here is we need to set this field as the primary key field. Because it's the only field that we have in the table, we don't have much of a choice. So let's select it. And just above on the table design ribbon, we're going to click primary key. So now that we've done that, let's right click and switch into Datasheet view. We're going to be asked to save our table, which is fine. And we're going to call this tuple status and click on OK. So now I have my table. It's a very small table. It just has one column, one field called status. So now I can add into this table the different statuses that a call might have. So a call might be active. It might be on hold. It might be resolved, or it might be closed. So now we have two active tables. Now I'm going to close down both of these and we're going to jump across and take a look at the table relationships. So to do this, we jump up to Database Tools, we have a Relationships group, and we can jump into the Relationships window. Now currently this is empty, but if we cast our eyes over to the right hand side, notice we have an Add Tables pane. And just below, I can see both of my tables. So I'm going to select both of them, and we can hold down Control to select more than one and click on Add Selected Tables. And this adds the tables to the main window. We can drag and drop them if we need to reorganize them. We can also resize them if we want to see all of the fields. We can drag that down, and we can really place these and give ourselves a bit more of an idea as to how these tables relate to one another. Now, currently, these tables are not related at all. So if I wanted to run a query or search for a call by its status, I couldn't currently do that because our status table isn't related or linked to anything in our main table. And just so you know, there is some database terminology for these different tables. The main table, which is normally the biggest table that has the majority of your fields in it, so for me that's tuple ticket, this is your fact table. And all of the smaller tables that hold additional information, these are called dimension tables. Now somehow I need to link tuple ticket to tuple status. And if you recall in the previous lesson, we were talking about linking tables using common fields. And these two tables don't have a common field because we don't have a status field in the ticket table. So we're going to need to create ourselves another table. It's going to be a link table that contains a field from tuple ticket and a field from tuple status. And then we're going to be able to link these tables together. And that is exactly what we're going to do in the next lesson. In the last lesson, we created ourselves a small second table and called it tuple status. And this table basically holds ticket status information. So whether that ticket is active, on hold, resolved, or closed. And we mentioned that currently tuple status isn't linked to tuple ticket in any way. And we can't simply link them together because the two tables don't have a common field. So this is where we need to create ourselves a link table. So we're going to close down the relationships window. I'm going to say yes to save the changes. Let's jump up to create, and this time we're going to select table because I do want an ID field this time. Now we're going to switch straight into design view, and it's asking me to save my table. Now this is going to be our link table that basically links the ticket table and the status table. So the name I'm going to give it is tuple ticket status. And let's click on OK. So the first field is the unique ID for this specific table. So this is the unique ID for the table ticket status. So I'm going to leave this on auto number. Let's give it a description. Unique ID, primary key of this table. Now the next two fields that we add are basically going to be a field from the ticket table and a field from the status table. And the field I'm going to use from the ticket table, if we double click to open it up, is this ID field just here. Remember, this is a unique field and it identifies each record in the table. Now, I can't go back and call this ID because we already have an ID field in this particular table. So I'm going to call this ticket ID. And the ticket ID is a number, effectively. Let's give it a description. Unique ID, primary key of the ticket table. Now I need to adjust the properties here. So field size, we've got long integer, and I'm going to leave it on that because ticket numbers can get quite long. Is it required? Let's say yes. Is it indexed? Yes. And then the final field that we're going to add to this table is the only field that we have in the status table, which is the status field. Now this is a short text field, and this is unique ID, the primary key of the status table. So let's modify the field properties. I'm going to take this down to 50. Yes, it's required. We're not going to allow 0 length, and yes, it's indexed. So now if we right click and switch to Datasheet view, we can see those 3 new columns that we have in there. So now we have our 3 tables, we need to link them together. So let's close this table down and go back to our relationships window. If you recall, we added these 2 tables last time, but now we have an additional table that we need to add. So let's jump over to the right hand side. We're going to select Table Ticket Status and add selected tables. And the way that I like to position these is I like to have my link table in the middle so that it's really clear. So I'm going to position mine like that. So now we can start to link the tables together by their common fields. So the first thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to link Table Ticket to Table Ticket Status. And the field we're going to use to link is the ID field in Table Ticket because that's a unique field, and we're going to link it to the ticket ID. If you recall, the ticket ID field in Table Ticket Status is actually the ID field from Table Ticket. We just couldn't call it ID because we already had the ID field in this table. So we're going to click on the field, and to link, we just simply drag and drop it onto the field that we want to link it to. Now it's going to pop open this Edit Relationships window, and you just want to double check to make sure that you're linking between the correct tables and fields. So I can see here I'm linking the ID field in Table Ticket to the ticket ID field in Table Ticket Status. And this is a one-to-many relationship, which basically means in this scenario where we're linking to Table Ticket Status is that one ID could have many different statuses. The other thing we do want to make sure we do here is enforce referential integrity. And what that basically means is that if we were to, for example, delete a record that's linked to many other records, it will delete all of the linked records as well so that we don't have any orphaned links. So I'm happy with those settings. Let's click on Create. And you can see it creates a link between these 2 tables using those 2 fields. We have a 1 at one end and the infinity symbol at the other. And this really represents the one-to-many link that we have in here. If you want to go back in and make any changes, you can simply double-click on that line to reopen that Edit Relationships window. So now we just want to do exactly the same thing, but this time we're going to link the status field in Table Status to the status field in Table Ticket Status. So we're going to do the same thing. We're going to drag the fields and drop. Once again, we want to check to make sure we have the correct fields link. It's a one-to-many relationship. We want to enforce referential integrity and click on Create. So now we have those tables linked together via a link table that uses a field from each in the middle. So following on from the last lesson where we created ourselves a link table, we're going to create another table to hold some more information and another link table, just so you can see how this works when you have multiple different tables. So let's take a look at Table Ticket. I'm just going to open it up. Now, notice that one of the columns of information that we have in our main fact table is the location. Now maybe I want a separate table that houses the region information, so basically which continent these different cities are located in. So we're going to create another table, we're going to call it region, and then we're going to link it to our main fact table using a link table again. So let's close both of these windows down. We're going to jump up to create, and we're going to choose table design first of all, because this is going to be our region table. And much like the last one, it's only going to have one field, and that field is called region. The data type is going to be short text. This is the primary key field of this table, and let's give it a description. Now I'm going to change the field size, so let's make this 70. Is it required? Yes. Allow zero length? No. Is it indexed? Yes. Now, when I try and switch to Datasheet view, it's going to ask me to save the table, and we're going to call this Table Region, and click on OK. So now I can add the different regions in. And you will find a file called region.xlsx in the course files folder so that you know what to type in. And there we go. I'm going to click on save just to save this table, and I'm going to close this table down, and we're going to jump back into our relationships window. Once again, we need to add our new table from the Add Tables window on the right hand side. So let's select Table Region and add selected tables. Now, once again, this is just kind of out there all on its own. It's not currently linked to anything. Remember, these are our dimension tables that we're linking to our main fact table. Now, do I have a common field between Table Ticket and Table Region? Well, no, I don't. So once again, I need to create a link table, much like we did previously, in order to be able to link this all together. So let's close down relationships. I'm going to save the layout, and we're going to create ourselves a new table. Now let's switch into design view, and this one we're going to call Table Ticket Region, because we're linking the ticket table and the region table. Once again, we have our primary key, our unique ID for this specific table. So let's give it a description. Our next field again is going to be ticket ID, exactly the same as what it was in our last link table. This is a number, and this is the unique ID of the ticket table. And then the final field that we need in here is region. This is a short text field, and this is the unique ID of the region table. Now let's just check our field properties for ticket ID. That's long integer, required yes, indexed yes, and for region, I'm going to take this down to, let's say 70, required yes, allow zero length no, indexed yes. So now that we have our link table, let's close it down and save the changes and jump back to our relationships window. We can now add Table Ticket Region to our diagram, and I'm going to drag it over here and sort of place it in between. And you can really arrange these how you like. I'm just going to put mine like that. And once again, we're going to link Table Ticket to Table Ticket Region using the ID column. Because remember, the ticket ID field in Table Ticket Region is actually the ID field from Table Ticket. So let's drag and drop it down here. Let's check to make sure that our tables and fields are correct, which they are. It's a one-to-many relationship, and I'm going to enforce referential integrity. So now I've created that link. We're going to do exactly the same for the region field. Let's drag and drop it across. Once again, enforce referential integrity, one-to-many relationship, and click on Create. So effectively what I'm doing here as I'm adding in these different tables and link tables is I'm really extending the amount of information that we have access to, the amount of information we can query, the amount of information we can interrogate. With these two tables, I've now managed to add in some additional information about the status of each ticket and also the region that the ticket belongs to. And you might be thinking to yourself, well, wouldn't it just be easier to add those columns into the main table instead of doing all of this? So if I open up Toolbar Ticket, you might think, okay, well, why can't we just add a status column and a region column and select from here? Well, yes, you could definitely do that. But one advantage of having certain pieces of information in other tables is that it's much quicker when it comes to things like indexing and searching. If you imagine, if I had a status column in here and we had 100,000 records, every time I wanted to search for closed calls, it's going to have to churn through 100,000 records to pull out that information, which can be quite slow. Whereas if we have that information in its own little table over here, it only has to churn through a few records because of the way everything's linked together. So it makes your database a lot more efficient and a lot quicker. So now we have quite a few different tables in our database. We've got our main fact table, and then we have a couple of dimension tables that are linked to the fact table via linked tables. Now, if we just close down this relationships pane and double click to open up Toolbar Ticket Region. Now notice here we have these three columns. We have ID, Ticket ID, and Region. And we need to complete information for each of our records. So wherever we have a ticket number in Toolbar Ticket, we need to have some region information for those records. So for example, if we take a look at the first record here, it has an ID of 1. We can see the ticket number, the customer is Ben Lee, and the location is London. So in the Toolbar Ticket Region table, this needs to be ID number 1, and the region needs to be Europe. Now, if I have to do one of these for each of the records that we have in the Toolbar Ticket table, that's going to be pretty difficult to do. I'm going to have to keep switching back to Toolbar Ticket to work out which record belongs to which location so that I can then add the region. So we're going to make this a little bit easier on ourselves, and I'm going to show you a couple of little tricks that you can use to make this process a little bit easier. So let's first close down Toolbar Ticket. And the first thing we're going to do here is we're going to create ourselves a little drop-down list using the Lookup wizard, much like we did last time, so that we can easily select the region from a drop-down list of items. So what we're going to do here is we're going to right-click and switch back into Design View. Now currently the region field, the data type is short text, and we need to change this to Lookup Wizard. But check out what happens if we try to do that. It's telling us that we can't change the data type for this field because it's part of one or more relationships. If we want to change the data type, we need to delete the relationships first. So that would be correct. This table is linked to other tables, and this field specifically is linked to other fields in other tables. So we need to jump back into relationships, and we basically need to delete these relationships that we have which are using this region field. So let's click on the first relationship. I'm going to just press the delete key to get rid of those, and we're also going to delete this relationship as well. So now that we've done that, we can close this window down. Let's go back to Toolbar Ticket Region. Let's switch into Design View, and now we should be able to change this to Lookup Wizard. Now, if you recall, we did use this Lookup Wizard before when we were creating other drop-down lists. And in those examples previously, we always chose this option here, type in the values that you want. Now this time, because we have a region table that lists out the regions, we're going to just reference the table as opposed to having to type those values in ourselves. So let's choose the first option. I want the lookup field to get the values from another table or query. So let's click on Next, and our values are located in Toolbar Region. So let's select it, click on Next. We only have one field in Toolbar Region, so we need to make sure that we have it selected and click on the right facing arrow to move that across. Click on Next, And now we can choose if we want to sort those. So if you want them in alphabetical order by region, you can do that. So let's do that. I'm going to say region, and I'm going to sort in ascending order. Let's click on Next. And you can see a little preview of how that looks. So we have those regions from the Toolbar region table, and they're sorted alphabetically A to Z. So this looks pretty good. I'm going to click on Next again. I'm happy to leave my lookup field label as region. I'm going to enable data integrity, and I'm going to restrict delete. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about this later on. Let's not get too sidetracked right now. I'm just going to click on Finish. It's prompted me to save, so I'm going to say yes. Let's save now. And what you'll notice is that if we jump back into relationships, it's recreated that relationship between Toolbar ticket region and Toolbar region for me based off of that lookup field that I just created. So now if we close this window down and switch back into Datasheet view, if I click in the region field, I can now see all of those regions and I can select them from the list. However, we still have that little problem where it's quite difficult for me to see which region the first ticket relates to without constantly switching over to Toolbar ticket. So what would be really helpful for me here is that when I click in ticket ID, it pops up some useful information that's going to help me know which region I need to assign to this ticket. For example, maybe when I click over here, I want it to pop up the ticket ID, the customer name, and the city. So let's switch back into design view. We're going to click in ticket ID, and we're going to change the data type to lookup wizard. We're going to use a table for our lookup field. Now all of the information that I want to see, so for example the ticket ID, the customer name, and the city, all three of those fields are located within Toolbar ticket. So I'm going to select Toolbar ticket and click on Next, and now I can choose the fields that are going to help me know which region to select. And you can choose anything in here. I'm going to go for ticket number, I'm going to go for customer, and location. I'm going to move all of those over to the selected fields area. Let's click on Next. I'm going to sort these by ID in ascending order. Let's click on Next. And now you can see that information that's going to pop up when I click in this field. So this information is going to appear in a little preview window, which is really going to help me when it comes to selecting which region these tickets belong to. So let's click on Next again. I'm going to leave the lookup field name on ticket ID. Let's enable data integrity and restrict delete, and click on Finish. I'm going to save, yes I am. And once again, if we go back to our relationships window, you can see it's re-added in that connection between these two tables based off of that lookup field. So now if we jump back to Datasheet view, and if I click in ticket ID, check out all of the information that I get just here. So I can see here that that first ticket is for Ben Lee, and he's located in London. So when I select this ticket, I know that the region needs to be Europe. If I go to the second ticket, I can see that that ticket is for Deb Ashby, and she's located in Paris. So once again, the region needs to be Europe, and I can carry on going through. Jeffrey Harris is also London, so that's going to be Europe. And let's just do one more. Salvatore Barrett is Hong Kong, so that region is going to be Asia. So I'm going to go through and I'm going to complete the rest of these for all of the remaining tickets. So now I have all of those in there. I'm going to need to do a similar thing for Toolbar ticket status. So let's close down this table and let's open up Toolbar ticket status, because we have a similar situation just here. I need to complete the status for each of the tickets. So if we open up Toolbar ticket, I need to specify which calls are on hold, which ones are closed, which ones are active, so on and so forth. So once again, it's going to be quite difficult for me to do that without having that additional information. So let's quickly run through exactly the same thing, because practice does make perfect. Now the first thing I'm going to do is close down Toolbar ticket. Let's right click and go into design view, and we're going to change the status field to lookup wizard Once again, we're getting that message. We need to delete the relationship first of all. So database tools, relationships. I am going to go through this a little bit quicker as it's the second run through. And we're going to delete anything that links to the status field. Now it's telling me that this is open. I need to close the table down first of all. And now I should be able to delete that link. And we'll delete this one as well. Perfect. Let's close down relationships and save. I'm going to open up Tibble Ticket Status again, and we're going to switch to Design View. So now we've deleted those relationships, we should be able to select Lookup Wizard, which we can. I'm going to grab the status field from a table because we added them into Tibble Status. Let's click on Next. We're going to choose Tibble Status and Next. We only have one field in there, so let's add that to our selected fields. Do I want to sort them? I'm not going to bother in this instance. Let's just click on Next. Those are my different statuses. Let's click on Next again and enable data integrity. Finish. I'm going to save the table, and that will effectively create the relationship between Tibble Status and Tibble Ticket Status. Now that we have that, we need to add in our little helper information. So once again, this time I'm going to add in a lookup, which shows me the ticket ID, the customer name, and let's also say priority. So we're going to flip into Design View, click in Ticket ID. We're going to go to Lookup Wizard. We're going to use a table because all of these fields are in Tibble Ticket. So this time, to help me out, I'm going to have the ticket number. Let's have the customer, and let's have the priority. Why not? Click on Next. I'm going to sort these in order of sending ID. There is a little preview as to what that's going to look like. I'm going to click on Finish and Save. Let's just check to make sure it's created that relationship for us, which it has. And now if we go back into Datasheet view, once again, if we click in the drop down, it's going to show me the ticket ID, the customer, and the priority. So I'm going to select Ben Lee, and the status for his call is, let's say, active. I would then go to the next person in the list. The status for this call is closed. Let's go to the next one, so on and so forth. I think you get the idea. But you can see how useful this is when it comes to completing information in your table. So I'm going to go through and I'm going to, once again, update all of these records with a relevant status. It's time now for us to complete exercise 6. And in this exercise, we're going to practice some of the skills that we've learned in this section of the course. So the first thing I'd like you to do here is to create a new table and name it Tibble Customers. And I'd like you to use the Table Design button to do this. I'd then like you to add the following two fields to the table, customer name and customer number. And make sure you use the data types, descriptions, and properties laid out in this screenshot. I'd like you to set the customer name field as the primary key for the table. And then I'd like you to import the records from customerlist.xlsx into Tibble Customers. And you'll find that file in the exercise files folder. Once we've imported those records, I'd like you to go in and create a one-to-many relationship between the customer name field in Tibble Orders and the customer name field in Tibble Customers. And make sure that you enforce referential integrity. So that's it for this exercise. If you'd like to see my answer, then please keep watching. So the first thing I asked you to do here was to create a new table and use the Table Design button. And we're going to add our two fields, which are customer name. This is a short text field. And the second field, customer number. And this is a short text field. Let's add our description. And then we can set our properties. So let's go for customer name. Field size, let's make that 40. Required, yes. Zero length, no. Indexed, yes. Customer number, let's make that 50. Required, yes. Zero length, no. Indexed, yes. And I asked you to make the customer name field the primary key for this table. Let's right click and save. We're going to give our table a name of Tooble Customers. So now that we have our new table, if we switch across to Datasheet view, we don't have any records as yet. So the next part of this exercise was to import some records from the Excel file customer list. So let's close down our table. Yes, to save the changes. Up to external data. So let's go to new data source, from file, Excel, and then we can browse for the file that we want to import. So this is the customer list. There it is. Click on open, and we're going to append a copy to the table Tooble Customers. Let's click on OK and work through the wizard. So that all looks pretty good. Let's move on to next, next, importing to Tooble Customers. Let's click on finish, and we don't need to save the import steps. So now if we double click just to check those have come across fine, I can see all of my customer names and all of those customer numbers. The final thing to do in this exercise was to create a relationship between Tooble orders and Tooble customers. So let's jump up to Database Tools, into Relationships, and we're going to add both of these tables. So let's select them both, Add Selected Tables. Now I'm going to rearrange these slightly. Let's drag the bottom down so we can see all of those fields. And now we can create a link between these two tables using the common field. And that common field is the customer name field. So I'm going to drag customer name from Tooble Customers and drop it on top of customer name in Tooble Orders. You can see the relationship type is one-to-many, and we want to enforce referential integrity. Let's click on Create. And there we go, we are done. Hello everyone, and welcome to Access 2021 Advanced. My name is Deborah Ashby and I'm a Microsoft trainer, and I'm going to be your host for this course. Now, I've been using Access for over 20 years now, and in that time I've helped thousands of students set up, create and manage very simple to quite complex and sophisticated databases and applications using Access. And Access 2021 is the latest standalone version to be released by Microsoft. It allows us to store large amounts of data in an organized and efficient manner and create tables, forms, queries, reports, and macros to interrogate and manage that data. All of that within an easy-to-use interface that is very reminiscent of other popular Microsoft applications that you might have used, like Word and Excel. Now, if you're coming to this course from an older version of Access, then it is worth noting some of the differences between Access 2021 and previous versions. So I would highly recommend jumping onto the Microsoft website and having a read through the What's New in Access 2021 page. And some of my favorite updates are the ability to add tables with fewer clicks, tabs, and also improvements to the Relationships window. Despite these changes, if you are coming to this course from an older version, there isn't anything radically different. In fact, you could use this course if you're using Access 2019 without any issue. Now, in the next lesson, we'll talk through some of the specifics of this course, and I'll show you where to locate the course and exercise files, and also give you a few tips about how to set yourself up for success before you begin. I'm really excited to be your host for this course and go on this learning journey with you. That's it for now. I will see you over in the next lesson. Before we dive headfirst into this Access Advanced course, there's a few things that I want to mention just so you are prepared and you can set yourself up for success. Now, the first thing I want you to check is that you've downloaded all of the course resources. So when I say course resources, I'm talking about the course files and the exercise files. So you'll find within this course a lesson that will allow you to do that. And those are both zip files that contain all of the files that I use as we go through these videos, plus all of the files that you need to complete the exercises at the end of the sections. Now, I have all my course files in File Explorer. As I said, you're going to get yours from a link in this course. But what you'll find is that I've basically created a brand new file for each lesson that you work through. Now, you don't necessarily have to do that. This course flows through from the beginning. So the first course file that you download in section 2, for example, when, for example, we're working on the Northwind database, this is the first file for Northwind. And the idea of this course is that you work through each of these lessons, just building up your Northwind database. So you don't necessarily have to keep reopening every file that I have here. I've got them there in case you get lost at any point and you need to just catch up. You can jump to whichever file I'm using at any given time. But the idea is that you open the first file and you go through each lesson on that file until I tell you that we're switching to a different database or a different file. So I'll leave it up to you to decide how you want to work through those, but all of the files are in here. You shouldn't have any problems. You'll also see that I've included things like code that you need, for example, SQL code that I refer to in the lessons. If I refer to any images, you'll find those in there as well. And these are all there to help you. If you want to use your own images, that's not a problem. You don't have to do everything exactly the same way that I'm doing it. So just be aware of that and make sure that you have both the course files and the exercise files downloaded. Another thing I'd like you to check is if you open up Access and open up any file and go into File and into Options, I want you to go to the General tab and I want you to check your default database folder. So this is basically where all of your files are going to save. So make sure that you choose a location for all of your database files that is suitable for you. And if you come across any course files or exercise files in the folder that have a password to open them, then this is the password that you're going to need. So make sure that you've made a note of that so that you can just type it in to open those files. That is pretty much it. Not too much when it comes to setup. Let's dive into the first lesson. In the first lesson of the second section, we're going to take a look at primary keys and indexing rules and guidelines. And we're going to continue working on the Night Movies database from the beginner's course. Now, if you haven't sat or been through the beginner's course, and this is the first time that you're seeing this, you'll find all of the files that I'm working with in the course files folder so you can follow along. And basically what we have here is the basic structure for a movie rental database. And we've got to a certain point in the development of this database. Now, what we're going to do here is we're going to take a closer look at primary keys, indexes, and indexing rules and guidelines. Now, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up the navigation pane because currently we have that hidden from view. Now, a quick way to do that is simply to press the F11 key on your keyboard, and that's going to open up that pane on the left-hand side so we can now see all of the tables that make up this database, all of the queries, all of the forms, reports, and macros. And we're really going to focus in on the actor table in this particular lesson. So let's double-click on Table Actor to open it up. Now, you can see here we have roughly 8 columns of information. We have the ID field, the full actor name, given names, family name, gender, birth country, born date, and died date if applicable. Now, the ID field that you see in that first column is the primary key field for this table. How do we know that? Well, if we switch into Design View, and before I do that, I'm going to close down the navigation form. If we right click and go into Design View, you can see that we have that little key icon next to the ID field. Also, if we take a look up on the table design ribbon in the tools group, we can see that primary key is highlighted. So this table has one primary key field and it's the ID field. Now, what does the ID field do in a table? Well, it uniquely identifies the record in a table. Now, technically, you don't have to have a primary key, but almost all tables you'll come across do have one. And in this actor table, the number that you see in here, whilst it uniquely identifies the record, it doesn't really have too much of a relationship with the actual actor name. Now, if we jump back into Design View and make sure that we have that ID field selected, if you take a look at the field properties at the bottom, you can see that this field is indexed. Now, the primary key field isn't the only field in this table that's indexed. Let's click on actor name. Is this one indexed? Yes, it is. No duplicates. Given names? No, that field isn't indexed. Family name is, gender is, birth country is, born date isn't, and died date isn't. So about half of these fields that we have in this table are indexed. Now, I would hope that if you are coming to this advanced course, having already sat the beginner's course, then you're going to understand what indexing is. But just in case, let's take a moment to look at the purpose of indexes. Now, as I mentioned, the ID values that you see in that first column have no relation to the actual actors themselves. Those numbers are automatically assigned when we add records to the table. So as actors are added, they are added at the end of the table and they're given the next number. So if we delete somebody from the table, the ID does not become available to someone else. For example, if I was to delete record number 3, Leonardo DiCaprio, and then add somebody new to the bottom of the table, they won't be given the ID of 3, because these IDs are always unique even after you've deleted a record. Now, something that's very common and something you might want to do in this table is maybe we want to search for an actor, let's say Henry Fonda. And let's pretend for a second that the only field that we have indexed in this table is the ID field. So without any other indexes available, the only way that Access can find Henry Fonda is to start at the top of the table and check to see if each record is Henry Fonda until it gets all the way down to row 17, where we actually have Henry Fonda. So that's quite a process-intensive task. Now, we have a reasonably small data set just here, but imagine if you had hundreds of thousands of rows. Without indexing on the actor name field, your search is going to be a lot slower because it has to go through every single row of the table, checking to see if it's the actor that you're looking for. Now, what indexing does is it just makes this process a lot quicker. What we could do here is make the actor's whole name an index field. So if we right click and go back into Design View, actor name just here, this is where you would come to change that. So mine's set to yes already, duplicates okay. So this field is indexed. So what it basically means is that if someone searches, Access will maintain a lookup index and it will go straight to Henry Fonda and it will return the record. So indexes basically allow the search to go directly to the record without searching through other records. Now that's all good in theory, however, not all queries are this simple. Now, maybe we want to run another search, but we want to search for all actors born in the USA before 1930, whose first name is Henry. So again, you might imagine searching through all of the records. Now, imagine if we had 100,000 records, that could take some time. But if we have an index on birth country, that would certainly help. And if we had an index on given name, we could go to all of the Henrys, and that would give us a subset to begin with. So if those were the kinds of searches that people were doing on my database, I would definitely make sure that things like the birth country are indexed and also things like the given name. So currently I have mine set to no. Let's double click and change it to yes. Now that's fine, but remember with each new index, there is an increased load when it comes to maintenance. That means whenever data is changed, maybe actors are added to the database, or if the records are modified, then the indexes need to be maintained as well. And we find that the cost of improved querying is deterioration in the performance of updates. So how you achieve this balance is entirely up to you and how you work. If it's more important to have slick updates or slick queries, that will depend on the nature of the database and the use. So if you have a database where the data is fairly stable, but there are many people querying the database, then it's going to be more important for you to have fast queries. However, if we have lots of updates going on in the database, maybe we're constantly adding or removing things, and not many people are running queries, then the opposite is true. And there are some basic rules and guidelines surrounding things like primary keys and indexing. Now, one thing you need to remember is that the primary key is always indexed, and we can have up to 32 indexed fields. Now, there are certain types of fields that you can't index. For example, you can't index a long text field. So if you have a field in a table that maybe houses a description of a product, The description is normally quite a long field, and in general, people wouldn't be searching your database based off of the description. They're more likely to search on something like the product ID or the product name. So not all fields can be indexed. Now, where you have a field that has a limited number of values, so maybe something like gender, generally speaking, indexing gender will not really help when it comes to query performance. However, in more modern databases in 2023, where more genders are recognized, then you may well need to introduce a gender index. So which fields you index is entirely up to you, but it's good to bear in mind these little guidelines. Now, if we take a look back at our table, I'm just going to select the birth country field. You can see here that this is indexed and it says duplicates OK. Now, clearly with something like country, duplicates will occur because we could have multiple actors born in the same country. So in this case, duplicates would be okay. The same applies to something like given names. We could theoretically have actors with the same given names. Now, all of these decisions that you make about your indexing are not final. You can always change them later on. So if something isn't working for you, you can go back in and you can add or remove an index later on. And if you haven't really used indexes before, you might just want to remove the index from the gender field in the table to get yourself familiar. So if we take a look at gender just here, you can see that currently this is indexed. And as I mentioned, because this is a limited field, I wouldn't necessarily index this. So just to have a little practice, you might want to not index this field and save the table. Once you've done that, I will see you in the next lesson where we're going to speak a little bit more about primary keys and indexing. In this lesson, we're going to talk a little bit more about indexes and some of the specific features of indexes. We're going to talk about composite indexes, auto-indexing, and also the effect of compact and repair. So we're working back in our Night Movies database. I'm going to press F11 to open up our navigation pane because we want to open up Tubble Actor one more time. And I'm going to close down the navigation form and let's jump into Design View. Now, if we take a look at our fields here, actor name is an indexed field. We can see that in our field properties. It says indexed, yes, no duplicates. So if I wanted to search for an actor by their full name, for example, Henry Fonda, I could do that. However, there is an alternative to this approach. Now, the actor name in this particular table is made up of two other fields, given name and family name. So let's switch back to Datasheet view so we can see this a bit more clearly. We have a column that has the full actor name, but we also have two other columns which shows the given name, that's the first name, and another column for family name. So what we could do here is treat given name as an indexed field, family name as an index field, and the two together as a composite index field. Because then, if we search for Henry Fonda, instead of searching the actor name field, what Access will do is look up an index that has two parts. The first part is Henry, the second part is Fonda. And this in general is going to be more efficient for your database. So how do we set this up? Well, what we can do is we can go to the Table Design tab and notice in the Show Hide group we have an Indexes button. So let's click this because this is going to show us the indexes that exist within this current table. So you can see those are all the fields that are indexed. Now, as I mentioned previously, in general, I wouldn't index the gender field. And this might be something that you changed in the previous lesson because I did tell you just to practice that. But if you didn't, let's just delete out gender from our index. So what I'm going to do from here is I'm going to create my composite index and I'm going to call it first last. The first field is going to be the given name and the sort order is ascending. And then the next field name is going to be the family name. I don't need to actually add the index name again just here because Access will recognize that there's a blank there and know that this is a composite index that we're creating. Now I could carry on going. I could have up to 10 fields as part of my composite index. We're just going to have the two. Now, another important thing to note here is that the given name field doesn't need its own index. If we were to just search on given name, Access would use this composite index, but only the first part of it. Whereas with the family name, we would need to leave the index for family name because it doesn't search that part of the composite index. So just a little FYI there. So let's close this indexes dialog box, and our composite index has been created. Now I'm going to jump back into indexes because I want to take a closer look at this primary key field. Now, as we've already mentioned, primary key values must be unique, but a primary key can actually be a composite index. Now, if that's the case, although the key overall must be unique, the individual component field values might not be unique. However, no field used in the primary key can have a null value. So if we just select family name just here and take a look at the index properties, you can see it says primary, no, unique, no, ignore nulls, no. So when Access is building its index, what happens if the family name is null? Well, if ignore nulls is set to no, as it is here, then there is still an entry placed in the index for the family name, but for the index value, there is null. And we might well expect that in a large table with an index where ignore nulls is set to no, you might have a number of records where this particular index has a null value. Now, if you say ignore nulls is yes, then any records where there is a null value will not have an entry in that index. Now, generally speaking, the default is ignore nulls no. But if you do want to exclude null values from an index, then you want to set this to yes. Now note, for a composite index, the index value will only be null if every individual field value is null as well. So if any of the individual field values are not null, then the composite index value will not be null as well. So just a couple of points to bear in mind there. The next thing I want to speak to you about is auto-indexing. Now suppose we want to add a new field to this table, and I'm just going to call it test, and we'll leave it on short text. Now note, down in the properties area, the default where it says indexed is set to no for this field. Let's add another field into this table, but this time I'm going to call it num_test. Notice the difference. If we take a look down in the field properties area, it says indexed yes. What about if I add test_ID? That is also set to indexed yes. So what is the difference between this first one, where we just have test, and these other two? Well, this relates to a little setting in Access options. So let's jump up to File and go down to Options, and we want to go to the Object Designer page. Now in this first section here, Table Design View, this is the option that we're looking for, Auto Index on Import Create. And you can see we have some items in here, ID, key, code, and num separated by semicolons. So if you create a table where the name of the field begins or ends with any of those four, the field is going to be auto-indexed. Now, of course, you could change this. For example, I could remove num from here, and therefore anything that starts or ends with the word num is not going to be auto-indexed. I could replace this with something else if I wanted specific fields to be auto-indexed, and then make sure I use that keyword in the name of my field. So you can modify this, but in general, these are the default items. Now I'm just going to cancel on here because I don't really want to make any changes to that field, and then we're just going to delete these rows that we added into the table. Now the final thing I'd like to speak to you about in this particular lesson is compact and repair and the effect that that can have on your database. Now, as part of your maintenance schedule, you should be running compact and repair regularly on your database. And this is especially important where you have a lot of indexes. Because what compact and repair does is it basically goes through and it tidies up all of the tables in your database and rebuilds all of those indexes. So this is really good if you find that your database is getting a bit sluggish, or maybe the performance is poor. Running a compact and repair is really going to help. It's going to make your database run a lot more efficiently, and it's something that I strongly recommend that you do on a regular basis. Now, we did cover compact and repair in the beginner's course, but just as a quick reminder, because it's so simple, if we jump up to File and go into Info, this is where you have the compact and repair option. I highly recommend implementing a regular schedule just to run this, to fix any existing problems and also to prevent problems further down the line. In this section of the course, we're going to delve a little bit deeper into Datasheet View. Now, hopefully by this point you are familiar with what Datasheet View is, but we're going to concentrate on some of the more advanced features that you might not be familiar with. Now, to do this, we're going to be using a different sample database. And we're going to use the sample database that's provided by Microsoft, the Northwind database. So in this lesson, I'm just going to show you how to set this database up so that we're prepared for the next few lessons. Now, it might be that you already have this database. As I said, it is a really common sample database that a lot of people have and a lot of people use. So if you do already have the Northwind database set up on your PC, then you can skip this lesson and move on to the next one. However, if you don't have it, then just stick with me because I'm going to show you how you can very quickly create it. Now, in older versions of Access, the process of creating the Northwind database was a little bit more lengthy. We had to go away, we had to download a file, and then there was a certain amount of setup that we needed to do. Fortunately, in the later versions like Access 2021, this process is a lot simpler. So let's walk through it. All we need to do here is we need to jump up to the File tab, go down to New, and it's actually a template that we can search for. So all we need to do is type in Northwind, hit Enter, and there it is just there. So this is effectively a template. Let's click on it. We get a little bit of information about the database. So we can see this is a sample database template that demonstrates how Access can manage small business customers' orders, inventory, purchasing, suppliers, shipping, and employees. And it's provided by the Microsoft Corporation. Now, notice here we have a default file name of database1, and then underneath the location where it's going to be saved. Now, a problem that I have here is that because I save all of my files into a fairly long path name, Access doesn't tend to like that. So I'm actually going to click on Browse, and for the purpose of demonstration, I'm just going to put it on the desktop just here. Now, of course, you can save your file to wherever you like. Let's click on the Create button. Access is going to go away and prepare the template for use. And then it pops up this little login dialog box. Now, this little login is something that we're going to explore later on in the course. I'm going to show you how you can create this and how you can do things like select specific employees. So for the time being, I'm just going to select anyone from this list. Again, these are all sample users. Don't worry too much about what's going on here at the moment. Let's just log in to the database. And there we go. Now, you might find that when you do log into this, you get one of those yellow security warnings running across the top. I didn't actually get it, but if you do, just remember to click the Enable Content button because this is coming from Microsoft, so we know that this is a trusted source. So that is pretty much it. That's all I needed you to do in this lesson. We're now ready to go, and in the next lesson, we're going to explain a bit more about the setup of this database. In this lesson, we're going to continue on talking about Datasheet View. And if you recall in the last lesson, we downloaded the Northwind Traders template. Now, something just to note very quickly. If you take a look up in the title bar, you can see that I have 0302 Northwind _A01. Now, this is my naming convention to make it easier for you to find which files I'm working on from the course files folder. So the 0302 relates to the section and the lesson that we're in. Northwind specifies the database that we're using, and A01 really just represents that this is the first file of the database. Now, when you saved your template, you're probably going to have something completely different showing in that title bar. And by default, it will show the entire path name of where you've saved this file. Now, this can look particularly messy, and if you did work your way through the Beginner's Access 2021 course, you'll know how to change this. But in case you didn't, you can make this shorter by jumping up to File, going into your Access options and underneath Current Database, where it says Application Title, this is where you can change this to a more concise title for your file. Now, I don't mind what you change this to. You can change it to the same as what I'm using if you want to keep things organized, or you can implement your own naming convention. But just be aware that that is why my title probably looks different to yours. Now, in this lesson, we're going to focus on Datasheet View, and specifically 5 different areas. We're going to start out by taking a look at a quick update query, which is really important when it comes to getting your dates in this database to be more meaningful to you. We're then going to take a look at some navigation and keyboard shortcuts. I'm going to show you how you can find records, how you can add and change records, and also how you can delete multiple records. So let's start out by taking a look at this update query. So let's open up the navigation pane by clicking on the arrow, and you can see there is a lot to this database. We have so many different tables. Now I'm going to double click on the orders table, which you're going to find under the supporting objects section. So let's double click to open this up. Now notice in here the order dates. We have order date, ship date, and if we scroll across, we have a column for paid date as well. Now note the dates that are in use in this column. You can see those dates are pretty recent. Now, when I say pretty recent, that means pretty recent to the moment in time now that this video is being recorded. So I'm recording this video at the start of April 2023, so all of these dates aren't too far in the distant past. However, it might be that you're coming to this course maybe next year or a couple of years into the future, and you want to make these dates a little bit more accurate for the moment in time that you're running through this course. Now we have quite a few records in here, and going through and changing all of the dates in all of these columns manually is going to be a bit of a lengthy process. So what you'll find in the course files folder is a little SQL file that you could use to update all of these dates in one go. Alternatively, what you can do is use find and replace. So if I select all of the order date column, go up to the home tab and into the find group, we have a replace option. Now what I could do in here is I could say find, if I wanted to change these to 2023, I could say find 2022, replace with 2023, but I'd need to make sure that I have selected the current document and I want to match to any part of the field. And then when I click on replace all, it should replace every occurrence of 2022 with 2023. So you have a couple of different methods there for getting your dates to update so that they're accurate for you. The next thing I'd like to talk about is keyboard shortcuts. Now, the easiest way to pull up a big long list of all of the keyboard shortcuts is to jump into the help files and click on the help button, or simply press the F1 key on your keyboard and then do a quick search for keyboard shortcuts in Access. Now remember, with these panes that open up on the right hand side, we can just drag them out to make them a little bit larger. And if we scroll down and take a look at some of these clickable links, you can see that one of them is work in the datasheet view. So this is going to show us keyboard shortcuts that specifically relate to datasheet view. So we have some useful shortcuts when it comes to navigating between fields and records. We have some useful shortcuts for navigating to another screen of data. We have more shortcuts for select and move a column, and then we have shortcuts for working with Subdatasheets. Now, we haven't spoken about Subdatasheets as yet. That is coming up a bit later on in this section. What I would say is that after you've worked your way through that lesson, you might want to come back to this help file and just review some of those useful shortcuts related to Subdatasheets. Now, even if you're somebody who doesn't particularly like using keyboard shortcuts, I would still recommend you have a read through some of these because they can greatly improve your efficiency when you're working, navigating, and moving around your database, particularly in Datasheet View. So have a little review and choose your favorites. Now, the next topic to talk about is finding records. And we did just briefly jump into the find and replace dialog box when we changed the dates in our database. So let's take a look at this in more detail because there are a couple of little important features in here. Now, you can determine whether the find begins searching in just the current field or in all fields by your initial selection. Now, if I was to put my cursor just in the order ID field just here, Control F, Notice it says find what, where I can type in my search criteria, and then it says look in current field, and it's going to match the whole field. So if I was looking for, let's say I was looking for Nancy, let's type that in, click on find next, it's saying that the search item was not found. Now I know I have a number of instances of Nancy in this database, so why isn't it finding it? Now it's because we're only looking in the current field. So I'm clicked in the order ID field, so that's the only field that it's searching in. So it's not going to find Nancy because Nancy is in the employee name field. Now let's cancel out of there. What about if I was to select the entire record and press Ctrl F? This time I can type in Nancy. Notice by default it's going to look in the current document. So it should find it, right? Let's click on Find Next. It still doesn't find it. Why is that? Because we're matching the whole field. Now notice that in the employee column, Nancy has her first name and last name. So if I typed in Nancy Freehafer at the top here, and the match was whole field, then it would find her. But because I just have the word Nancy, I would need to say any part of field, find next, and it's going to find the first occurrence of Nancy. So just be aware of what you're selecting in here, because you can very easily miss something and your find won't work. And once again, I would recommend that you do refer to the help files when it comes to find, because we can also use wildcard characters when we're searching. And some of these you might be familiar with from other applications. For example, the asterisk in a search matches any number of characters. A question mark matches a single alphabet in a specific position. Square brackets matches characters within the brackets. So let's take a look at a quick example of this one just here, the square brackets. So I'm going to select a record again, Control F, and let's say that this time I want to find Anna or Anne. So what I could do here is I could type A-N-N, and then in square brackets I could type A-E, and that will find either Anna or Anne. We're going to search in the current document, any part of the field, find next, it finds Anne, so on and so forth. Now when it comes to adding, changing and deleting records in Datasheet view, this is really simple. Now a lot of people, when they're adding new records in, they'll go straight to the bottom of the table and they'll just start typing in this new field just here. And that is perfectly fine, but just remember that you do have other options. You can add a new record using our record selection buttons down here, so you can see new blank record. Or we could go up to the Home tab, and in the Records group we have a new button here as well. So if I was to click here and then let's just select Andrew again, as soon as I make a selection, an order ID gets assigned. Now this order ID is an auto-numbered field. So this isn't a field that I can change because these numbers are automatically assigned when we add a new record. This now becomes a valid record in the database that we're editing. And you can see we have a little pencil all the way over in the left-hand column that lets me know that I'm in editing mode. And remember, we can move between our different fields by pressing the Tab key, and we can just go in and add our information. If we want to come out of here, we can press Escape, and it's basically not going to save that record. Now, if we do that again, if I do want to save this record, I can simply press Shift Enter, and that is going to take me out of editing mode, and this record is now part of the database. If I now wanted to get rid of it, I couldn't press Escape, that's not going to do anything. I would need to delete the record out, which moves us on to the topic of deletions. Again, very simple. Select the record. We can right click and choose Delete Record. We can go up to the Home tab, and in the Records group we have a delete option just there. Or we can simply press the Delete key on our keyboard. We'll always get a warning, and one important thing to remember here is that you cannot undo deletions. So I'm going to say no because I do want to keep that record. And it works in a similar way. If you want to delete multiple records out, you just need to make a multiple selection. So we're going to select the first one that we want to delete, hold down Shift, select, and we get a block, and then we can use all the same deletion methods. So I could press the Delete key, it's going to ask me to confirm, and I can choose yes or no. So that's a quick reminder of some of the basics of working in Datasheet view. Make sure you're familiar with all of these, and then we can move on to the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to take a look at how we can customize Datasheet View. Because as we've already mentioned, we might use Datasheet View for data maintenance or querying. So we're going to start out by looking at the ways that you can arrange Datasheet View to make it more convenient to use. And we're mainly going to focus on formatting and reorganizing columns. Now to do this, we're going to be using the orders table in the Northwind traders database. And you can see that's exactly what I have open on the screen right now. If you'd like to follow along with me, you're going to find this file in the course files folder. So now would be a great time to open it. Now let's start out with formatting. When you look at a table in Datasheet View, as we're looking at the orders table here, the formatting that you see is very much dictated by a set of options that you can change in Access Options. So let's jump up to the File tab and open up Options. And then notice that we have a Datasheet page. Now what we can do in here is really customize the way that our Datasheet view looks. For example, currently we're displaying horizontal and vertical grid lines. But what I could do is deselect both of these to turn those off. We also have the default cell effect set to flat, but again, we could change this to one of the other two options, raised or sunken. So let's go for raised, just so you can see what this looks like. We have the default column width underneath, and then we can choose our default font that we want to use in Datasheet View. So currently mine is set to size 11. I'm going to change this to size 14. Now, when we click on OK, it's going to look like nothing has happened. Now that's simply because we need to close down the orders table by clicking on the cross. And then when we reopen it by double clicking, you can see those changes have taken effect. So we now have, instead of the flat grid lines, we have raised grid lines, and you can see that that font is a lot bigger. And because we changed these options in Access Options, it means that that's been changed universally. So any table we open is going to have these changes applied. For example, if I was to open, let's go for Order Summary, double click to open that table, you can see it looks, or it has the same look and feel as the Orders table. So when you change those options in Access Options, it's a universal change that affects every single table. Now we can also make changes to the look and feel on a table by table basis. So let's jump back to the Orders table. And what I could do here is go up to the Home tab, and then over in the text formatting group, we could change this from Calibri 14 to something completely different. So let's go for something a little bit crazy so it really stands out. I think I'm going to go for Berlin sans FB Demi. Now you can see that change has applied to the orders table, but if I go to Order Summary, it hasn't applied. So that is how you can make changes on a table by table basis. Now we're going to close Order Summary. Because something else you might notice is that if you do make any changes, particularly to the size of the font that you're using, you might then need to modify the column width or the row height. Now again, this is something we can apply to all of the columns in the table or individual columns on their own. For example, if we take a look at the employee column, if I were to select this column, right click, notice we have a field width option in here, which is going to allow us to either manually type in the field width, or we can choose best fit, which is basically going to widen out the column to the length of the longest item in that column. Now notice that change has only been applied to the employee column, but of course we can also change all of the columns by selecting all of them just by dragging across. Right click, and then we can go into field width, best fit, and it's going to modify the width of all of the columns. Now, when it comes to row height, it works in a slightly different way because the row height must be the same for all fields. So if I was to select one row, right click and go into row height, and let's just choose, I'm going to change this to 25 and hit OK. Notice that it doesn't just change it for that one row, it changes it for all of the rows in the table. Now I'm going to change this back to the standard height, and I'm also going to put the font back to Calibri. Now it's also worth noting that some formatting applies to the whole sheet and some to individual columns. For example, if we take, let's scroll across and use the Ship City column as an example. If I select this column and just go up to text formatting and change it to bold, notice again that this is one of those selections that changes everything in the datasheet. However, with this same column selected, let's align this to the center. So again, from the text formatting area, I'm just going to center align, but notice that that only applies to the column that we have selected. So there's no real rhyme or reason here, but it is definitely something that you need to be aware of. Now, the final thing I want to speak to you about in this particular lesson is simply reorganizing the columns. Now, by default, the order that these columns appear in are going to be very much dictated by the order that you have in Design View. So you can see this is the current order, and that's reflected when we go into Datasheet View. Now, it might be that you're working on maybe 2 or 3 of these columns. For example, if I was maybe working on the employee column, but I was also working on a column that was all the way over here, maybe shipping fee, it can get quite tedious having to scroll back and forth constantly. So if you are doing maintenance and doing this kind of thing, then it can be useful sometimes to reorder the columns so that they're next to each other, which definitely makes your life a lot easier. So again, let's use the ship city as our example. Maybe I want to move this over here in between employee and customer. And it's really simple to move fields. We can simply click on them and notice as I drag, we get that black bar that shows me where it's going to be when I let go of the mouse. So when I let go, we've moved that field. Now it's worth noting that now Ship City is the 3rd field in the table. If we were to jump back into Design View, you can see that it doesn't actually reorder it in here. Any changes you make in Datasheet View to the order of the columns are just temporary changes. They don't really affect anything else in the table. And of course, we can apply this same method if we want to move multiple columns. So I would just simply need to select all the columns I want to move, and then I can simply drag them and drop them to move those columns across. So really nice and straightforward. Now, another thing we can do is we can hide columns. So again, let's use Ship City. We can right click and we can choose to hide fields, and that temporarily hides that field from view. Again, it doesn't delete it from the table, it's still there. But hiding fields that you don't necessarily need to work on, again, can be really useful so that you can just focus in on the columns that you're interested in. The only thing is you have to remember to unhide them after you've finished. Now, when it comes to unhiding, if we right click and go to unhide fields, we're going to get this little pop-up box, and you can see all of the columns that we've hidden don't have a tick in them. So we're basically not displaying them. So if I put a tick in Ship City, you can see immediately that's pulled back into the table. And the final tip that can be really useful when you're working in Datasheet View is the ability to freeze fields. And this is very similar to the freeze panes option in Excel. So once again, if you have a table that has lots of columns, so much so that you have to scroll across in order to see them all, what you could do is maybe freeze order ID and employee to make your life a bit easier. So if I select both of these columns, right click and go to freeze fields, now when I scroll, those fields are going to stay there, but it allows me to scroll across all of the others. So that can be a really useful little option. And of course, to reverse that, we can right click and unfreeze all fields to put everything back to how it was. So those are a few tips when it comes to customizing Datasheet View. In the next lesson, we're going to take a look in more detail at advanced sorting and filtering techniques. In this lesson, we're going to take a look at some of the advanced sorting and filtering options that we have when we're working in Datasheet View. Now, sorting on any of the fields is easy enough. For example, if we wanted to sort by customer, we could select the column, right click, and right at the top here, we can sort A to Z or Z to A. So really nice and straightforward. But one thing to note here is that the options that you see in that right click menu are really determined by the type of data that you have in the column. So when we're sorting something like customer column, because that contains text, we can sort A to Z or Z to A. Whereas if we were to go across to something like the order date column and do the same thing, right click, because we have dates in here, we get the options of sorting oldest to newest or newest to oldest. So just be aware of that when you're using your sort options. Now, when we do a sort in this way, it's going to sort by one column only. So if I sort A to Z, it's going to organize all of the customers alphabetically, but we're only sorting on one column. Now we can also sort on multiple columns by going up to the Home tab, and in the Sort and Filter group, and just a side note, we have ascending and descending in here as well, but we also have this advanced area. So if we click the drop down, we can go into Advanced Filter Sort, and this is going to jump us across to our diagram view. And if you worked your way through our beginners course, then this will probably look really familiar to you. It's showing us the table, and then underneath we have this little grid, which is going to allow us to build different kinds of sorts. So what I could do is drag any of these fields. For example, I could drag customer ID down into the fields area, and then I can choose how I want to sort in ascending or descending. And if I wanted to sort on multiple columns, I would just carry on going. So maybe I want to sort by customer ID and order date. I can drag that field down here and then choose if I want to sort in ascending or descending. So I could carry on going, building up my sort just here. And this is a very customized sort to make sure that I'm sorting on multiple fields. Now I'm going to remove both of these because we are going to talk more about this later on. Now another way that we can sort on multiple fields is by ensuring that they are in the correct order from left to right in the table. So if we close down this view and just go back to our orders table, and maybe I want to sort on ship via and then ship city. So I need to select both of these fields, but currently if I select ship via and then hold down Control, that doesn't work. What about if I hold down Shift? That's going to select all of those columns in between. So what I would need to do here is if I want to sort on both of these, I could drag ship city next to ship via. That makes it very easy for me to select both fields, and then I can right click and I can choose sort A to Z, for example. So notice we have our blanks at the top. Let's just ignore those for the time being. But now we should have this in alphabetical order. So we have all of the shipping company A's. But if you take a look in the ship city, this is also in alphabetical order. We have Chicago, New York, Salt Lake City, so on and so forth. So we've done a multiple sort just by selecting both of those columns, but the columns need to be next to each other. Now, if you decide that you don't like this sort and you want to just take everything back to how it was, and this is something that I do all the time, I just want to get rid of all of the sorting that I've done, we do have on the home ribbon in the sort and filter group a remove sort option. When we click this, it's going to put everything back to how it was originally. So those are some of your more advanced sorting options. As I said, we are going to take a more detailed look at these a bit later on in the course. But for now, let's move on to the options that we have when it comes to advanced filtering of our data. Now, filtering just allows us to filter out data we're not currently interested in. It doesn't delete it. We can always bring it back again. Now, hopefully by now, most of us are used to how filters work. But let's say, for example, we wanted to filter on ship name. We could click the drop-down arrow that you see in the heading here. We could choose a text filter, or we could be more specific and just select all of the items that we want to include in the filter using the checkboxes below. Now, another thing that applies to filtering is if you look down in the records areas, this little bar running across the bottom underneath the data, notice we have a little filter button here that currently says no filter and it's grayed out. And this actually acts as a toggle. And as an alternative to the filter that I've just shown you, we can select the value that we want to filter on before we apply the filter. So if I were to click in, let's click in the ship name column where it says Christina Lee. If I now go up to the sort and filter group where we have selection, you can see that this is now contextual to where I'm clicked, the field that I have selected. So I can now quickly run a filter for all records that are equal to Christina Lee. So if I click this, it's going to apply that filter, and now I only have the records where the ship name is Christina Lee. Now notice that now I've applied that filter, if you take a look down in that record selector area, it now says that this list is filtered. Also notice in the sort and filter group, we have toggle filter selected up here. Now this toggle filter is basically the same as what we have down here in the record selector. So what we can do is we can click either one of these. I'm going to use the one at the bottom to toggle between how it was previously or rerun that same filter. So this can be really helpful if you want to quickly get back to your filtered information or rerun that same filter. So I'm going to rerun the filter, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to change ship via. I'm going to apply a second filter by clicking the drop down because I only want to see shipping company C. Let's click on OK. So now we have what we call a composite filter because we're using two different fields to filter on. And this time, let's use the toggle filter button. If I toggle the filter, it's going to put everything back. If I toggle it again, it's going to run both of those filters. Now, something else that we have, if we click on advanced, we can filter by form. And this really allows us to build our own comprehensive filter. So you can see here, it's already filled in the last criteria that I've got applied. So shipping company C and Christina Lee, but I could go through and start adding in other pieces of filter criteria. So you can complete these different fields and really build up your own customized filter. So that can be really useful as well. And as I said, we're going to delve into this in a bit more detail a bit later on in the course. Now I'm just going to remove both of these filters, and I can do that by simply highlighting and pressing delete. Let's toggle the filter and we're back to how we were. Now the final thing I want to show you in this particular lesson is how we can add total rows to our tables. So if we scroll down to the bottom, it might be that I want to have a total row so that I can see the total amount for the shipping fee column. Now, a lot of these columns aren't really relevant to totals. I wouldn't want to add up the customers or add up the order dates, but there are other things you can do in here aside from sums. So again, if we go up to the Home tab into the Records group, we have a little Totals button just here. So if we click Totals, we get our total row at the bottom, and then I can scroll across to where we have something that makes a bit more sense. For example, shipping fee. If I click in here and then click the drop down, I can choose the calculation that I want to use. So maybe here I want to use a sum, but maybe if I go back to order date, maybe I want to find what the earliest order date was. So I could use this to find the minimum order date. So this can be useful for performing calculations on your data. In this lesson, we're going to take a look at sub-datasheets. Because when we're working in Datasheet view, and in particular if you need to update data, it seems as if you are restricted to working on one table at a time. But in fact, it is possible to show more than one table in Datasheet view, and specifically to show tables that are linked together. So in this lesson, we're going to take a look at sub-datasheets. I'm going to show you how you can add a sub-datasheet, remove or hide a sub-datasheet, how you can open and close sub-datasheets, and how you can add and update data in Datasheet view using subsheets. Now we're going to be using the Esprit-Dator database, and this is version 21 that we're using. And if you worked through the beginner's course, then this is a database that's going to be really familiar to you. If you didn't, and you're coming to this course with fresh eyes, what we basically have here is a database that houses information about different trips. And if you take a look over in the navigation pane, you can see that this particular database contains quite a few different tables. So let's start out by taking a look at how those tables are related in the backend. So if we jump across to Database Tools, in the Relationships group, we're going to click on Relationships to open this up. And you can see all of the tables that we have and how they're all linked together. So this table here, Table Trip, if we expand this down, this is our main table. Or if you want to use Access terminology, this is our fact table. And you can see that this table is linked to other tables, or what we call dimension tables. Now, if we take the top one, for example, if I double click on this link, we can see exactly how those tables are linked together. So we can see that in Table Trip, the ID field is linked to the trip ID field in the table Table Trip Type. If we double click on the next one, we can see that the ID field in the Table Trip table is linked to the trip ID field in Toolbar trip country. And if we click on any of these, we can see which fields in the fact table are linked to which fields in the dimension tables. And notice we have this little 1 at the beginning here, and then this little infinity symbol at the end. And this means that we have a one-to-many link between these two tables. So if we open up this particular link, we can see relationship type one-to-many, and that basically means that one trip could have many different tours. And a tour is just simply an instance of a trip. For example, if we have a trip that goes to Italy, that trip might run every single week, and each one of those instances would be classified as a tour. So each trip can have many tours. And this is the relationship that we're interested in this particular lesson, the trip to tour relationship. Now let's close this down and just jump back to the trip table. Now currently, none of the trips that you can see in here have sub-datasheets. How do I know that? Well, if a trip has a sub-datasheet attached, we can see a little plus symbol next to it. Now you might be thinking, okay, that's fine, but what exactly is a sub-datasheet? Well, we can add a sub-datasheet into the records in our table to display some additional information. For example, maybe I want to be able to see in this view all of the tours for each of these trips. I could do that by adding a sub-datasheet. So let's add one. I'm going to select Iconic Italy. And we're going to go to the Home tab into the Records group, and where we have more, notice we have a sub-datasheet option, and the only option I have to select here is Insert Sub-Datasheet. So let's select it, and I now get to choose the information that I want to display in the sub-datasheet. Now I want to display the tour information, and you can see here I get a list of all of the other tables that are in my database. So I'm going to select Toolbar Tour, and you can see below the relationship between these tables reflected. So the code field in Toolbar Trip is linked to the trip code field in Toolbar Tour. Let's click on OK. Now notice as soon as I do that, I now get those little plus symbols next to each of these trips. So if I click the plus next to Iconic Italy, it's now showing me all of the tours for Iconic Italy. I can now basically expand any of the trips that I'm interested in seeing that information for. So this can give you a slightly more sophisticated structure. Now it is worth noting that you can't add more than one table. For example, I couldn't add Toolbar Tour and also Toolbar Type. We are restricted to just adding one. Now when it comes to removing sub-datasheets, we go about this in a reasonably similar way. We need to select one of the records, go up to More, into Subdatasheet, and now you can see we have a remove option just here. So let's click remove, and now if I click the plus next to any of these, it's going to ask me to select a table again in order to put those Subdatasheets back again. Also notice from this more drop down, we have expand all and collapse all. So if I wanted to just quickly expand all of these little pluses, I can choose expand all, and I can now see everything. And we can do exactly the opposite by collapsing all as well. Now we can do this in another way. For example, currently I am displaying the sub-datasheet, but if I wanted to remove it, I could change it in the properties area. Now to access properties, we need to actually switch into design view, and then we can open up the property sheet. Now notice in the property sheet, we have a field that says sub-datasheet name, and currently that's showing me Toolbar Tour. That's the datasheet we currently have linked. But if I wanted to remove the datasheets, I could click the drop down, change it to none, and close this down. And then when we go back to datasheet view, yes, I want to save the table. Notice the pluses are still there, but when I try to expand, it's going to ask me to select a table again. So it's got rid of those sub datasheets. Now I'm going to turn datasheets back on. So let's use the method that we just looked at. Let's right click, go into design view, open up the property sheet, and I'm just going to select Toolbar Tour from here. So we should find that when we jump back into datasheet view, we can now expand and see that information. Now, one of the reasons for using sub datasheets is data maintenance. So let's say, for example, we need to make a change to the price of the Iconic Italy trip. And you can see here by some of these tour dates that this is a tour that was run a few years ago. That doesn't really matter too much for what we're trying to do here. But if I do need to make a change, so if the price is going to increase, maybe at the beginning of June 2017, I can do that from the Subdatasheet. So I can click on the calendar icon, or I can simply type in. So let's say from June the 1st, 2017, we'll say the price is going to increase. And we'll just set this to 2,800. Now notice that the price for children is 0 for all of these tours. And that's because this is an adults only trip, so we don't have any prices for children. And when we make a change to the Subdatasheet in this way, it changes in the original table as well. So this Subdatasheet is a representation of the tour table. So if we double click to open up Table Tour and scroll down to ITI, which is the iconic Italy trip, if we take a look, we can see that there is the entry that we just added in the Subdatasheet. So people can certainly update data here in Datasheet view. And the final point to mention here is that by default, the column headings or the fields that you see in the Subdatasheet reflect the structure of the original table that they came from. It's time now to do our first exercise of the course. And this exercise is not quite as easy as it might first seem. But if you are pretty good with queries, then you should be able to figure it out. So what I'd like you to do is add a Subdatasheet to the genre table, so that if we were to expand any of these, and I'm going to go for biopic, it's going to look something like that. Note that we only have the title for each of the movies that are part of that genre. And that is all I need you to do in this exercise. As I said, it seems fairly simple and straightforward, but just to give you a little clue, you are going to need to create a query in order to do this. Give it a go, and I will see you in the next section.
For the next section, you'll want to download the course exercise files. Click the link below in the video description to get these. You can also scroll through the details to find timestamps for each section in this course. If you're enjoying this training, please leave us a comment.
In this section of the course, we're going to be taking a look at how we can link tables to other Access databases. So we're going to start out by just discussing the background of this. We're going to take a look at importing and linking. I'm going to show you how to create relationships between linked tables, how you can use the linked table manager, and also how you can remove a link. So let's start by discussing the background of this. Now, as most of us already know, Access has been around for a very long time. And back in the day, it used to be based on a single file, and it was very much a desktop-based system. So one file would contain all of the tables, all of the queries, all of the reports, etc. But as time went on, this restriction became more and more difficult to manage as more people started to use the file. Giving them all access to one file and keeping all of the changes in step has become a lot more important. Now, another factor to consider. As Access databases became more significant, they very often housed data that was useful to other databases, other applications. So it became more important to be able to access data from other databases. Now let's take a look at our Northwind traders database as a quick example. Now this database contains all of the information about invoices and purchase orders, various forms and reports, but it also contains information about customers. And customer information is widely used data in business. So to demonstrate linking other tables, we're going to create a tiny demo database. See it as the early stages of some kind of CRM system. And in doing that, I'm going to access the customer information from the Northwind database. So let's open up the customers table. Now notice here that each customer has a unique ID. And the customer in this particular example is actually a company. So what we're going to do first is create ourselves a new database. Remember, this database is going to be very, very small. So let's close down Northwind Traders. And we're simply going to create a new blank database. So let's give our database a name, and I'm going to add CRM to the name of this particular database just so we can identify it easily. And I'm going to save it into the course files folder. Let's click on create. So there is my file. It just has one table in it, table 1. Let's right click and jump into design view. And we're going to give this table a name. Let's call it Table Customer Contact and click on OK. So now I can start to go through and add in my fields. And as I said, these fields are going to be related to the types of interaction that I have with my customers. Now, by this stage, you should know how to add fields into a table. So I'm going to do that off camera. Join me back here in a couple of moments. So there are my fields. We have an ID field, which is going to be auto-numbered as we add more records. Our customer ID is going to be a number. Our contact type is going to be short text. Contact date is date and time. And then we have some notes. Now, this isn't a required field. Remember, it's a long text field, so it's also not indexed, but we're going to have a field for notes in case we need to add any. So each customer record in this table is going to have a unique ID. And that customer ID must correspond to an existing customer. Now, at the moment, we have no customer details, but we're going to access the customer IDs from the Northwind traders database. So we're effectively going to create a link here, and we're simply going to focus on the customer ID field. Now, given that we need to access data in another database, we're going to just close down our customer contact table. We're going to jump up to the external data tab, and this is the group we want, import and link. So if we select new data source from database, we can link to another table in a different access database. So let's choose this option. Now, the first thing we need to do here is just browse for the database where the table that we want to link to is located. Now, I have mine saved off into the course files folder. You might have yours saved in a different location, so just browse to wherever makes sense for you. Now, one thing to note at this stage is that if you were to move this database into a different folder, it is going to cause problems. And I am going to talk through that problem towards the end of this lesson. So now we've selected where our file is, we have two options. And this is where we specify how and where we want to store the data in the current database. So do we want to import tables, queries, forms, reports, macros, and modules into the current database? So importing them is going to move those tables into this database. Do we want to do that, or do we just want to link to the data source by creating a linked table? Now, if we choose link, which is the option that we want in this scenario, Access will create a table that will maintain a link to the source data. And that's exactly what we want, because we're linking to the Northwind traders database. And there might be a whole bunch of people who constantly make updates to the particular table that we're linking to at Northwind traders. So I don't want to have to re-import a copy of the table every single time somebody makes a change. I want it to update automatically. And if we choose to link, that's exactly what's going to happen. So this is the option that we want. Let's click on OK. And now we can choose which table in the Northwind traders database we want to link to. So these are basically all of the tables from Northwind. So we want to link to the customers table. So we need to select that and click on OK. And notice what's happened here. If you take a look over in the navigation pane, we now have our original table, but we also have the customers table. Now notice it does look slightly different from the one above in the fact that we have a little blue arrow at the side. And that really just lets us know visually that this is a linked table. Now, before we go on any further, just a couple of important points to mention. Being able to do this in this way will very much depend on the security on the Northwind traders database. So it might be that when you try to do this, you just don't have the correct level of access. A second point worth mentioning is that I sometimes rename these linked tables to remind me where the table is coming from. So instead of just customers, if I right click and go to rename, I want to make sure that I know that this is coming from Northwind traders. So I'm going to add NWT underscore on the front there. Now that doesn't change the name of the table in the original location or anything like that. It is purely for your reference. So let's open up this table, double click, and we're going to jump straight into design view. Now notice straight away we get a warning message. It's basically telling me that this is a linked table whose design cannot be modified. So we can only modify the design of a table in the source database. But notice that we can open it anyway, regardless of that fact. So let's say yes to open anyway, and we can now see all of the fields within this table. Now let's select one of these fields. If I select the company field, for example, one thing to notice is in the bottom right-hand corner, can you see it says this property cannot be modified in linked tables. So how much we can change in a linked table is very limited. Now let's close this table down and let's go in and take a look at the relationships in the background. So if we jump up to Database Tools and open up Relationships, I'm going to add both tables. Now notice over in the Add Tables window on the right hand side, one table is underneath links and the other table is underneath tables. And that's really just differentiated because one isn't native to the database that we're creating. So let's add both tables. I'm going to say add selected table, add selected table. Now currently these tables are not linked in any way. So we need to create a relationship between the two tables. Now in the Northwind Traders Customers table, the ID field is basically the customer ID field that we have in Toolbar Customer Contact. So let's drag ID and link it to Customer ID. Notice that this is a one-to-many relationship. But another interesting thing to note here is that when you're dealing with linked tables, you can't enforce referential integrity. So just be aware of that. Let's click on Create. And we've now linked those two tables together. Now, the final thing I want to talk to you about in this particular lesson is the Linked Table Manager. So let's jump across to the External Data tab. And in the Import and Link group, notice we have an option for Linked Table Manager. And this is going to basically show you any tables that you have linked. Now what we can do in this window is we can select our linked table, and when we click on refresh, that's going to refresh that link to make sure that that link is still valid. If we don't get any error messages, then we're all good. We can carry on with what we're doing. Now if you click on the refresh button and you get an error message, it might be because the database that you're linking to has been moved to a different location. And I did mention this briefly towards the beginning of this lesson. So I'm going to go away and I'm just going to move the Northwind Traders database to a different folder in File Explorer. Then we'll refresh the link so we can see what happens. So I've moved this database just to my desktop, so it's no longer in this folder. If I now select it and click on refresh, I'm going to get a message. It cannot find the file. Also, if I close down the Link Table Manager and also close down this Relationships window and try to open NWT Customers again, I'm going to get the same message. But what we can do is use the Linked Table Manager to relink this file. Notice we have a relink option. Let's click it and we can then browse to the folder location where the file now exists. Now all I'm going to do here is simply move it back to its original location. So for me, that's the desktop. There is the file. I can select it, click on OK. It's telling me it's going to update all selected tables with the relinked data. That's fine. Let's click on yes. And now we have that new location. So when we click refresh, we should no longer get that error message and we should be able to open NWT Customers. Now I'm just going to go away and move this file back to its original location off camera. So join me back here in a couple of moments once I've done that. The final point to mention here is how we can unlink a table. And this is really straightforward. Back into Linked Table Manager, we can select the link and we have a delete option over in the right-hand menu. In this section of the course, we're going to take a look at how we can acquire and install SQL Server Express. And in particular, we're going to look at ODBC and SQL Server in relation to Access 2021. Now, we've already mentioned in previous lessons that Access has historically always been a single file database system that comprises of data and UI components like forms and reports. But as time has gone on, this model has very much needed to change. And we looked at accessing access tables in one database from a different database. And in Access, you can access data that isn't held in Access databases at all. It's held in other types of database systems. One important example is that Access can use data that is in any ODBC compliant database. And a good example of that, and one that you might be more familiar with, is Microsoft SQL Server. So in this lesson, we're going to take a look and explain a little bit more about open database connectivity. So I'm going to show you how to acquire SQL Server Express, how to download and install it, and how to set up sample data for SQL Server. And then once we've done that, in the next lesson, I'll show you how to access that data using Access 2021. But let's first start out by talking about Open Database Connectivity, ODBC. And this is basically a standard that proves that a database is ODBC compliant, so that the data management aspects are interchangeable with other ODBC compliant database systems. So if we need some customer data for our new customer database, providing it's in an ODBC compliant database, I should be able to access it with no problems. Now, in terms of this course, and from your perspective as a student working through this course, we have a couple of issues. So you might not have access to an ODBC compliant system in order to work through this example. If not, you can install and set up your own ODBC compliant database on your PC. And that's the process that we're going to walk through. Now, it is a reasonably lengthy process, so I will say if you don't have the permissions, maybe you're on your work PC, or maybe you don't have the time to do this, it is still worth working through this lesson because you will still pick up some valuable information. So we're basically going to download and install SQL Server Express. And the first thing to note here, because this might be a deciding factor for you, is that it is completely free. Now, the second problem you might find is that when it comes to installing SQL Server Express, there are many options. You might be installing this on Windows 8, Windows 10, Windows 11. You might have a 64-bit system. You might have a 32-bit system. So the steps that I'm going through are all going to be related to the kind of system that I have. And just for reference, I'm working in Windows 11 and I have a 64-bit system. So what I'm trying to say here is that we can't really do this as if it were a training exercise because there are so many different variables. So it's going to be more of a demo, and if you're going to do this for yourself, the steps you go through and the things you type in might not be exactly the same because it needs to relate to your specific system. Now, if you already have an ODBC compliant database, then most of this section you're not going to need. Maybe you're doing this at work and you already have an ODBC compliant system that you can use. If you do, then you don't need to go through this process of downloading and installing SQL Server. Now, SQL Server is an ODBC compliant system, but there are a number of different editions. So I'm on the SQL Server page on the Microsoft website right now. And as I always say, depending on when you're coming to this course, these website pages change frequently. So if you're coming to this course a little bit in the future, you might find that this page looks slightly different to what it looks like on my screen right now. So you're just going to have to hunt around a little bit and try and find the equivalent pages on the updated website. But as of April 2023, this is what this page looks like on the Microsoft website. Now, if we scroll down on this page, notice at the bottom we have two specialized editions, one for developer and one called Express. And this is the one that we're looking for. We want to download and install SQL Server 2022 Express. As I said, it is a free edition of SQL Server. Now, before we start downloading this, there are a couple of things that we need to make a note of that we're going to need during the setup process. So the first thing we're going to do is jump into Control Panel. Now, once we're in Control Panel, if we click on System and Security, and then System, this is going to open the About page where we can see some information about our specific PC. And you just want to check and make a note of the system type just here. So check if you're using a 64-bit or a 32-bit operating system, because we're going to need this information in the setup phase. So let's close out of these and go back to our download page. I'm going to click on Download Now, and notice at the top it's downloading this little exe file, SQL 2022 SQL Server Express. And unless you've changed that, that's going to go into your Downloads folder. And this is actually a download management tool that will manage the download of the actual software. So I've opened File Explorer, I'm in my Downloads folder, there is my download, let's double click to run it. Now the first decision we have to make is the installation type. Now we're just going to stick with the basic installation, so let's select that. We need to read through the license terms, so let's scroll to the bottom and click on Accept. And now we need to choose our install location. Now I'm happy with the default here, it's just going to go into Program Files. You could browse and put this somewhere else, but let's just click on Install. And it's going to go away and download the install package. Now, once the install is complete, you're going to see this screen just here. And there's some really important information that you need to note down. So I recommend just taking a quick photo of this page on your phone, or maybe just jotting it down in a notepad, because we're going to need this information in order to install this successfully, because we're going to need this information a little bit later on. And the most important piece of information on this page is the connection string just here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click this icon to the right, which is going to copy that string to the clipboard, and I'm simply going to paste it into a notepad file. So Control V to paste. I'm just going to minimize that down because we're going to come back to it later on. Now another thing we need to do here is we need to install SSMS. And you can see that button available at the bottom. Now SSMS is SQL Server Management Studio. And this makes it easier to see, update and enter data into SQL Server Express. So let's click Install SSMS. And if we scroll down the page a little bit, we'll see a big heading that says Download SSMS, and underneath the link, free download for SQL Server Management Studio. So let's click this link. Again, it's going to download a little exe file. You can see that in the bottom left-hand corner. And this might take a few minutes depending on your system. Once it's finished installing, we can go to our Downloads folder. There it is just there. Let's double click to run it. We can choose our install location. Again, I'm just going to go with the default. And then by clicking the install button, we're also agreeing to the terms and conditions. So let's click on install. We'll say, yes, that's fine. And once again, this can take a few minutes to install, so you'll need to be a little bit patient. Maybe go away, get a coffee and come back, and hopefully it should be done. And once it's finished, you should see Setup Complete. So let's click on Close. Now you're going to need to restart your PC in order for this to fully install. So I'm going to go away and do that now. Join me back here once I've done that. Now the last thing we need here is some sample data. And again, this is data that we can download from online. And if you've used earlier versions of SQL Server, then you might be aware of the Adventure Works database. That was always the sample dataset that everybody used, but it has been replaced in recent years with Wide World Importers. So you can Google for Wide World Importers Sample Database version 1, or you can simply copy the link that I have up here. So again, this might be something that you want to take a quick snapshot of, because this is going to take you straight to the page on github.com that we need. Now the sample data that we want to use is this link just here. So under SQL Server 2016 SP1 or later, there are two links just here. We want this one, Wide World Importers DW Full Backup. So let's click on this, and you can see in the top corner that data is now downloading. So we're pretty much all set up and ready to go now. So join me in the next lesson where we're going to run through how to set up SQL Server. In the previous lesson, we downloaded SQL Express. We also downloaded SSMS and the backup of the sample SQL Server database. So in this lesson, we're going to bring everything together. So we're going to start by restoring the Wide World Importers database from backup into SQL Server. We're going to browse the database in SSMS so we can see what it looks like in SQL Server Management Studio. We're going to create a data source name, or a DSN, and then we're going to use that DSN to make some of the data available in Access 2021. Now we have the Worldwide Importers database, and we're now going to restore that backup as though it were our own into our local instance of SQL Server. And to do that, we're going to use SSMS. But when we run it, and this is a very important point, we need to run it as administrator. So I'm going to search for mine in Windows. Let's click on the Windows logo, and I'm just going to click More just here because this is what I want to run, SQL Server Management Studio 19. Now, if we right click, you can see we get an option to run as administrator. Now, as I mentioned, I'm using Windows 11. Yours might look slightly different if you're running in an older version of Windows. But you should have in the right-click menu a Run as Administrator option. So let's click this, and this is what it should look like if you've opened it successfully. Now, on this screen just here, where it says server name, you should find that this corresponds to the information that you took a snapshot of earlier during the install process. So what you'll probably find is that it has your system listed first. For me, that is my laptop, and then we have the instance name. And that is SQL Express 01 for me. And this is the information that you can find in the connection string that we copied to the Notepad file. So if you're not sure, just double check and change accordingly if you need to. Let's click on Connect. So I'm now connected to my instance of SQL Server. And if you take a look on the left-hand side, we can see that we now have this little Object Explorer pane where we have a collection of folders. Now, if we expand Databases and then click on each one of these, you can see we don't have a great deal in here underneath System Databases and actually nothing under Database Snapshots. And what we need to do is we need to attach the worldwide importers sample data so that we're able to browse it. So we're going to restore that data from the backup file. So let's right click on Databases and we're going to choose Restore Database. Now at the top here, our source is device because we have this stored on our PC, and we can then browse for our worldwide importers backup file. So depending on where you've saved it, that will depend what you browse to. So let's click on Add. And now we need to browse to the location where we have that backup file stored. Now, I will say if you just downloaded it to your downloads folder, it's going to be quite difficult to find in this file structure. So I'd recommend you move it to something like C drive users, which is where I've put mine, just so it's easier to find. So if we go to C drive and expand users, and I'm just going to click on users, there is my file. So let's select it and click on OK. Let's click OK again, and then OK one more time. And you can see at the top here, it's restoring that entire database. Once it's been restored successfully, we can simply click on OK, and now we can see our database in our Object Explorer. So we can expand it out, we can expand tables, and we can see all of the tables within that database just here. And if you want to take a look at any of these tables, for example, so let's choose this one here, dimension.supplier. What you can do is right click and say select top 1000 rows to preview. So that's going to go away, and we can see in the lower half of the screen the first 1000 rows in that particular table. And what we're actually going to do is we are going to use a bit of the information from this particular table in Access. But for the time being, we can just close the Server Management Studio. So let's click on the cross in the top corner. Now, I just want to talk briefly about DSN, Data Source Name. You need to tell Access about the Wide World Importers database, what it is and where it is, and you need to also tell it that it's an ODBC compliant database. So we need to give it information as to what server it's on, what SQL instance it uses, sort of pretty much that information that we jotted down earlier. But first we need to tell it where to look. And the way to do this is to create a data source name, or a DSN. Now, depending on what operating system you're using, you might do this in a slightly different way. The option that you're looking for is Admin Tools, which you'll find in Control Panel if you're using Windows 10 or Windows 8. If you're using Windows 11 like I am here, you can get to your admin tools through the command prompt. So I'm going to click Search, and let's just say Run at the top here. And in the bottom, I just need to type in Control Admin Tools. When we click on OK, that is going to take us directly to the area that we need. Notice the path up here. So if you were doing this manually through the Control Panel, you would go to Control Panel, System and Security, and then we have Windows Tools at the bottom, which is going to take you to the same place. Now what you're seeing here are two files, ODBC data sources 32-bit and the same files but in 64-bit. And earlier, remember I told you to note down which one of these you were using. So for me, that is 64-bit. So this is the one I'm going to use. And again, I need to right click and I need to run as administrator. Now you'll see at the top here, we have 3 types of DSN. So user, system, and file. We're going to be creating a file DSN. And this has opened up the folders within documents on my PC. So yours is going to look slightly different to this, but we need to click on add from here. We're going to choose SQL Server and then go into our advanced settings. So here we've got the driver listed out, but if you look above where it says server equals my server, database equals my database, we need to add this information that's relative to us from here. And again, this is information that you should have jotted down earlier on. So for me, I need to type in server equals Deb's laptop / SQL Express 01. And then we need database, and that is the name of our worldwide importers file. So worldwide importers DW. I always like to make sure I have verify this connection ticked. So let's click on OK. And if we're not getting any kind of error after verifying the connection, we can assume that we're fine. So let's click on Next. We now need to give our DSN a name. So I'm going to save my DSN into the course files folder. And I'm going to call it worldwide importers _ sample. And let's click on Save. Let's choose Next. And then we can click Finish. So we're pretty much done here. Let's click on OK, and I'm going to close down Control Panel as well. Now let's open up Access again, and we're going to go back to our CRM file that we created earlier on. So now we've gone through this rather lengthy process. We have that connection in place and we have some sample data. We want to access that supplier information from the dimension _ supplier table in the worldwide importers sample database. We want to be able to access that from within this database here in Access. So what we can do is jump up to external data. We can go down to from other sources and choose ODBC database. Now we want to create a link to the data source by creating a linked table. Let's click on OK. And now we can browse for the DSN name. So if you recall, we saved this in the course files folder. So I'm going to quickly browse to that folder. There is wwi-sample.dsn. So let's select it and click on OK. And now I can see all of the tables in that database. The one that we want is this one just here, dimension.supplier. So let's click on OK. And we can now see that table. Again, we have a little blue arrow next to it because this is a linked table. And if we double click, we can open it up and view that information essentially from an entirely different database outside of Access. And because we've created a link, if anything changes, and because we've created a link, if anybody changes information in that dimension supplier database at worldwide importers, it's going to automatically update in our Access database. The final point just to point out is notice that we do have a globe icon next to this table, and that just really denotes that this is an external link to another ODBC database. It's time now to complete exercise 2. And for this exercise, I can't really give you a sample answer as I would need to use a DSN on my system that wouldn't work on yours. So I've just made a copy of my CRM database file. You can see we have A03 in the title bar at the top. And you can see that I have 2 linked tables from the worldwide importers database. Dimension _ customer and dimension _ supplier. So for this exercise, I'd like you to practice creating a new database of your own that just includes those 2 linked tables in your copy of the worldwide importers database. So that's basically going to allow you to practice all of the skills that we've learned in the past 2 lessons. So remember, you need to have created the worldwide importers database in SQL Server from the backup file, and then you'll need to create your own DSN. And I'd like you to use that DSN to link to those 2 tables. So that's exercise 2. See how you get on with that, and I will see you in the next section. As we've already mentioned a few times already in this course, an Access database by default is a single file. And that can create a number of problems that we're going to review in this lesson. Now, some of these problems that we're going to discuss we can overcome by splitting the database into two parts, front end and back end. So in this lesson, we're going to explore why we might want to split an Access database. I'm then going to show you the process of splitting a database. We'll take a look at how we can protect the back end. And then we're going to talk about the importance of the location for the back end as well. So let's start out with that first question. Why split an Access database? Now, currently, we're looking at the latest version of the Night Movies database. And you'll find this file in the Course Files folder, and it's basically a copy of the completed Exercise 1 file. And if you take a look over on the left, we have all of our objects grouped. So we have our tables at the top, then we have our queries, our forms, our reports, and our macros. Now, it might be that this database is stored in a shared network location, and we might have several users that are going to access the database. Now remember, currently, our database is all in one file. Now, the more people that access this database, the higher the chance is that it's going to be damaged, maybe through some kind of network glitch or some other hardware error that might cause damage to the file. Now, rather helpfully, there isn't really any reason why users shouldn't have their own copy of parts of this database. For example, a user might have their own copy of all of the forms in the database, or maybe all of the queries. Now, of course, we would need to make sure that we have some kind of process in place so that everything is kept up to date. But there is one thing that you can't have your own copy of, and that is the data. The data must always be shared. So in general terms, the UI components don't have to be shared, but the data does. So we could split the database into two parts and put the shared data into the back end and put the non-shared UI components, so things like forms, into the front end. Let's take a look at another reason for splitting a database. Now, let's suppose this database is in a network location and we have 10 people using it from different PC locations. When one of those users wants to view or amend data, they load a form. That form has to travel across a network and they load the data for the form. Maybe they change some data or maybe run a report, but everything they do involves network traffic. If you split the database so that the back end is in the shared location and the front end is on the user's PC, only the data part generates network traffic. So as each user is just loading forms on their local device that reside on their local device, you're going to reduce the amount of traffic. Now, another factor that's also very important is security is a lot easier to organize if you have a database that is split into front end and back end. So when it comes to establishing security, the way that you do it for the back end, the data part, is quite different from the way that you do it for the front end. And that links nicely into my next point, which is that if you have users that want to create their own reports or design their own forms, it's much easier to manage if those users have their own front end. So if someone is creating their own forms and reports, rather than putting them into a central location where they might clutter up the database for other users, those custom elements they can keep to themselves in their own copy of the front-end database. So with all that said, let's take a look at the process for splitting a database up into front-end and back-end. And what we're going to do is we're going to create our own new small database to demonstrate this. So we're going to create an asset tracking database. And notice that I'm currently in the new section, so File New, and we're going to use one of Access's templates. And it's this one here, Asset Tracking. If you don't have it at the top here like I do, you can just search for it down here by typing Asset Tracking into the search bar. So let's click to open this up. I'm going to give my file a name. Now I'm just going to put mine on the desktop for the time being. I will move this into the Course Files folder so that you can access this file if you need to. So let's click on Create. Now notice as soon as we do that, we get this welcome screen pop up. And we are going to talk a bit more about welcome screens a bit later on. Another thing to note on this welcome screen is that in the bottom corner, you do have a little link here called Get Started, and this will take you into some really useful help files. And I always recommend that you do have a quick look at some of the videos available. Now, for the moment, we're just going to close this welcome screen. And what you'll see at the top here, if we take a look in the navigation pane, you can see that we have 4 tables in this template: assets, contacts, filters, and settings. Now, it's worth pointing out at this stage, if you are going to split a database, you should always take a backup of the database before the split. So in case anything goes wrong, you do have a backup. So I recommend saving off this file in its current state to a different location under a different file name before you start to do this. Now, the next thing you need to make sure is that you have everything closed. So we want to make sure we have all of our tables closed by clicking on the cross. Now, the process for splitting is actually really simple. If we go up to Database Tools, and in the Move Data group, we want to select the Access Database option. And this is going to take us into the Database Splitter. So you can see here it says, this wizard moves tables from your current database to a new backend database. So that sounds like exactly what we want. In multi-user environments, this reduces network traffic and allows continuous front-end development without affecting data or interrupting users. If your database is protected with a password, the new backend database will be created without a password and will be accessible to all users. So an important point just there. And you will need to add a password to the backend database after it is split. It then says it could be a long process. Make sure you make a backup copy of your database before splitting it. So worth reading through these paragraphs. We're going to say split database. I'm going to navigate to the folder where I want these saved. So again, I'm just going to save into the course files folder. And notice the default file name that's been assigned for the backend has had BE added to it. So this is how we can tell that this is the back end part of the database. So I'm happy with that file name. Let's click on split. And there we go. It is done. So now notice something that's changed in the navigation pane. Next to each one of our tables, we now have that little blue arrow because these are now effectively linked tables. They're located in a different file because these are all part of the backend. Now, the location of that backend database is very important because it needs to be in a shared location so that any user that needs access to that data can do so. So in this lesson, I've shared mine into the course files folder in OneDrive, but in a real world scenario, you might want to save that to some kind of network drive or shared location within your team. In the previous lesson, we saw how we can split a database into front end and back end. And currently, we're looking at the front end. Now, there are consequences of this split, which we're going to talk about in this section. So we're going to start out by talking about shared and local tables. We'll then talk about backing up local data, saving in compiled format, moving the backend database, and trusting a database location. Now, currently, there are 4 tables in this database, and they're all now linked tables because we moved them into a backend file. So what we're seeing here is a link to that file. Now, if we double click to open the settings table, notice that this table is a little bit different from some of the others. This table has one single record, and it has 2 fields, ID and show welcome. Now, the purpose of this table is that this is what controls the welcome screen. And this determines if that welcome screen is shown when we open the file. If you recall, when we open up this asset tracking database, we always get that welcome screen pop up. Now, it pops up because we have a little tick in this box just here underneath the show welcome column. Now, you can also set the welcome screen to pop up in the actual design of your database, but the other option is that each user should have one of these records, so each user can choose if they want to see the welcome screen. And we're going to have a look at how this works more a little bit later on. Now, at the moment, rather than having this record shared, each user should have their own version of this record and this table. So this table should be local to them, not shared. So currently this sits in the back end, which is shared data. We want to move this to the front end so the user has control. So given that we have this shared table and we need to convert it back to a local table, you'll be pleased to hear that this is a very simple thing to do in Access 2021. What we need to do is just close down settings, right-click on Settings from the navigation pane, and right at the bottom we have an option in here, Convert to Local Table. Notice what happens as soon as I do that. We no longer have the little blue arrow next to it because this is no longer a linked table. It no longer resides in the back end. We've moved it to the front end. We might also want to let users set up their own local data. Maybe they're developing their own add-ons, forms, things like that. You can let your users set up their own local tables. And it is completely normal for users to have access to both local and shared data. Now, if users do have local data in their front-end databases, you need to consider this when it comes to backing up data. You need to include the front-end database as well as the back-end. Now, there is a facility in Access whereby we can save a database in compiled format. So if you've just split an Access database, you can save the front end in compiled format. Now, the reason why you might want to do that is that it improves the general performance of the database. It makes it quicker and also smaller because any program code is pre-compiled so it runs quickly. There are also security advantages of doing this. For example, users won't be able to modify the forms in the database. So we can save the database in compiled format and use the ACDE file extension. And in this compiled form, the program code is all in compiled form and can't be edited, but users can, however, create and modify tables and queries. So let's save our database in ACDE format. So we're going to jump up to File, down to Save As, and notice one of the options that we have in here is this one, Make ACCDE. So this file will be compiled to an executable file only. So we're going to choose this one, Save As. I'm going to save it into the Course Files folder again. Check out the file extension, ACDE. Click on Save. So now we've saved that, I'm just going to close down this welcome screen and we're going to close down the file completely. Now, if we look at this file in File Explorer and compare it to the originals, you can see here is the ACDE one at the bottom, and then just above we have the ACDB version. If you take a look at the size, you can see that the ACDE file is a lot smaller than the ACDB. Exactly the same file, but the DE file is compiled format. So the database is going to be able to do the same things, but what the users can do will be limited. So let's take a look at that. We're going to double click to open the ACDE version of this file. Now notice here we have the asset list form open. Now if I wanted to switch to the form's design view and make some changes, let's try and do that. I'm going to right click. Notice that we don't have design view in here. It's effectively disabled. Let's close this down and let's try and open something else. So let's take a look at a report. Let's say asset details, for example. If we open this up, we can see the report in report view. If I want to change the design, right click, I don't have that option in here. So you can start to see some of those restrictions when you save your file as an ACDE file. Now, there might be other things that you want to restrict. For example, maybe you don't want users to be able to see the navigation pane, for example. You can definitely do that, and it is going to be something that we'll look at later on. Now, there might come a point in time where you need to move the backend database. And I would think that this is fairly obvious. That's probably going to cause us problems if the location of that backend database changes. So let's take a look at the type of problems we might get if that scenario occurs. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the course files folder and I'm going to move the backend database. So there is the backend. What I'm going to do is quickly just create a new folder. And I'm just going to call this backend. And let's just very quickly move our backend file into this folder. So let's put it in there. Let's close down this file and let's reopen it. So it's this one just here, tracking 02. Notice we get an error message, could not find the file. And then we have the file path name and that backend database file. If I click on OK just here, we're going to start getting all kinds of error messages and I won't be able to access anything that's in the backend. So if I try and open some of these backend tables, it's not going to work. So if that does happen, if we have moved the backend and it starts causing problems with our files, we just need to relink to the backend. And we've seen how to do this before in previous lessons. We can use the linked table manager. So let's go up to External Data, open up Linked Table Manager. This is our backend file, so let's make sure that we select it. We can choose Relink, and then we can go into our subfolder, which is the new location, select it, click on OK, confirm, close this down, and then we should be back to normal, which we are. So that is pretty much how you move a backend database. Now I'm going to go and move it back to its original location, and I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to talk a little bit further about how we can address multi-user issues. And we've referred a number of times in this course to data being shared between different users. And whilst we've been looking at putting in place mechanisms to do this, there are issues that arise when users share data, or what we call the multi-user aspects of sharing data. For example, let's suppose you locate a record in a database and are considering making changes to that record. But at the same time, another user in a different location accesses the same record. So either of us could make a change that has the potential to affect the other person's change. Or, whilst one of us is looking at a record, another person might be changing it so that the data that we're looking at is now out of date. So these multi-use issues are handled in Access using a number of different tools and techniques. So what we're going to look at in this lesson are issues when users share data. We're going to take a look at some advanced client settings. We're going to talk about default record locking, record level locking, and of course, we're going to demonstrate record locking. Now, one of the most important things to look at when thinking about this is the balance between the size of the database and the number of users and the level of churn. And when I say churn, that just refers to the amount that the data is changing. So maybe you have a very large database with a large number of users, but the level of churn is low. If that is the case, you can approach the issue of change in a very different way to one where the level of churn is high. Because a database with a low level of churn, you can take the approach that when one user is making a change, everybody else is locked out of that record. Whereas if you have a high level of churn, so lots of users and lots of changes happening all the time, it's going to be frustrating for those users if they are consistently locked out of records that they're trying to update. So in that situation, it's a lot more practical to let other users see a record that is potentially going to be changed. So when you're considering your approach to multi-user access, you need to take these factors into account. Now let's move on to talking about advanced client settings. Now we access our client settings by going into File and into Options, Client Settings, and if we scroll all the way down to the bottom of this window, you can see we have some advanced client settings just here. And you can see that one of the options that we can change is the default open mode. We have two options, shared and exclusive. Now, almost without exception, this will be set to shared by default. Now, there are some situations where you might need to open in exclusive mode. And this is usually due to a maintenance requirement where you need exclusive access. And what we mean by exclusive access is that everybody else is locked out of the database. So if you need to perform some maintenance on a record or a table or something like that, you could set this to open in exclusive mode and you know that you're the only one in there and nobody else is currently trying to make changes to the database. So don't forget about that little option in there. Now I'm going to close down this file and we're just going to open up the A02 version of our CRM database. Because what we can do is we can also open a database in exclusive mode. Now, unfortunately, you can't open in exclusive mode if you're just selecting your file from your recent files list just here. You would need to go into Open and then browse for it in order to be able to see that Open in Exclusive option. So there is the file I want to open, the CRM A02. And if we go to the drop down next to Open, notice we have an option here to Open Exclusive. So if I was to choose this, it's going to open up the database and it's essentially going to lock everybody else out of the database. So it means that I can perform my maintenance task, I can update what I need to update, and I'm not going to have people getting in the way of that. Of course, the downside to this is that anybody else who's trying to access the database is currently locked out until I've finished what I'm doing. And if you are working on a database with a high churn rate, so lots of people going in all the time making lots of updates, that can become quite frustrating for your users. So let's take a look at a couple of other options that we have. And for this, we're going to jump back into File, go down into Options, and go back to our Advanced Client Settings section. Now notice here we have a little section called Default Record Locking, and we have three options: No Locks, All Records, and Edited Record. Now the first option means that we do not by default lock a record. So if a user is viewing and changing a record, it doesn't lock anyone else out. Now this sounds a little bit dangerous, but this is the option that is usually used in situations where there is little chance of two or more users changing the same record at the same time. So you might use this option when primarily users are adding data to a database and there aren't really that many situations where the data gets regularly changed and the chances of conflict are small. The next option, All Records, this applies to tables, and when you apply an all record lock, all of the records in the table are locked. So this is sometimes used as kind of a halfway house to do maintenance. So for example, if you need to do maintenance on a table, let's say maybe the records need new fields added, but you don't want to lock people out of the database altogether, you can use All Records. And then the final option here is Edited Record. So this means that when a user selects a record and opens a record to potentially make changes, only that record is locked. So this is a safer way of doing updates, but again, it can be frustrating if the record is left open in a locked status. There's been many situations that I've come across where somebody has opened a record in this mode to make their changes and then has gone off to a meeting and left the record open in locked mode, which means nobody else can access that record. So just be aware of that if you're going to use this option. Now notice underneath we have an option that says open databases by using record level locking, and currently we have a check next to that. So this is really an alternative to locking individual records. But one thing you need to be aware of is that this refers to page level locking. Now the records in a database are accessed using pages of data, and a page can have many records in it. So if you're doing edited record locking and you're asking access to lock individual records, if you uncheck this box, you are actually locking the page that this record is in. So this means you might be locking other records around that record as well. Now the reason why you might do this is due to performance issues. Locking pages is much quicker for access to do. So sometimes switching from record level locking to page level locking can make performance a little bit better. Now whilst we're on this page, let's take a look at some of these numbers that we have underneath that option. You can see that the refresh interval is set to 60 seconds. So this is the interval in which data will be refreshed for you by Access. So if someone has made a change to the data, then that will be refreshed minute by minute. And of course, you can adjust this if you need to. Now let's talk a little bit further about record locking. So I've reopened up the Night Movies database. We're working in the 6.03 version that you'll find in section 6 of the course files folder. And I've just opened the navigation form in Design View. Now the first thing you'll notice is that this has been split into Frontend and Backend. If you take a look at the tables, you can see that they have that little blue arrow next to them, which tells me that those are linked tables that are possibly stored off in a shared network location, therefore are in the backend, whereas the queries, forms, reports, and macros are all in the front end. Now, if we take a quick look at the property sheet for this particular form, and if we go across to the data tab, notice right at the bottom where it says record locks, it's set to edited record. Now we do have a little drop down here, which is going to give us those three options that we were looking at in Access Options earlier: no locks, all records, and edited record. Now I'm going to keep this on edited record because what this effectively means is that if I had this form, and remember this form is in the front end, if I had this form open on my PC as I do now, and then my colleague down the corridor also opens their navigation form on their PC and tries to edit the same record that I'm currently editing, I'm not going to be able to do that. So for example, if we go back into form view, you can see this is my movie maintenance form. If I was trying to change the year of release here from, let's say, 1994 to 1993, which I realize is wrong, but let's just take that as our example. If I was trying to change this record just here, and somebody else on another PC was also trying to change it, when I try and click away, I'm going to get an error message letting me know that this record is locked. So it's basically not going to let me update or save the record until the other user moves away from that field. So just be aware of that and make sure you fully understand what each of those three options mean when it comes to record locking. It's time now to do exercise 3. So I'd like you to take version 22 of the Night Movies database, which you'll find in the course files folder, and basically turn that into our exercise 3 database. So this is the starting file that you can see on the screen. Currently everything is in one file, but I'd like you to take this and I'd like you to split it into Frontend and Backend. And I'd like the front end to be saved in compiled form. And I'd like to make sure that when you open the front end, you don't get any security warnings. So let's take a look at my version. So you need to start with A022 from the course files folder, but in the exercise files folder, you're basically going to find 4 different versions of exercise 3. You can see that we have front end and back end files for people using a 32-bit system, and front-end and back-end files for people using a 64-bit system. So this is why it's really important to know what type of system you're using and make sure that you refer to the correct files. So I'm using a 64-bit system, and if I open, for example, this file just here, which is the front end, notice I don't get any security warning, and also notice that all of the tables are now showing as link tables because I've moved them to a backend database file. So start with A022 in the course files folder and break it up into front end and backend. And don't forget that you're probably going to need to relink the tables so that everything flows through and that you can access that backend data when you're opening forms on the front end. That's it for exercise 3. I will see you in the next lesson. In this section, we're going to start to talk about macros. And macros are something that you might have used before. They're very popular in many Microsoft applications. You might have used macros in Excel or Word, but they do work a little bit different when it comes to Access. So we're going to start out by going over the basics, and then we'll move on to some more advanced uses of macros. Now, many people don't like the thought of programming, but macros in Access are pretty straightforward once you get into them. And I would say that if you do get a basic grasp of Access macros, the advantages of using them far outweigh the drawbacks. So we're going to start out in this lesson with an introduction to macros. We're going to talk a little bit about macros versus VBA. We're going to take a look at how we can put together a very basic macro, how we can run a macro, and how we can edit a macro. So let's start out by talking about what exactly macros are if you're not familiar with that term. Now, a macro is essentially how we automate a series of repetitive steps. For example, if there is something that you do frequently, maybe a process that you run or steps that you take every week. For example, maybe you run a report every single week. Instead of going through the steps of actually running that report within Access, you could record those steps in a macro and then simply run the macro, which will effectively replay all of those steps automatically and run that report for you. So macros record steps and they help us automate repetitive and tedious tasks. Now, macros are essentially VBA code. Now, if you've used macros in other applications, and I'm going to use the example of Excel, you'll know that you have macros and you have VBA that sit behind those macros. When you record steps and build a macro, you're essentially creating VBA code. And if we know VBA well enough, we don't even have to record the steps and create a macro. We could just simply type out the code and save it as a module in Excel. And that's pretty standard across all of Microsoft Office. But in Access, macros and VBA are very different languages. So it is a little bit different to an application like Excel. And I would say that in Access, macros are a lot easier to use than VBA. So let's start out by taking a look at how we can create a very basic macro. So I'm just working in our CRM database again. You'll find this in the course files folder in section 7. This is 701 that we're working on. And if we go to the Create tab, you'll see that right at the end we have a macros and code group, and one of the options in there is macro. So let's click to open it up. Now immediately you'll see that this looks completely different to creating a macro in Excel. We can select an action over on the left-hand side, and we have a big long list of things to pick from. And then we have an actions catalog over on the right. Now, there is a bit of a tradition in the program world that when you're creating a new macro, you get the macro to output hello world. It's like its introduction into the world. So we're going to stick with that theme, and we're basically going to create a macro that pops up a message box that says hello world. So we're going to click in the Add New Action drop-down box, and one of the options that we have in here is to display a message box. So let's select this, and now we can define our options. So what do we want it to say in the message box? Well, I want it to say, hello, world. I can then choose if I want it to make a sound when the message box pops up. So do I want to beep, yes or no? I'm going to say no. We then get to define the type of message box this is. So is it critical? Is it a warning? Is it information? So we're going to say that it's a warning, and then we can give the message box a title. So this title will just appear at the top in the title bar of the message box. So I'm just going to say this is important. Now, if I wanted to, at this stage, I could then go in and I could add another action. So we can build up a series of steps or a sequence of steps by simply adding different actions into our macro. And Access will execute these steps depending on what order they're listed out in the macro. So currently the message box is going to pop up first. Now we're just going to keep things super basic first of all. This is all we're going to have in our macro. If I jump up to the macro design ribbon, notice that we have a run button. So theoretically, I can click this to run it, but I need to save my macro first. So I'm going to say, yes, I want to save the macro, and I now need to give my macro a name. So much like everything else, I have a prefix for my macros. So I'm going to say MCR. We'll call this hello world and click on OK. So it runs the macro. And check out what we have. We have exactly that. We have a message box that says hello world. The type is warning. That's why we have the yellow triangle. And we have this is important in the title bar. If I click on OK, it's going to get rid of that. Let's click the run button again. And there we go. So a very simple and straightforward little macro. Now, another thing to be aware of, if we go over to the navigation pane, notice that currently I'm only showing the tables that we have in this database. So if I click the drop down, let's choose macros, and there is my macro sitting just there. So if I'd close this down, if I wanted to, I could rerun this simply by double clicking on it from the navigation pane, and that macro will run. If I want to edit, if I right click, I need to just jump into design view, click in the message box area, and I can edit any part of that macro. Now, in that example, we need to click the Run button in order for this macro to run, or alternatively, double click on it in the navigation pane. But it's important to note that macros can be executed by different actions. For example, we could execute a macro by clicking on a button or hovering our mouse over something. And we're going to look more at that in the next lesson. Just to finish out this little example, let's add another action, and we're just going to add another message box, and we'll say we want the message to say, I hope you are well. We are going to have a beep this time. Let's say we want this to be information, and we want the title to be have a nice day. Now remember, the macro will execute these steps in the order that we see them here. Let's close this down and give it a go. I'm going to say yes, I want to save changes. If we double click, what we should find is there is our first message box pop up. As soon as I click on OK, the next step of the macro is going to run, which is to pop up another message box. I heard a little beep, and there we have I hope you're well. When we click on OK, it exits out of the macro. So that is how you create and run a basic macro in Access. In the next lesson, we're going to talk more about macros, different ways that we can execute them, and also we're going to take a look at the AutoExec macro. In the previous lesson, we saw how we can create a macro to display a Hello World message box. And we talked a little bit about the properties and the usage. In this section, we're going to take a look at the main ways that we can use macros. And we're also going to take a look at a really important macro, and that is the AutoExec macro. So we're going to start out by talking about macros and events. We're going to talk about on-click events. We're going to delve into the AutoExec macro, and we're going to finish out by discussing local settings. Now, when we initially ran the Hello World macro, I showed you a couple of different methods. We can click on the Run button, or we can double click on the macro in the navigation pane, and it will run through that macro. So currently, in order for that macro to run, it requires an action from me. I have to click Run or double click in the navigation pane. But there are other ways that we can run a macro. And generally speaking, macros will run on the basis of different events occurring. So that might be, as we saw, the click of a Run button. It might be someone clicking a button on a form. A macro might run when somebody opens a form, closes a form, or maybe even deletes a record from a table. So each of these is an event, and macros can react and respond to events. So let's demo that. We're going to create a form in the CRM database. We're going to put a button on that form and assign a macro to the button. So we're working on version 4 of the CRM database file. Again, you'll find this in the course files folder. If we jump up to the Create tab and go into Form Design, we're going to get a blank form just here. And all we're going to do nothing fancy. We're just going to add a button control. So if we go up to the Controls group, this is the one that we're looking for, button. And I'm just going to draw a big old button in the middle, just there. Now, immediately, as soon as I draw that button, I get this little command button wizard. So this kind of gives me options as to what I can do when I click on this button. For example, I might want to go to the next record, or go to the first record, or go to the last record, so on and so forth. Now, I don't want to do any of those things. I want my macro to run when this button is clicked. So for the time being, we're just going to cancel out of here. And we're going to assign our macro to this button. Now, before I do that, I'm just going to change this caption. So let's just say click here, and then I'm going to save my form. So let's say yes to save the changes. I'm going to call this FRM macro test and click on OK. So now I have my form. Let's reopen it and jump into design view. So now we have our button, we need to create our macro. So let's jump up to the create ribbon. We're going to click on macro, and now we can build out what we want it to do when we click on this button. So once again, we're going to go for a message box. The title is going to be You Clicked Me. Do I want to beep? Let's say no. The type is going to be, let's go for a warning. And the title, what have you done? Now, if I try and close this macro, again, it's going to ask me to save the macro. So I'm going to say yes, and we're going to call this MCR You Clicked Me, and click on OK. And now we can see that that macro has been added on the left-hand side in the navigation pane in the macros group. So now we have the two elements that we need. We have our button on the form, and we've created our macro. So how do we bring these together and assign the macro to the button? Well, if we click on the button, jump up to Form Design and open up the Property Sheet, this is where we can assign this macro to the button. Now, if we go to the Event tab, notice here we have on click, on double click, on mouse down, on mouse up, so on and so forth. So these are different events that could possibly execute our macro. So if I want the macro to run when somebody clicks on the button, this is the option we need, the on click option. Now we have an ellipses right at the end. If we click this, it's going to take us into a little builder just here. We can build a macro, we can build an expression, we can build a code. So I would use this if I hadn't already created my macro. So if I've created the button and I go into here and I think, oh, I haven't actually created the macro to assign to the button, I could click on the ellipses, go into Macro Builder, and it's going to allow me to build it from here. Now we already have our macro created, so we don't need to go into the builder. Instead, we can simply click the drop down next to on click, and we're going to see any macros that we already have saved listed out here. So I'm going to go for MCR, you clicked me. Let's close down the property sheet. Let's close down the form and say yes to save changes. And now let's reopen this form. So let's give our macro a test. I'm going to hover my mouse and click, and check it out. That macro is running perfectly. And just to show you a bit of a variation on this, if we go back into Design View, click on the button again and open up the Property Sheet, what we could do is we could change this from on click to, let's say, on mouse move. So if I delete the macro from on click and we go down to mouse move and assign it there instead, what you're going to find is that when we close this and save it, the macro is going to execute on mouse move. Now, if I just move my mouse around the form, you can see that nothing is happening. But if I move my mouse over the button, that's when it's going to execute the macro. So if I move, there you go. The macro runs and we get our message box pop up. So just be aware of the different actions that you have. Now, I'm just going to go away and change that back because I don't want that macro to run when I'm moving the mouse around. I want it to run when I click the button. The next thing I want to talk about is the AutoExec macro. Now, many databases have an AutoExec macro, and it's basically a macro that runs when you open that particular database file. And it will run automatically and do various different things, whatever you've set that macro to do. Now, in the asset tracking database that we were looking at earlier, there is an AutoExec macro. So let's open up that file and take a look at it. Now, notice when I open this file, I get that welcome screen pop up. So this is something that is automated when I open this database. And if you take a look over in the navigation pane, if we scroll down to macros, notice that this database has an AutoExec macro. So let's close down the welcome screen. And if I double click on AutoExec, notice the welcome screen pops back up again. So in this particular database file, the AutoExec macro simply runs or shows this welcome screen. Now let's look at this in a bit more detail by going into Design View for this particular macro. Now you can see that when we take a closer look at this AutoExec macro, we actually have a few things happening here, not just opening that welcome screen. If we start at the top, the first part of the macro opens the form asset list. So if you've ever opened a database file and you start to notice that the same table or the same form opens every single time you open the database, it's probably going to be set in the AutoExec to do exactly that. So in this case, when we open this file, it's going to display the form asset list. And you can see in the navigation pane, that's this form just here. It's going to open it in form view. We could add a filter, we could add a where condition. The data mode is currently set to empty, but we could change that to add, edit, or read only, depending on how much we want to control what goes on in the asset list. And the window mode is normal. So the first thing this macro does is it opens the asset list form. It will then move on to the next part of the macro where we have this little if statement. And this is what controls if that welcome screen opens or not. So let's read through this. It says if D first show welcome settings, then open form, basically. So what does this all mean? Well, if we take a look at D first, and you could jump into the help files if you want a little bit more information about exactly what this means, but briefly, it basically means it's going to look in whatever table we've specified. In this case, that is the second argument, the settings table, and it's going to find the first occurrence of show welcome. So if you have a table that only has one show welcome field, then we can simply use D first. So it's looking in this settings table just here. And if we go into the design view for the settings table, you can see we have a field here, show welcome, which is set to yes or no. So the macro is looking for show welcome in the settings table. And it's basically looking to see if there is a tick in this box or not. So effectively what the macro is saying is if show welcome is ticked, so essentially set to true, if that's the case, then run the following. Open the form name, welcome, in form view. So that's what this little part of the macro is actually doing. And then finally, we have an end if condition just here, which would end the macro if, for example, we don't have a show welcome field or something goes wrong in this part of the macro. So if I were to delete show welcome from settings and then run this macro, this part of the macro isn't going to be able to find the show welcome field in the settings table. If it can't find it, it's just basically going to end. So let's just deselect show welcome in here. Let's close this down. Let's close the macro down. Let's close the asset list down. And this time, if I try to run AutoExec, you can see it's simply going to open the asset list form, but it's not going to show the welcome screen. In this lesson, we're going to continue looking at AutoExec macros. So we're going to start out by going through a few more key points about AutoExec. I'm going to show you how you can trust a project. We're going to talk more about the use of a login dialog. I'm going to show you how to hide the navigation pane. And finally, we're going to talk about bypassing AutoExec. Now, the AutoExec macro that we're going to look at in this particular lesson is the one that we'll find in the Northwind Traders A02 file. So you should already have that saved off to your PC. It was a course file that we used earlier on. Now, when you open up this file, you see that you get this welcome screen with this little login pop-up, and we also get a navigation pane on the left-hand side with lots and lots of different items in it. And the idea behind this login screen is that an employee can come in and they can click the drop-down, they can select their username from the list, and then they can click login. Now, I wouldn't say this is a particularly useful or secure example of a login screen. If we wanted this to work in reality, in a real-world situation, there's lots of changes we'd need to make here. For example, it's probably not the best idea in the world for everybody to be able to see the employees listed down here. And notice on this login dialog box, we also have a cross in the top corner. So if I want to completely bypass this and just get into my tables, forms and queries, I can simply close this down. Now, in reality, we would not want to have a close option just here. In general, we would need the user to type in their username. That might be their actual name or some kind of username that conforms to company standards. We'd probably also require them to input a password before they can actually log in. So just bear that in mind as we work through this example. Now, I am actually just going to close out of this login dialog because we want to start out by focusing on what we have in the navigation pane on the left-hand side. Now, I'm going to expand supporting objects because if we scroll down, this is where we're going to find the AutoExec macro for this particular database. So let's right-click on it and jump into Design View to take a closer look at exactly what it's doing. So it's going to execute quite a few different steps just here. Now, the first step is to set displayed categories. Now, if we hover our mouse over and take a look at the screen tip, you can see it says it specifies which categories to show in the navigation pane. Now, currently in this navigation pane, I have a lot of stuff in here. And if I click the drop down, I can see all of the different categories. Now, notice currently that I have Northwind Traders ticked and show all. And if you take a look in the AutoExec macro, you can see that I'm choosing to show, yes, category, Northwind traders. So that is why this one is ticked. So when I open this file and AutoExec runs, the Northwind traders category is going to be open. Now maybe I want to set this up so that created date, modified date, and filter by group are not shown in this categories list. So what I could do is, with set displayed categories selected, if I go all the way over to the right hand side where we have the action catalog, I'm going to go into or expand user interface commands. And notice that in here we have a set displayed categories option. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this and I'm going to drag it so that it's in between the first set display categories and if. Let's let go. And now we get another one. So what I can do here is I can say show, no, and then I can choose the category that I don't want to be displayed in that navigation pane. So I'm going to say created date. Let's add one more. Let's grab set display categories, drop it in. We're going to say category, no, and this time we're not going to show the modified date. So let's save. Let's close this file down, because what we should find when we reopen this file, we still get the Northwind login, but if we close this down, what we should find is that when we click the drop down, we can no longer see created date or modified date in here. So you can really start to lock down different parts of your database and control what people can access through the navigation pane. Now, I'm just going to go in and reverse what we did there because I do want to be able to see those in this drop down. So join me back here in a couple of moments when I've done that. So let's go back to our AutoExec macro in Northwind Traders and take a look at this second step. So once again, we have an if statement in here. So it's saying if the current project is trusted, then it's basically going to load the startup screen form. And if we take a look in our list of forms, you can see one that we have here is startup screen. If we double click, notice that this is basically an informational message. It doesn't actually do anything. It just shows a piece of information. So it says, welcome to Northwind Traders sample database. In order to use this sample, click options on the message bar and select enable this content. Alternatively, open the database from a trusted location. So what does all of this mean? Well, what this first line up here is basically saying is, notice that we have not in here. So it's basically saying if the current project is not trusted, then pop up that message. So if that is the case, the users will have a yellow warning message running across the top asking them to enable content if they want to continue. So if Access recognizes upon open that this current file is not in a trusted location or isn't a trusted document, it's going to add that warning bar across the top for the user, and it's going to run the startup screen form, which advises users or gives them a bit more information about how they need to proceed. Now, if that's not the case, so if this file is in a trusted location, then it's basically going to skip over this part of the macro and move on to the next part. So this time it says if the current project is trusted, and then we get what it's going to do if it is in a trusted location. If it is trusted, it's going to pop open the login dialog, which is what we see when we open this file because I have this database stored in a trusted location. Anything else, it's going to exit out. That is the end if that we have at the bottom. So that is basically the AutoExec macro and how it works for this Northwind database. Now let's go in and take a closer look at the login dialog box that pops up. So this is a form. There it is just there. Let's open it in design view. Now the first thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to open up the property sheet for this form. And let's click on where it says select employee and we have unbound. Let's click on this and take a look at the event tab. And you can see that this is a combo box style control. And what you can also see is that this is an embedded macro that runs after update. So what that basically means is that the macro has been created directly within this form. It's not a macro that we've created and saved off as an MCR file. And if you recall, I showed you earlier how you can do that by clicking on the ellipses it will allow you to go in and build your own macro. Now, because we already have one, we're seeing the actual macro code. If you haven't got a macro and you need to build one to embed it in the form, you're going to get that macro builder pop up again. And this macro runs after update because it won't run until the user clicks on the login button. Now, unlike macros that we create separately and we save with an MCR prefix, macros that are embedded within specific forms are not reusable in other parts of the database. So if you do want to have a macro that you can reuse over and over again in different parts of your database, then you really do need to create a separate macro and save it as opposed to embedding it within specific parts of the database. Now, the final thing that I want to talk about here is the navigation pane. Now, for the most part, if we're working on a database, this navigation pane is extremely useful. It's how we navigate to different tables, different queries, different forms, and is something that we'll find ourselves using all the time. But if your users are using this database, you might not necessarily want them to be able to jump into the backend tables and start making changes at will. So one way that we can control what they're seeing is we can disable the navigation pane. And there are a couple of different ways that you can do this. Now, once again, if we go down to the AutoExec macro, let's jump into Design View. And if we go over to the Action Catalog and expand Macro Commands, we could add this little action just here, Run Menu Command. Let's double click and it's going to add it onto the bottom. Now with these, you can move these around. So I'm just going to move this up to, let's just put it underneath Set Displayed Categories. And what I could do here is I could click the drop down and I could choose Window Hide. So now if I close down AutoExec and say yes to save changes, let's close down the database and go back in and reopen. Notice what happens. I'm still getting the login, but I'm not seeing the navigation pane. Now, of course, anybody can press the F11 key and immediately it reopens that navigation pane. Now, a little trick that we can use to stop them using that F11 key is to go into File and Options. And if we go to Current Database, we could uncheck this option just here, Use Access Special Keys. So let's deselect that, click on Open. I'm going to close one more time and reopen the same database. I'm not getting the navigation pane, and if I try to press F11, it's not going to open. Now, an alternative way of disabling that navigation pane, if we jump back into Options, and I am just going to toggle this option back on again, but just above where we have Display Form, that's currently set to none because we're not displaying the navigation pane. Now, if we scroll down, notice that underneath Navigation, we have Display Navigation Pane. So I could deselect this box in order to turn that option off as well. And we do have some additional navigation options in here as well. And this is where I can really define what we're seeing in the navigation pane, how things are grouped, how things are ordered. So some really useful additional options in here. Now, the final thing to speak about is how we can completely bypass the AutoExec macro. Now, if we go to File, and I'm going to open my database again, but if we hold down the Shift key as we open, notice that we don't get that login pop-up because it's just completely bypassing AutoExec. So just be aware of that little option as well. In this lesson, we're going to take a look at our macro security settings. So we're going to start out with an overview of code security. We're going to dive into our macro settings, and we're going to talk through trusted documents, trusted locations, and trusted publishers. Now, in principle, in Access, security is very easy. The main areas of risk come from code being run. So really, we should only have code running in our databases that we trust. So for example, if you're given or sent a database from an external source, or maybe you download it from the web, you do need to be a little bit careful of any code that is associated with that database, because sometimes malicious code can be very clever. The file that you open could include some code that deletes records from your database or corrupts your data. So there is the potential of a lot of damage to be caused to your database if you don't fully trust or know the source of the file that you're opening. So what we need to do as diligent access users is restrict the ability of code to run. And we do that from within macro settings. Now you're going to find your macro settings in the Backstage area. So if we go up to File and all the way down to Options, this is where you want to be, Trust Center. And we want to dive into our Trust Center settings. Now we have lots of different areas in here. We're going to go to macro settings first of all and just take a look at some of these options that we have. Now the first option here is to disable all macros without notification. So what that basically means is if you are sent a database that contains macros, when you open that database on your computer, it's going to disable all of the macros so they won't run and you won't be able to run them, but you're not going to be told via a notification that those macros have been disabled. The next option is basically the same, but you will receive a notification. So if you've ever seen that yellow warning bar pop up across the top once you've opened something in Access, that is your notification, that is your warning. And in general, this is the option that I like to have mine set to. The next option is to disable all macros except digitally signed macros. Now it might be that the person who has sent you this database has gone through the process of purchasing digital signature software in order to verify that the code contained within the database is fine, but you'll probably find that most people haven't done that. So the option is there, but I would say this is probably the one you're going to utilize least out of all four. And then the final option that we have is to enable all macros. And notice that little warning in brackets there. This is definitely not recommended because potentially dangerous code can just simply run. So if you enable all macros, as soon as you open that file, it's not going to block them. It's just going to run them all. And that is where you might come into a situation where you find you've opened a database that contains malicious code, and all of a sudden, half of your tables have been deleted or records have gone missing. So my recommendation is to use the second option just here. Now let's take a look at something else. Let's take a look at this trusted documents area. Now, when you open a database in Access and trust it by clicking the Enable Content button at the top, that database basically gets added to your trusted documents list. Now this is a little bit confusing because you would think that you would be able to see a big long list of all of the databases that you've trusted. But as you can see from this screen just here, you actually can't. But as you do go through trusting databases, once it's trusted and it's on your list, you don't need to trust it again. So you can just open it and you won't get any kind of notification or warning message. Now, a couple of important things to note on this screen. Notice we have a clear button at the bottom. So it says clear all trusted documents, so they're no longer trusted. So if we click this clear button, we don't get a choice as to which ones we're going to clear. It's going to clear the whole list or not at all. So I'm not going to do that, but you could do that if you just want to get rid of them all, or if you know that you have a lot of old databases in there. Another important little option here is this checkbox where it says allow documents on a network to be trusted. So if you're working at a company and you're all on the same internal network and you're sharing databases between you, you can simply check this box to allow all documents on your specific network to be trusted, and then you're not going to get those warning messages pop up. The next page to be aware of is trusted locations, and you can see that I do have quite a few things in here. So what you can do in here is you can basically add locations or folder paths into this area, and any files contained within that folder path are automatically trusted. So I pretty much have all of the locations where I store different files. But if you want to add a new location, you have add new location at the bottom, and then you can browse and add the location that you want to trust. So really straightforward. And of course in here, you can also remove trusted locations or modify any trusted locations as well. And then finally, we have a trusted publishers area. So if you receive databases or files from maybe a particular person or a particular company, you could add those people or that company to your trusted publishers list. And then anytime you receive a file from that particular person or company, it will open without any warning messages. So those are the options that you have when it comes to your macro settings. Have a little look at them, make sure they're set up as you need them to be set up so that you don't run into any issues with regards to malicious code. It's time now to do exercise 4. And there's quite a bit to do in this exercise. Now, your starting point is going to be version 23 of the Night Movies database that you'll find in the course files folder. So take a copy of that. It does have a front end and a back end. And I'd like you to take a copy and create a new version and call it exercise 4. Now remember, when you do this, you're going to need to make sure that the front end links through to the correct back end. So let's open my solution for exercise 4. So this is what I get when I open up exercise 4. Now, in order to complete this exercise, the first thing you're going to need to do is you're going to need to make sure that you have the front end and the back end linked together. And then I'd like you to set this up so that it looks similar to what you can see on my screen. So let's run through a few of the things that I did, and then I'll leave it to you to have a play around. Now notice, as soon as I open this file, I get this little dialog box pop up that says welcome to Night Movies. And we just have a very simple image of a clapperboard on this little pop-up window. So what you're seeing here is a form that I've created and I've customized to suit my needs. So I've added some text, I've added the image, and I've also added a close button at the bottom. Now you should be able to work out how to add all of these elements without too many problems. And when you're doing this, also try and include some of these little additional extras. For example, notice that I have Welcome to Night Movies in the title bar at the top. So you're going to need to create a form, and then you're going to need to set this form so that it opens up as soon as you open this file. So for this, we're going to need a settings table, so we can specify if we want to show the welcome or not. And just as a final clue, if we close this down and go into options, I've also modified a few things underneath here. So think about the form that you want to display once you've closed down the welcome screen. And also think about if you want to display this navigation pane. Now I've left mine to display, but you could practice disabling that as well if you wanted to. Now I have also created an AutoExec macro to automatically open that welcome form as soon as we load up the database. So these are all the things that you need to have a think about. This will give you a really good opportunity to practice many skills that we've learned in this course, and also some of the skills we've learned related to form design in the beginner's course. Well, a huge congratulations everybody for making it all the way to the end of this course. I hope you've enjoyed running through the different lessons as much as I've enjoyed presenting them to you. So at this point, there's not a great deal else left to say, but I think it's always important that when you get to the end of a course, that you take a few moments just to reflect on everything that you've learnt and how far you've come since the beginning. So we started out in section 1 where we just ran through an introduction, and we really in this section kind of set ourselves up for success by making sure we understand exactly what Access is, how it can be helpful, and downloading all of the necessary files. Section 2 is where we actually started to do some work. We opened up Access. We had a look at the templates. We learned how to open, close, and save our Access databases. And we also saw how we can improve our efficiency by doing things like adding commands to the Quick Access toolbar and how to work with keyboard shortcuts. Section 3 was where the work really started. We introduced the concept of tables, a fundamental aspect of Access, and we built our first table. We looked at adding fields to those tables and how we can modify the field properties. And in section 4, we saw how we can import data quickly into our tables. And we took a look at 2 different examples. We imported data from an Excel file and also from a text file. Section 5, we took a look at Datasheet view. This is one of those views that a lot of people love to work in, so it's important to understand what we're looking at and why it's useful. Section 6, we started to create relationships between our tables. So by now we've added quite a few different tables together, and we've explored things like one-to-many relationships, referential integrity, and also how we can use link tables to link 2 tables without a common field together. So we started out all the way back in section 2 looking at primary keys and indexes. We spoke a little bit more about how we can use Datasheet view in our databases. We saw how we can link to other Access databases and also how we can link to external systems using ODBC and SQL Server. I showed you how you can split up a database into Frontend and Backend and how you can link the tables. And we spent quite a bit of time looking at the different types of dialogues that you might receive and also macros, and in particular how to understand macros. Now, we've covered a lot of stuff in this course, but obviously Access is a vast system and there is always more to learn. So at this stage, having worked through both the beginners and the advanced course, I hope you feel you have a really good solid foundation from which you can build further skills. And that's the thing with Access, the journey never stops. I highly encourage you to carry on reading blogs, watching videos, learning more about Access so you can continue improving. But for now, that is the end of this course. I hope you've enjoyed running through it as much as I've enjoyed hosting it for you. Once again, my name is Deb. Bye for now.
If you're not a subscriber, click down below to subscribe so you get notified about similar videos we upload. To get the course exercise files and follow along with this video, click over there. And click over there to watch more videos on YouTube from Simon Says It.